it's time to bring the heat. We compete, got a mutual enemy. If it's up to me, I'm choosing you. Up in the sky, we'll never lose.
Lock and unload, we precise. I will take your advice. Got this energy on, we will take home the prize. So come get it, play this game. Showing all your skills, bang, bang.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
No doubt we will get that. Roll out, never sit back,
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts. Yeah, I bet you will show them all your skills. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set it in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set it in stone. Bang, bang, we win.
No matter what we will weather,
Any storm when we're together,
we can always aim for more. Yeah, it's that bang, bang, we're on fire.
yeah. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity.
We gon' set the tone like it's set in stone.
Set it in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set it in stone.
Set the tone like it's set in stone.
Feel the pressure, check is coming, coming.
You better watch out.
I'm on fire, baby, burn it, burn it.
Feel it hard.
MVP like no one knows it, knows it. I'm too good for you, I'm too good for you. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, yeah, it's time to bring the heat. We compete, got a mutual enemy. If it's up to me, I'm choosing you. Up in the sky, we'll never lose.
Lock and unload, we precise. I will take your advice. Got this energy on, we will take home the prize. So come get it, play this game. Showing all your skills, bang, bang.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
No doubt we will get that. Roll out, never sit back,
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts. Yeah, I bet you will show them all your skills. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win.
No matter what we will weather,
Any storm when we're together,
we can always aim for more. Yeah, this that bang bang we love for you.
Yeah. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity.
We gon' set the tone like it's set in stone.
Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone.
Set the tone like it's set in stone.
Feel the pressure, trap is coming, coming.
You better watch out.
I'm on fire, baby, burn it, burn it.
Feel it hard.
MVP like no one knows it, knows it. I'm too good for you, I'm too good for you. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, yeah, it's time to bring the heat. We compete, got a mutual enemy. If it's up to me, I'm choosing you. Up in the sky, we'll never lose.
Lock and unload, we precise. I will take your advice. Got this energy, we will take home the prize. So come get it, play this game. Showing all your skills, bang bang.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
No doubt we will get that, get that. Roll out, never sit back, sit back.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts. Yeah, I bet you will show 'em all your skills. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win.
No matter what we will weather,
Any storm when we're together,
we can always aim for more. Yeah, this that bang bang we love for you.
Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. 3, it is time to bring the heat. We compete, got a mutual enemy. If it's up to me, I'm choosing you. Up in the sky, we'll never lose.
Lock and unload, we precise. I will take your advice. Got this energy, we will take home the prize. So come get it, play this game. Showing all your skills, bang, bang.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
No doubt we will get that. Roll out, never sit back, sit back.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts. Yeah, I bet you will show them all your skills. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set it in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set it in stone. Bang, bang, we win.
No matter what we will weather,
Any storm when we're together,
we can always aim for more. Yeah, this that bang, bang, we're on fire.
yeah. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity.
We gon' set the tone like it's set in stone.
Set it in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set it in stone.
Set the tone like it's set in stone.
Feel the pressure, trap is coming, coming.
You better watch out.
I'm on fire, baby, burn it, burn it.
Feel it.
MVP like no one knows it, knows it. I'm too good for you, I'm too good for you. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, it is time to bring the heat. We compete, got a mutual enemy. If it's up to me, I'm choosing you. Up in the sky, we'll never lose.
Lock and unload, we precise. I will take your advice. Got this energy, we will take home the prize. So come get it, play this game. Showing all your skills, bang, bang.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
No doubt we will get that. Roll out, never sit back, sit back.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts. Yeah, I bet you will show them all your skills. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set it in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set it in stone. Bang, bang, we win.
No matter what we will weather,
Any storm when we're together,
we can always aim for more. Yeah, this that bang bang we love for you.
yeah. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity.
We gon' set the tone like it's set in stone.
Set it in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set it in stone.
Set the tone like it's set in stone.
Feel the pressure, trap is coming, coming.
You better watch out.
I'm on fire, baby, burn it, burn it.
Feel it hard.
And we feel like no one knows it, knows it. I'm too good for you, I'm too good for you. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, yeah, it's time to bring the heat. We compete, got a mutual enemy. If it's up to me, I'm choosing you. Up in the sky, we'll never lose.
Lock and unload, we precise. I will take your advice. Got this energy on, we will take home the prize. So come get it, play this game. Showing all your skills, bang bang.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
No doubt we will get that, get that. Roll out, never sit back, sit back.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts. Yeah, I bet you will show them all your skills. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set it in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set it in stone. Bang, bang, we win.
No matter what we will weather,
Any storm when we're together,
we can always aim for more. Yeah, this that bang bang we love for you.
yeah. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. 2, 3, yeah, it's time to bring the heat. We compete, got a mutual enemy. If it's up to me, I'm choosing you. Up in the sky, we'll never lose.
Lock and unload, we precise. I will take your advice. Got this energy on, we will take home the prize. So come get it, play this game. Showing all your skills, bang, bang.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
No doubt we will get that. Roll out, never sit back, sit back.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts. Yeah, I bet you will show them all your skills. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set it in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set it in stone. Bang, bang, we win.
No matter what we will weather,
Any storm when we're together,
we can always aim for more. Yeah, this that bang, bang, we're on fire.
Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity.
We gon' set the tone like it's set in stone.
Set it in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set it in stone.
Set the tone like it's set in stone.
Feel the pressure, jump is coming, coming.
You better watch out.
I'm on fire, baby, burn it, burn it.
Feel it.
MVP like no one knows it, knows it. I'm too good for you, I'm too good for you. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, yeah, it's time to bring the heat. We compete, got a mutual enemy. If it's up to me, I'm choosing you. Up in the sky, we'll never lose.
Lock and unload, we precise. I will take your advice. Got this energy on, we will take home the prize. So come get it, play this game. Showing all your skills, bang, bang.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
No doubt we will get that. Roll out, never sit back, sit back.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts. Yeah, I bet you will show them all your skills. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set in stone.
Clash Squad Southeast Asia Cup. First of its kind, as we also look forward to celebrating the 6th anniversary of Free Fire since its inception. So happy birthday in advance to Free Fire, and you're here with us. My name is Husky, and joining me as always is the Mustachio AJ.
Crazy stuff, right? We don't have Clash Squad all the time, but now that it's here, I cannot ask for anything better. We're taking all of the fluff out of Battle Royale.
Oh yeah.
We're just throwing them into a tiny little compound where we can see the best of engagement. Now, what's crazy about this competition is, Husky, from the very get-go, we are on a single elimination bracket. No group stages, no 2 times, no 3 times. It's just that 1 time. You head on in there. If you lose, you're out.
Yeah, you only get to play 1 best of 3, right? And every single set is 1st to 6. You only get to enjoy the luxury of double eliminations if you make it past qualifiers, which is crazy. And at the same time, you know, there are a lot of people out there over the past 2-3 years of Free Fire. They watch the Battle Royale and they say, well, Team A could have beaten Team B if not for intervention of Team C and D. Well, guess what? Now we get to put them to the test exactly how you want it. The teams know who they're up against. They know which map they're playing on. We're going to toss them straight in and let them duke it out 4 versus 4.
And this is the prize pool. They're playing for a total of $50,000 US. First place, of course, takes home the lion's share of $20,000. Second place, $9,000. $4,000 for those who land in 3rd. And of course, a little bit of consolation down here for the 4th, all the way down to the 16th. From $3,000 for the 4th spot, 5th to 8th takes away $1,500. And of course, the 9th to 16th, $8,000 USD.
Well, you get money as long as your team name shows up in the schedule, right? And this is how it's going to pan out as well. For the format, you have 16 teams playing in a best of 3 single elimination for week number 1, which is going to be this week. And week 2, next week, we will have the 4 teams play a best of 5 double elims. Then when they make it to the grand finals, they will play another best of 5 to settle the score once and for all. Which team is the best team in a 4v4?
Absolutely, man. And nothing better for all of us to absolutely dive into for the next 3 weeks, because it's just going to be back-to-back crazy battles. As we start the day off, it's only going to be matches number 1 up to 4 that you're going to be tuning into today. Tomorrow will be matches 5 all the way down to 8. Once again, this is a single elimination bracket. So RRQ versus AAA. The one that loses gets kicked out of the competition, and rinse and repeat the exact same format all the way down to match number 8 that ends tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely crazy stuff that's going to be happening. And it's also pretty laid back, right? We kind of, it's a minor off-season for these teams, so we don't want to kind of weigh them with all these Battle Royale stuff. We just want to see them play some great Free Fire in a casual setting. With that being said, some fans might question, well, I saw Indonesia tag beside EVOS.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's EVOS Divine.
Yeah.
Where is our world champions? Don't worry, it's BRU x EVOS. These two organizations have decided to partner up together, so you still get to see them playing. And of course, this will be the bracket for next week, 14 to 16 of July, where we eventually will find that champion for our first ever Clash Squad C Cup.
Like you said, and this is where we will find the double elimination bracket setup, where if you do lose in the upper bracket, you still do have another chance down at the lower bracket. Just don't lose any matches in the lower bracket and you're going to be absolutely fine. Map pool this time round for today is going to be just at Bermuda and Nextera. But this is what I love about Clash Squad. It's not just a specific part of Bermuda. Each and every single round, we're going to be visiting to a different compound altogether. So these teams, I'm pretty sure they know the map in and out already.
Yeah.
Let's see exactly how they engage out there.
Yeah, if anyone has watched, I believe, this Content Creator Showmatch Cup that happened, I think in 2020, they actually gathered, content creators and pro players across Southeast Asia and put them in Clash Squad as well. And that was very interesting because Bermuda, I believe, one of the favorite areas was Factory. So if we get there, it's going to be so fun. But of course, for our first matchups, our RQ Kazu against Attack All Around. First to 6 wins the set.
Absolutely, and we will have a potential 3 game. I say potential because this is a best out of 3. If one of the teams wins out 2 rounds in a row, it's going to be game over for the other. They're going to get kicked out of the competition. Attack All Around. Everybody knows the name. They are the world champions, at least from Sentosa, the Free Fire World Series from 2022. But after getting the championship, they kind of fizzled out of the competitions.
Yeah, and the best part is that it doesn't matter if you are a world champion or a 2-time world champion. In Clash Squad, everything gets thrown out the window. And the best part is that they get to play with their character setup as always, right? Just in the Battle Royale mode. And we also get to see a different approach to how these teams set their loadout. We can see Clue, you see Andrew, you don't see Orion often. Kay is also even picked up. Olivia is in the roster. And we have a plethora of characters to go through.
Absolutely, man. Battle Royale versus Clash Squad, 2 very different modes of approach. In this one, it's a quick and swift movement in. Of course, in Battle Royale, where the map is so much more bigger, way more enemies to kind of look out for, you will have a different setup with you. Bringing Clue in by Legolas, that's going to give them a lot of preliminary information before they can go in for the approach. Now, if you take a look at Attack All Around setup, Karoro brings in the Orion. Now, Orion did make an appearance in FFSI. We were thinking, okay, he might not get used all that too many times, and he wasn't abused. There was just one guy. I totally forgot exactly who that was.
It was from an Indonesian team.
Yeah.
Was it First Raiders Eclipse? I believe it's First Raiders Eclipse. I just don't remember the player.
In Battle Royale, I was quite skeptical as to how Orion is going to function. In Clash Squad, on the other hand, I absolutely believe this is a skill you're most definitely going to be abusing out there, right? Because first few bits of damage, all you need to do is just pop the skill. You're not going to be taking any bit of damage. You're not going to be attacking back, but at least you survive. And that's going to be crucial.
Yeah, and this is actually a loadout that I expected, that's closer to my expectations, seeing the Kelly, seeing the Hayato, the very, very basic standard CQC loadout. Of course, I think in this case, Attack All Around are the team that has brought, I believe, 4 Kellys into this match. RQ Kazu has a lot more variety in what they have set up for themselves, and either way, but I just want to mention, it's also great to see Dimitri back. It's been so long.
I have to agree, right? And of course, no brainer as to why Kelly needs to be on your squad. It gives you that extra bit of sprinting speed, and that is going to be required, especially if you are a team that wants to set up your defenses a little bit early. I'm looking to see exactly who's going to be the flanker on both sides, because that's going to be the crucial player that potentially changes the tide of battle. But the timing of execution needs to be there as well for maybe the 2 or 3 players that get sent towards the middle part of the map.
The circle also closes in really fast. I believe it's 15 to 30 seconds, something like that. So for those who are new to Clash Squad, you might find it a bit fast.
Yeah, it's quite a daunting mode if you're not very used to it. But this is exactly why the C Cup Clash Squad is going to be the event for if you're a Free Fire fan. You want to tune in, you want to see exactly how they handle these fast-paced engagements in a tense situation against world-class teams.
No excuses, right? Everyone gets the same balance in terms of resources at the start of the set. Everyone gets access to the same amount of utilities and weaponry. You don't get to say that there's a divine intervention that caused the team to get wiped out. This is all up to their skills, their management of resources.
I promise that is one of the most right statements you've made, because everybody, okay, first of all, they got to earn that money, but they get to choose exactly what sort of resources they want. They don't leave it up to the gods of RNG. They don't just stumble into a map and expect to find something and not find it, right? They get to choose exactly what they want to bring into these rounds each and every single time. And it's going to be pretty interesting to see how the setup is, right? Are we going to see a very defensive setup? Are we going to see, you know, the focus more onto the utilities? Or are we going to see the focus onto the weapons instead?
Wow, hold up. This is so cool.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Green is stepping it up every single time.
Absolutely.
And Green, this is the first of its kind. We have not had any Clash Squad tournaments before involving these. But the pro teams, again, leading up to the 6th anniversary of Free Fire, what a great way to
Hey, look at Mr. Wagon.
kick this off. And you have Mr. Wagger in the middle, right? Our friendly mascot. But here it is, jumping into Bermuda for our very first set. I would say the inaugural set of our Clash Squad.
I mean, props to Geek Fam, man. You know, there's this one thing that I love about this organizer is the fact that whoever who's handling the graphics in the background, they kill it each and every single time. I'm loving it.
They cooked way too much.
So we start things off, of course, you are not a very loaded person. You start things off with $500 in your pocket. It's all about what you want to go out there for. And usually in these first few rounds, you want to load up on your med kits first. You want to depend, of course, on your secondary. And if possible, the ones who can patch them up quickly will be able to survive long enough. Jump's going to go in for a very quick rotation around the right-hand side. That's going to be your flank. And if that does catch them off guard, because it is RRQ with the better positioning.
Yeah, and the circle has already started closing in. You don't really get too much time to breathe, and these kind of fights, especially in the first 2 or 3 rounds, sets you up in terms of economy, right? You want to be able to manage that as much as possible. And Jump gets the first drop already. Keroro also finds second. And in these situations, you don't really get too much space to go for the revive, so attack all around. They are off to a fantastic start, only losing Foki. Not that it matters too much though. Abe up against 3 members of AAA. If anything, this should be a done deal.
Abe needs to find a miracle play here. Manages to go in for a quick knock. Backs away. It's going to be jumping back and around. And he does manage to find a little bit of an opportunity to hide away. Abe does shut down Poon God as well. It's a 1v2 and Abe does not survive that engagement. Amazing setup coming through from AAA, but unfortunately RRQ Kazu makes a fundamental mistake. They run in for the defense instead of setting up an offense.
You see the value of the Orion also, right? He bought so much time, and you only wish that there is a secondary member that will support him. But either way, going into second round, you already see Jump. He's putting out the rifles. He is not holding back at all.
And this is the point where we're going to see the pace perhaps slow down a tad bit. You can see the AC-80 being brought out by Jump. He's going to be playing this from a long angle. And we are at the dam, so a lot of those long angles to kind of abuse here. Jump's going to be pulling off towards the right-hand side. We'll come across 2 players. Poon God already holding the mid-section of the map. Legalov going to be hanging back, but I don't know what sort of a function he's going to play. He's a little bit too far away from the rest, and it looks like that M16 is not going to help him out too much at this point.
Legalov, I think ideally you want to be a bit closer to attack all around, right? So you do lose out that advantage in terms of range, just slightly compared to the AC-80. And on top of that, I believe they also have two sets of double barrels. Doesn't help against the AC-80, unfortunately. Yeah. Just like you said, the pace is going to slow down a little bit.
But good that they did manage to invest a little bit into their medkits. Now, 1 medkit each left for the side of RRQ. They're going to be able to survive another sloppy encounter, but hopefully it is not too messy like the last one was. AAA is going to be holding those back lines, waiting for RRQ to execute the attack this time around. But look at Poon God already circling around. He's going to be the big damage dealer. Abe does get dropped down onto the ground. Valdo very low on HP as well. Can he circle around this blue wall? He does exactly that. And Poon God backs away. Jump manages to get a jump shot, but Duds recovers the situation.
I tell you, Abe's value as an Orion is so huge. Finally gets dropped. Valdo actually gets picked back up, but ends up going down again. It's on down to Dudes against 3 members of ABA, and once more didn't pay off for RRQ Kazu.
No kills from Poon God, but that was such a devastating maneuver that he executed on the players of RRQ Kazu, flanking around towards the back, forcing them towards the midsection of the map, and that's exactly where the ambush awaited from the side of AAA. An attack all around, pretty much living up to their names, attacking from all around.
Yeah, you can look at the economy for the side of RRQ Kazu. I mean, they definitely still can cash in on some decent weaponries. Not as good as what Attack All Around has, but you do have a Charge Buster, right? And we are playing in Factory, one of the wider areas with a lot of close angles that you can hide behind. which can allow the Charge Buster to be really effective. But again, the problem is that Attack All Around, they are just going to play from long range.
Love the camera work here from the observers. You see a little bit of exactly what's going around towards the midsection of the map. Kororo going in for a quick push. Does he have that backup? Folky gonna get caught out in the open.
There it
It's gonna be Waldo. And that Charge Buster is not gonna give the guy too much of space at all. This time the flank does not work out for Attack All Around.
Yeah, lovely stuff from RQ Kazu, doing exactly what they did in match 2. You want to outnumber Attack All Around with the weaker weaponries, but Kororo and Poongard with the double barrel, the dual revolvers actually taking out 2 members of RQ already. Obviously getting rushed once more. Again, this Orion actually didn't even get to use his ability. And this would be Attack All Around looking for a 3rd round if possible. Valdu stands back up, gets the Charge Buster pump, but it's not enough. And Attack All Around once more scraping by with these wins.
And that's a 3-0 straight up domination from Attack All Around. RRQ Kazu, they better figure out exactly how to overcome the situation this time. We're going to be dropping straight into a little bit of a maze here at Katulistiwa as they do back away. Let's see how we can find a round back here for RRQ Kazu. They do have the AWM in hand, a double setup on the snipers. They want to play this from a long range, and I agree. Getting too close to a AAA is not really doing them well.
Ideally, you want to get early round advantage also, right? Because you have so many compounds you can work with, and as the circle closes in, those long-range weapons become slightly more ineffective. But the plus side is that you have all these roofs to work with for Attack All Around.
Kororo, this is a 2-1-1 split up here. 2 players on the flank, 1 on the left and right for Attack All Around. So once again, living up to their name. Kororo is going to be having the left flank with the sniper. Nobody spotted out just yet. Poongard just flushing them out, forcing them towards the midsection of the map. Once again, it's the exact same, and Kororo with the left flank on the sniper takes the bay down a little bit too quick.
Yeah, that's your Orion player, so you don't have stalling ability anymore. Folky, he is just going to go for this challenge. Does give his life away, but on the other side of the map, Attack All Around have found 2 more members, and this is just a wash at this point. Attack All Around looking to clean things up for the 4th round.
Yeah, clearly there's one team that plays Clash Squad a lot, and there's the other team that kind of struggles with this, right? Because the setup strategically from RRQ Kazu is pretty much non-existent at this point. Attack All Around, on the other hand, on a constant basis, and this is one of the things that we talked about at the very start of this competition, who's going to be executing those flanks? Because flanks are important in Clash Squad. You can't do without them.
It's also a decent litmus test to see how teams handle these kind of compound fights, right? It's obviously the factors are a bit more fixed, right? You don't have RNG to influence, but given the same resources, you get to see Attack All Around. They actually are managing these fights so much cleaner than what RQ Kazu has been doing. Double Charge Buster, double sniper rifles from RQ Kazu. They are amping it up, but you look at Attack All Around, they double down. They have 3 snipers.
And I think this time around, what RRQ just needs to do is just hold the ground here. But no, they're just rushing straight up against AAA. This doesn't seem to be a great idea. If Jump now circles around, Leglop is going to get caught out. Your AWM player, not a single shot from him. Leglop kind of dropping the ball a tad bit.
Yeah, he's sleeping at the wheel, and Poongard just around the corner, right through his ribcage. Valdu gets dropped. Also, the UMP of all things getting pulled out by Attack All Around. They are just having fun at this point. And Abe once more, last one alive. Valdu gets picked back up as Abe goes into that Orion 4, but doesn't matter. Shot through the back.
Oh my.
Attack All Around are speed running through this first set, AJ.
I have to say, this was your prediction, Husky.
No, I didn't predict the first one. I predicted the second set.
6-0.
I had no expectations for the first one, honestly. I mean, we didn't get to see RQ Kazu often.
Yeah.
No Attack All Around. I'll take it.
I'll take it.
It's been a while.
It's really fun to see a team excel at this game mode. Not so fun to see a team crushed, but RRQ Kazu just needs to prove that they do have what it takes. Thus far, once again, strategically, RRQ Kazu is just making multiple mistakes, but Attack All Around. Once again, Jump's going to go for that right-hand side flank. You've got Kororo on the left. Round after round, AAA is not changing their strategy at all, as it seems to be working every single time they execute it.
You can say the same for RRQ Kazu, right? They're sticking together as a unit. They're trying to kind of rush down members of AAA. They're playing to kind of the strength of having more numbers. Kiroro is gonna receive some pressure, but he has the glue on. Look at the ice grenades from the side. This is bad news for RRQ Kazu. They gotta somehow get rid of Kiroro, but Fogi is in their face.
Yeah.
Jump gets the nade onto Abe. RRQ Kazu again caught out in the open.
And this was a smart play from Kiroro. He pretended like he was stuck out in the open. He distracted the players from RRQ Kazu, and in the meantime, the rest of the attack all around just approaches them, tosses in the God nade, gets a single kill for themselves, and now it's just a continuous push on in. Abe down, Poon got out of the equation already, and now Kiroro needs to back the team up with a triple sniper setup. They do have the U1 team as well, since they're super stacked on the cap.
This is gonna be so tough because there are only two. Everyone else on RRQ Kazu only has a charge buster. Jump is gonna take out Legolas, he bleeds out. Valdo also gets dropped. Attack all around looking for a clean 6-0 in this first set. The last man left alive, not anymore. Attack all around with a marvelous opening.
My goodness, this is just a walkover victory coming through for Attack all around. And I think the maximum number of players they've lost in a single round was just one.
Yeah,
and even that one loss was not because of an amazing play from RRQ. It's because it was just a bloodbath where Attack all around just rushes in for the sway. They've got perfect backup already. They don't mind risking a couple of players. And that was the winning factor here for Attack all around. The strategy was great, execution was even better.
Yeah, all started from the very first round, the pistol round, and afterwards you just see how Attack all around just managing the resources, punishing RRQ Kazu for a lot of these maneuvers that they were trying to pull, right? Grouping up as a 3 or 4 stack, trying to overwhelm Attack all around. And they're like, well, if RRQ wants to run at us, why not we play from long range? Get that AWM, get those long range snipes.
And that's never going to work if you're strategizing it from the point of view of RRQ. You might have the strength in numbers, but once you get backstabbed, especially when, Kiroro's just roaming around with his sniper, trying to keep an eye on all of those long-range opportunities as well as angles, and you've got Jump kind of taking that right-hand side flank, potentially distracting you or smashing you from the back. This is just a no-go, man. A 6-0 for RRQ. I think they need to step it up in game number 2.
Yeah, I believe that if anyone is watching this and you are also fans of soccer, football, depending on where you come from, 6-0 is always not good. When was the last time there was a 6-0 on an international stage? Was it like Brazil or something? I don't watch much football, but I know for a fact that 6-0 is not a good score.
No, it's not at all. It's not at all. 6-0. The fact that RRQ Kazu kind of played the exact same strategy again and again for 6 back-to-back rounds and saw nothing come from it gives me a little bit of hope that they will try something different for game number 2. At least I hope so.
Yeah,
if they
next
don't,
era, right? This,
I'm gonna be pretty surprised. And next era is even crazier, man. But I guess that's gonna be a blessing in disguise.
Depending on where you end up with.
No, because next era has got a lot of these compounds where you're not gonna have a very effective sniper. You have to play your CQCs really well. And look at who's winning out all of these close quarters combat. It's always AAA.
Yeah, and this is under the pretenses that RRQ Kazu actually has close range weapons, right?
Yeah.
Charge busters, double revolvers. But he just got outgunned. And of course, Jump, our match MVP. I don't know what to say. He is blazing through the competition. 40% hit shot rate, by the way.
The main reason why he was able to get so many of these kills was, once again, time and time again, it's the right-hand side flank, right? The players on the side of RRQ did not want to go towards their own right, because that would have ended up on the left-hand side of Attack all around, where they will come across Kiroro and his crazy AWM snipes. So the only opportunity was to either take the flank against Jump, which is moved towards their left, or everybody just runs in towards the middle. And 6 times
look for Abe, right? And that was kind of like the...
It was jump, yeah.
It was jump, right? That was like the fuse that lit the fire. Everything else went haywire, and Attack All Around just showcased that their 4 versus 4 is so much cleaner.
And in this game mode, you really have to have a star player who can handle his own battles.
Oh, yes.
Like what Jump can do. And you see the setup from him, it's very simple. Bring in the Charge Buster, have a couple of grenades on yourself. Most importantly, have those glue walls, which I'm pretty sure RRQ Kazu wanted to do, but they were pretty much depleted of their resources before even going in there to purchase. They weren't getting enough funds.
I feel like if you're a supporter of any of these teams, you get to, if your team wins, you get to brag about it a lot, right? I mean, end of the day, this is all fun and games. I'm pretty sure that this whole Clash Squad Cup is for these teams to kind of unwind a little bit, you know, take their minds off of the Battle Royale, the arduous RNG and intervention of other squads, and just have a good 4 versus 4 against other squads. But even then, you still have a bit of that pride with you.
I made a bit of pride as well as solid
money,
stack
right?
of cash at the very end of the line here. So
yeah, you earn more than double if you are first place, which is compared to second.
I hope RRQ Kazu's not chilling, resting on their laurels, thinking, okay, you know what, 1,000 USDs in the bag already.
I mean, if they are, it will be over very soon. You know, they are one set away from basically bowing out of the competition. You would have a tournament time of, well, I'm pretty sure to get to this stage they have to play through the local region, local qualifiers and all that, but in the top 16, your screen time could be less than 30 minutes.
But I'm actually very surprised that RRQ Kazu just did not change the strategy for even a single round. This could just be, you know, a strategy to sucker in, attack all around, and then ambush them at this point by getting their confidence to tip over into overconfidence. And maybe now they shock them and they take the match right back into their hands. I hope so, because RRQ Kazu, I came here for some grueling battles, man. At this moment, it's not at that level just yet. So I still have a tad bit of hope.
So they have the 6-0 attack all around in map 2. So
okay.
So we'll have a series on our hands.
Maybe 6-5, because attack all around's not give it away that easy. But I'm hoping to see a little bit of a difference here. Now, I don't know exactly what sort of a battle style RRQ Kazu prefers in Clash Squad. By the way they were purchasing their weapons, it seems like they want to have those long-range engagements. But the compounds earlier on kind of forced them into a very specific spot to the middle side of the map on a defensive setup. We even saw that in the first round itself. So maybe, as we drop into Nextera, that's going to be the blessing that RRQ Kazu deserves.
And with what RQ is running, right, obviously you have the Orion, and at the end of the day, he is someone that can kind of keep himself active in the fight for extended periods of time. You are buying space for your teammates. The problem is that he doesn't get to do anything else aside from just running around in circles. So you need someone to kind of back you up. Hopefully RQ Kazu can do that. They're heading into map 2 on the Nextera.
Let's see exactly what happens in Nextera between RRQ Kazu and Attack all around. If RRQ Kazu gets taken down in game number 2 as well, it's going to be all over for them in this competition.
I have a suggestion for the arena. Maybe
me.
heading into maybe the 10th year anniversary, right? Make a
10th year, dude, that's so far away.
All right, so yeah, it has to be a 10-year milestone. You know what? Make an animation series, right? They have already.
Put Husky in there.
No, but do an animated series. I would love to see it.
Dude, again, they do the exact same thing. 4-man rush. Dutz gets caught out in the open. It's going to be a headshot. And Jump will find Legolas as well. This is just an all-out annihilation. Baldo goes down. Everybody goes down. RRQ Kazu bites the dust instantly.
I wonder if Legolas is still the shot caller of RQ Kazu. I think last time we saw him last year, he was the shot caller of his team. Not that it matters too much in this situation, you know. I mean, attack all around at the end of the day in that pistol round was just clean and crisp. But now you see the 4 sets of double revolvers for RQ Kazu. This is just the second round. I think attack all around might respond in kind. They have an SMG with Foki. That is going to allow them to have better CQC.
Legolas, the captain, the in-game leader, as well as the support player of the squad.
Oh, yes.
And we've seen that perfect example already thus far. Now, he's going to get tagged up first. Can Legolas survive this? Does have the medkit on himself. But Jump this time round on the right-hand side. Is he going to get this? Forky down, and it looks like Kororo takes Waldo out of the equation. Instant wipe coming through for the side of attack all around once again.
And it was actually good stuff for RQ Kazu. They got a good name from afar and just couldn't finish the job. Legolas downs Kororo but gets taken out instead, and attack all around still doing it very clean.
It's the exact same strategy.
But it was a slightly better start. They had decent long-range support, they just couldn't finish the job. You know?
I'm talking about attack all around. It's the flank. It's always the flank that does in RRQ Kazu. I'm just hoping to see RRQ Kazu hold back, punish the guy that's flanking, and then now if they've got a 4v3, they'll stand a better chance against attack all around.
I want to see some sort of resistance, right? I mean, look at that. 4 AWMs.
There is resistance, but it's very low.
This is a good spot to play 4 AWMs, right? You have so much open space. Now for the challenge for RRQ Kazu is to actually land those shots.
This is another problem I have with RRQ Kazu. Dude, you gotta save your money. You can't go and buy one of the more expensive guns instantly. You gotta, you know, perhaps build up on your glue walls. They've got no glue walls within their inventory at all. And I think that's just a absolute mistake coming through for RRQ Kazu. Clearly, God can tell they need some defense.
And Jump just mows down Legolas from the side, and again,
the flank.
You have 4 AWMs, right? You have glue walls don't matter because you can penetrate it, but at the same time, it's kind of the go big or go home purchase. And this force buy has been disastrous so far. Poongod with a double revolver again. Now getting support from Jump. That Orion from Abe is gonna buy some time. Poongod gets knocked down instead, but Valdo somehow gets traded.
Smart plays coming through thus far from the side of attack all around, investing one player at a time. Now Kororo on that right-hand side flank already trying to spot out a player. Does manage to spot out Nuts, but the circle's going to pressure him a tad bit. Forky now, can he back up the team? Yes, he can. UMP for the shots, puts one guy down onto the ground. He's going to go in for the instant elimination as well. And Abe, the final hope for the team, essentially down at the bottom.
That's the Orion player right there. The circle is going to not favor Forky, unfortunately. Gonna have to descend down to ground floor. This man-to-man fight, both of them having an AWM. And Abe does see Forky on the conveyor belt. The good news is that Forky, he is going to be safe for now.
Forky's not going to be doing no walking. He's taking the conveyor belt all around.
This could be a good ambush though.
I think he's got him tricked out already. Abe thinks that Forky's on the conveyor belt. Now he does manage to spot Abe as well. On for the left-hand side flank, AWM versus AWM. Both of them need a long-range snipe here. Abe anticipating Forky, thanks to that glue wall, knows exactly what to expect.
Saw his leg, his feet sticking out from the corner also. Forky, he's gonna aim for it. Almost takes his toe off. And Abe actually still gets shots. Both of them down in low health, but Forky does have the difference maker. Couple of med kits to keep his health topped up. He could just out-heal Abe at this point, right? Abe has to rush him.
Abe, and that CQC does not do him well at all. It is the AWM from the side of Forky that gets the final shot. 3-0 once again. We see RRQ Kazu not giving anything for the points to their side.
Sort of the Hail Mary from RRQ Kazu halfway through the set. Didn't work out, so now they're falling back a little bit. I say a little bit, but they still are bringing out 2 AWMs at least. What Abe is going to go for. I feel like if you're running Orion, you might as well be the guy that is in the front line. Kind of, you want to utilize that ability a little bit more to buy time, and he's going to have that UMP of all things.
Legolas this time on the left-hand side flank. He will be able to catch Jump off guard. It's all going to be dependent on his positioning. Poongod just rushes straight in for the fight. This time they are not worried about anything at all. Jump's going to be backing him up as well. Will spot out 2 players, just manages the quick tags, and then instant back away.
Actually got tagged by Legolas, I believe. So he's going to take some time to heal back up with the medkit. Also spots Valdo on the side, who has the shotgun of all things. But you see Jump, he is basically the Flash on his team.
And this time the flank's not going to work out. This is what I expected from RRQ Kazu a little bit earlier on. To stop that flank first, because Jump has been so annoying on the attack. And RRQ Kazu has managed to pull the momentum back to their side a tad bit. Poongod gonna see if he can circle around. That circle's gonna pretty much force everybody in towards the center in the next few seconds. And RRQ Kazu, this is something that might just go their way. But a lot of shotguns that I can see there versus the SMGs in the hands of attack all around.
Even amount of spread in terms of the territory that the teams have controlled so far. But looking at the center, RRQ Kazu, they are going to be the first one to check in and Jump playing around the corner. He's going to try and go for that right swing, doesn't find anything, but the tags are coming in for RRQ Kazu. Duz and Abe both losing some health. Jump's going to go on the offense. Valdo from behind catches him. Abe gets traded back, but Forky also drops. And and RQ Kazu might have found the opening. It's only Kororo to keep his team alive. Valdo and Dudes having decent help to work with. Legolas will get finished off. Abe still bleeding out, and it's Kororo against the world.
It's gonna be Valdo that patches himself right back up instantly.
Huh?
And what a shot by Kororo! And once again teleports himself all around Orion for the win here. Instantly, they do not expect it, but Valdo puts the final bullet in Punton to pull one beautiful round for RRQ Kazu. The first one of, I believe, the 9 or 10 that we've had thus far.
Yeah, it took 9 consecutive rounds for RQ Kazu to pull off that win, but finally, like you said, able to stop the flank from attack all around and having decent setup, right? They were the first to reach the center of the zone. They set up a very good ambush to catch Jump off guard. But a sick point-blank shot. No scope from Foki.
Oh, these bottles are going to be a game changer, man. The players are all running straight up for the bottle. Jump. And
oh, there
Punton Foki is instantly the right-hand side flank for them.
Does
They
Dudes
back
know
away.
this?
The positioning is perfect for the side of attack all around.
The question is, does Dudes know this though? He wasn't looking at the portal areas, but he does have the vantage point. So attack all around. If they can kind of get these early snipes, I believe that they can instantly go in for the offense. Abe is also pretty much out in the open.
One might argue that the attack all around team lost that round because they got a little too cheeky, rushing straight up into the middle, expecting easy engagements against RRQ Kazu. But RRQ played that countermeasure. Stopping Jump and his flank is the key here. This time, no cheeky flanks from the side of attack all around. And they're switching it up instantly as RRQ Kazu figures out exactly what they're going to do out there. That's the biggest of difference between these two teams.
Yeah, Abe does temporarily review his position, right, with the shot onto Kiroro and the ice grenade. But the good news is that RRQ Kazu once more have firm control of this compound. So attack all around. If they want to rush Abe, they might need to get through the rest of RRQ. I say that, but Punton has already arrived on the second floor. Legolas back to the expose. He's going to turn back. Good trade. Abe helping out also. And RRQ Kazu, very good adjustments to deal with attack all around.
It's going to be Kororo and Jump, the final two, but they got to take on 4 players. Jump backing away. Kororo is going to be keeping an eye on Jump, as well as on the roof of this building as well. Waldo's going to be jumping down. AWM instant shutdown from Jump. Dutch does manage to trade him out. Jump's not taken out of the equation just yet, but that's not going to be much for them. RRQ Kazu, 2 rounds in a row. They finally woke it up.
What a clean round as well from RQ Kazu. The patience paying off towards the very end. All 4 members staying alive and healthy, and they are now basically decked out in economy. I mean, you look at Legolas, right? He's going to bring out the Trogon also. So, you know that RQ Kazu feeling really good about themselves. And Xera is a map that you have so many indoor areas that all these AoEs, these explosives will be very effective. Look at the utilities that RQ Kazu have. They are so much more prepared, but for this round they won't have the ice cream.
Jump this time straight up onto that second floor. Ice Grenade's gonna push him out of his defenses quickly. And look at the flank around. That's straight up for the push. Jump tosses in an Ice Grenade, slows them down, backs away, finds a little bit of a defensive position. In the meantime, it's gonna be Foki from up top. Does manage to get shut down by Abe. RRQ have woken up and they are bringing the fight straight up to AAA.
Again, winning the initial 2 gunfights. Foki does get brought back up to a healthy state, but just with this AWM is becoming a big problem. Kiroro getting tagged by a frag grenade of all things. Yeah, but that's going to follow up alongside the frag. Again, Kiroro losing majority of his health as RQ Kazu takes control of the entire area.
This was that setup that we were talking about, giving attack all around a little bit of extra confidence and then ripping away those victories from them. RRQ Kazu. But I would have preferred something better than a 0-6 scoreline earlier on. Abe now trying to smash down this blue wall, and it's an instant shutdown. RRQ Kazu equaling up with attack all around in the second game.
Another clean round also for RQ Kazu. 2 rounds in a row. They did not lose anyone. And they are just so decked out right now in terms of the resources. They have very good secondaries for these close range fights, and they have also basically managed to figure out what Attack All Around wanted to achieve all this time. Attack All Around just couldn't pump on their brakes with enough composure, and RQ Kazu are punishing all these aggressive moves.
God, Foki sticking together this time round. I see that flank coming through from Jump on the right-hand side, but it's a 4v2. Pungon's got to get caught up just a tad bit, and he manages to back away towards the ledge, and nobody spots him.
Probably my favorite area on Xterra. You don't get to see this in the when they play a normal Battle Royale game because no one fights in Graph Lab. This is going to be a special treat. Looks like RQ Kazu slowly walking forward. Again, good tag from Valdu onto Folky. Those ice grenades, those AWM shots are really starting to hurt the health bars of attack all around.
Off. AWM, triple AWM setup. RRQ really going for the maximum now. Ah! Just a tad bit more. That hit does not poke on out. Poongod backs away and the shot does not connect from the side of the bay.
Nikolov actually gets a snipe from behind, so Poongod ends up going down anyway. Jump basically asleep at the wheel. Abe just point blank shoots him down. Folky under a lot of pressure. He also gets taken out by Abe. Roro against the wall. Once more, the frag grenade is not going to land at any time. The rest of RQ Kazu getting that third consecutive clean round. They have won 4 in a row, 3 of them with 0 knockouts.
That's the strategy, Husky. Get their confidence up to a point where it becomes overconfidence and then smash them right back. This is RRQ Kazu with 4 rounds in a row. Attack all around. Does not know what hit them.
Oh, 100%. Basically left concussed. Back in Deca Square again, you have those teleporters to work with. If RQ Kazu, it really feels like they don't really mind too much that Attack Aura are taking these teleporters, sticking together as a unit. In fact, RQ Kazu might do the exact opposite. They are already on Attack All Around's side.
And this time it's RRQ Kazu with the left-hand side flank, triple with the push. Dutz will be able to find one, tags him up, forces the player out of the equation by slowing him down. He'll need to recover. In the meantime, the rest of them aiming for Jump. Jump with the grenade. Can he cook it up? He cooks it up, but not long enough. Poongod's going to get caught out as well, but a good glue wall will block the entrance. Abe on for the chase. Poongod now from the back, and the shot from Abe is just too good.
I cannot believe that Abe just found an opening to just run straight and attack all around, but 2 of their members did get knocked down. Legalov and Valdu. Valdu gets picked back up. Attack all around, showing some sort of resistant jump against Abe, the Orion. Not a target that he can face off. So RQ Kazu pumping out the pressure again. But Jump wins this fight. The glue wall does go down. RQ Kazu finds a trade. Throw right in the face of Valdu. Absolute disrespect from Attack all around. And the flank from Folky cleans it up. We are tied up, AJ.
What? I cannot believe Kororo executed that. Okay, first of all, he had the information. He knew exactly where to find them. And that one was a total guess shot. He flanks around from the left-hand side of the wall. A quick scope in. He's got 1 player down. And of course, Folky sweeps out the other. It's 4-4 now. And it looks like the players on the side of RRQ Kazu might just be tickled a tad bit. 2 more. Let's see exactly who brings this to a go.
Oh, we have a stat on our hands for sure. First to 6 wins, so both teams just need 2 more points. The ice grenade, that one going wide. The nade! Good touch by Abe. Going into that Orion form again. It's going to regroup with the rest of his team, but they are expanding the nades really, really quickly. A generous lob of utilities from RQ Kazu that is not resulting in much.
A life-saving Orion pop there to avoid the damage from the grenade. Big brain play, instant response coming through. Let's see if Abe can execute that once again. You can see everybody's just topped up with the helmet as well as the vest. They've got the extra bit of defense, but against the AWMs, it's not going to mean all that too much. Against the grenade, a couple of shots just needed. But now on the 2nd floor for RRQ, they have to be careful here. Too many players all stacked up in the same spot.
Can be very stressful. Jump, big flank, brings Goods down to a very low health. The fact that all these glass panels are see-through makes it really hard to conceal your location. Jump gets dropped as he tries to go for a flank, but he did do some massive damage to Duz and Abe, who will now heal back up. Attack around, forced to slow down. It's a good snipe with the Folky. Poongod responds in kind. Legalov gets finished off.
Let's see if or not they can go in here for the pickup onto Jump as Folky is shut down. Waldo takes him out of the equation. Jump taken out as well. Dutz finally finishes him off. Kororo's going to get caught out. Poongod knows exactly where to expect Dutz from, but Dutz hiding away will get that information as well. In the meantime, Kororo 1v2. Kororo, Poongod goes down, all thanks to Dutz. Kororo's not going to survive this. Through the glass, you can't shoot, but Kororo makes that jump. Dutz takes advantage.
What? 2 jump shots from Kororo?
1 more, Kororo.
There's a good chance he wins this. Abe is going to use that Orion ability again. Kororo doing the same now, face to face. Another face-off, just like last time, Karoro. You're not gonna land a third jump shot, are you, Karoro?
Oh!
Right in his face! Absolute force of nature, this man is!
Karoro! A 1v3 clutch with the AWM. 2 jump shots and 1 CQC out of this sniper. Come on! That guy's cracked.
If Attack All Around doesn't win this set, it's definitely not Karoro's fault. This guy has pulled his team back from the brink 2 rounds in a row in the same location with the same weapon against the same guy. What a show from this man. He is having time of his life for sure. Back to Graph Lab for round number 10. Attack All Around at series point at this stage. If they win this one, RQ Kazu will be eliminated.
Well, we're gonna find a opportunity for RRQ Kazu from Valto gets knocked down by a skill, but the guy can still get picked right back up, and that's gonna be the case here. Ice grenade courtesy of Poon God. Connects with no one. Folky's gonna be holding the back lines here for the rest of them. The flank around from the rest of the players from the side of AAA is not gonna connect just yet as RRQ all circles in together and 1 grenade tags up 4 players.
And Folky just gets an easy spray down onto Abe also. They need to save in, they just can't get there in time with the glue wall.
What a thing.
RQ Kazu all got locked out of Graph Lab as Attack All Around took control with the utilities, and now the low gravity situation is going to allow Attack All Around to just go in for the flood. Legalov and Duel trying to keep this team in this game. Poongon and Folky both low, but the damage is still not enough. Duel finally gets a spray down to both of them. Karoro picks him off the skies again. This man is an absolute beast in Clash Squad. And Legalov, the captain of RQ Kazu, now has to do everything on his own.
Oh my goodness, and this is just a fantastic play from Karoro yet again. The final nail in the coffin. No better player to take that. Karoro, he is absolutely cracked in Clash Squad.
What is this man on? My goodness. All these AWM snipes are unreal. Things that you only get to see in Clash Squads. Definitely not in a normal mode of Free Fire, but man, we got a show in our hands.
Some insane plays here just from game number 1, and it ends as a 2-0. Some signs of life from RRQ in game number 2, but that wasn't really going to continue. Attack All Around got surprised. They got suckered in thinking that this was going to be an easy one, and that bit of overconfidence got RRQ 4 rounds in a row, but that was as far as they would let it go, as Attack All Around brings game number 1 to a close.
Basically a 2-0 in this series. I have to say MVP, series MVP, 100% Karoro. This guy, when the scores were tied up, Karoro stepped up and dragged his team across the finishing line with 2 back-to-back rounds where he just performed out of his absolute mind. The 6-4 scoreline closer than the first game. No, at least it's not a 6-0.
Oh yeah.
But for RQ Kazu, it is unfortunately the end of the road.
I mean, at the end of the day, we are looking at Attack All Around. And you know, this is a team that can take it to the world stage. This is the team that can take that World Cup right back to their homes. But, of course, that was one moment of showing for them that really took them all the way up to the top. After that World Championship, after the World Series at Sentosa, Attack All Around has been pretty quiet, Husky. Maybe this is some signs of life once again.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the players on their teams, right, if you have watched any of Free Fire in a recent year or two, you would know that these are the same members from when they won that World Championship. But at the same time, they haven't been too consistent on the Tier 1 stage, right? They've been lurking around third-party Tier 2 tournaments. They haven't been able to show up in tournaments like FFSI, FFWS, in Bangkok last year. Maybe this is a good recovery. We are in the off-season after all, before we head into the second half, which would be the road to FFWS.
The one-time national champions of Indonesia, RRQ Kazu, is not going to be able to continue the battle anymore.
I mean, look at this shot. Watch out for Karoro. I cannot fathom. What is this shot? Look at this. Oh my goodness.
Thank you for flying in the end, slowing down time.
Yeah.
To allow my easy snipes. I mean, he doesn't even need players to be slow in the first place. Karoro takes the MVP. 10 eliminations, 4,801 damage, 10% headshot rate, but it doesn't even matter, right? This guy, I think we got to switch out that weapon to the AWM. Yeah, the Karoro, he was cracked.
that round basically shows why no one ever fights in Graph Lab in
Ah,
a normal
yeah.
game of Free Fire.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
a horrible place to fight.
You barely have any defense on yourself because of all of those glass panels.
Yeah,
Just
and
when you think things are getting a little bit easier for you, gravity disappears.
gravity doesn't work in your favor. So if anyone still has the idea to live on the moon, just know that it is not a safe place to live on.
Yeah, I mean, even the fact that you don't have water there,
Yeah, true.
don't have much facilities, no toilets.
Never thought I'd see the day that I'd say this, that I appreciate gravity so much. It's actually a great thing.
Keeps you grounded.
It does. It does keep you grounded. It's either that or Kororo will keep you grounded.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, and if you do not ground yourself, you fly around in the air. We saw Kororo. You saw exactly what he's capable of. He brings you back down to 6-0, 6-4, as RRQ Kazu showed signs of life in Game 2, but it was not enough life to take away one match from the side of Attack all around. Those flanks proved to be the absolute perfect recipe to shut down RRQ Kazu in the first game. Second game was a free-for-all pretty much, where RRQ Kazu could have. They stood a good chance, but Attack all around stood up.
Yeah, you say you needed someone in the team to step up, and Kororo stepped up for his team for sure.
Yeah.
So just complete demolition by Attack all around. And the best part is that now they get to take a little break before their next set. That's going to happen this Sunday. So tomorrow, an off day for Attack all around. They are basically done. They can go off, have an early dinner, have some good sleep, do what they want, and come back on Sunday.
Easy money.
Easy money.
Easy
You
money.
are out of the well.
What has it been?
You don't get 1,000 anymore. You get more than 1,000.
Yeah, 40 minutes of play and they're already more than 1,000 USD into the competition. Attack all around, smiling year to year at this point in time. RRQ Kazu, on the other hand, unfortunately, they bow down and out of the competition. Next match, though, it is going to be Buriram United X EVOS taking on Team Flash.
My favorite rivalry since FFSI, where Jonah, he was just constantly taunting Team Flash. Well, now they really get to square up in an environment where they will be undisturbed.
I think this could just go really, really good or really, really bad for Team Flash. But from what we saw in FFSI, Team Flash proved not once but twice, but can engage with Team Buriram United and absolutely walk away with the win.
Oh yeah, they had definitely shown a bit of show that prowess right on the battlefield against all odds, against up against the players of Buriram X EVOS.
Yeah.
But can they do it in a controlled setting, right? When you just pit them, you know that meme where you have two dogs barking at each other and you just open that fence, open the gate.
Yep.
Will they still bark as loud?
Aye. Or will one get bitten and whimper away? Hopefully we find out quick enough. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, it's going to be series number 2 of the day. We got to throw it to the break in a little bit. So I guess we're going to talk a little bit more. It's Buriram United X EVOS. This is not an acquisition, it's a partnership between EVOS Phoenix and Buriram. And I think it's a great partnership, right? Because Buriram United, they bring to the table a lot of experience in the whole world of both esports as well as actual sports. And on the side of EVOS Phoenix, they bring the raw firepower. Millionaires, pretty much.
Basically, right? I was joking about this earlier on. I was like, if you can't become world championship, you basically just take the world championships for yourself. Obviously, it's all in good faith. I'm pretty sure that they have so much more to offer.
Yeah.
We'll see that in the upcoming Game 2.
season event brought to you by Garena Free Fire. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio down here with Husky, and we are having a ton of fun watching the matches thus far.
Yeah.
First one was pretty much a walkover, but we do believe this next one will go all the way into game number 3. Tell me why, Husky.
I'll tell you why, because we have one of the best rivalries that has been formed a few months ago.
Yep.
During FFSI, it's the rivalry between our two-time world champion against the boys at Team Flash. I don't know what these two, what happened between them. But apparently it's Jonah against the world.
Yep.
And we have the partnership between Buriram United and EVOS Phoenix. So now it's Buriram x EVOS with the two-time world champion up against Team Flash.
When you talk about what Team Flash has been able to do thus far, very impressive. They've been to the world stage 3 times. The problem here is in the single round elimination in this bracket, they go up against the 2-time world champs. I mean, they might have been there 3 times, but Buriram United x EVOS has won it twice for themselves.
Yeah, Buriram United, I think they've been to, well, not Buriram United, Buriram United.
I swear to God, it's a really long name.
The BRUX EVOS have been to the world stage, I believe, every single time, as far as I can remember.
Yeah.
2 world championships, 1 runner-up.
Yeah.
I mean,
By a few points, yeah.
If you compare the record to Team Flash, it's a long shot.
But surprisingly enough, at FFSI, we saw engagements that were really promising out of Team Flash. Even though this was the 2-time world champs, Team Flash did not really care. In fact, they were tickled. In fact, they were pretty much energized because we heard a lot from Jonah's mouth. Jonah was a non-stop trash talker all throughout FFSI. And I'm glad he did that because it was Jonah single-handedly invigorating all of the other teams, especially a team like Team Flash, to really step up the game.
Jonah carrying the trash talk genre. I feel like whoever gave him the green light didn't expect him to take it that far, right? And it's also fair to say that EVOS Phoenix, BRUX EVOS didn't win FFSI. In fact, they didn't even finish top 3. So it's kind of like that humbling experience I believe a lot of people behind the scenes would have really loved seeing happen. Just so you don't have this 2-time world champion winning everything. It does get stale after a while.
But it never gets stale with Thailand continuously taking the championship.
Yeah, it's still
away,
a Thai team that won the whole thing, but it's not them. At least we have new faces.
At least. E-Arena obviously was delighted to show up once again, really, really strong. They've kind of, fizzled out in the past a little bit with EVOS Phoenix back then, really stepping up their gameplay. But it's good to see that EVOS Phoenix sometimes can be humbled as well. This is a great sign before we get to the next World Series.
Yeah, and it's also, again, right, this is the first ever Clash Squad tournament we have for all our competitors. There's still some stakes for them. It also kind of preps them for the incoming tournament that's going to lead them to that world stage. If anything, we have seen how FFSI evolve as a tournament, right? The format is so much more rewarding, so much more days for these teams to really test the waters and show what they're made of. This is also how it's going to be like at the end of the year. Oh man, we have a lot to look forward to.
Oh dude, if this is going to be the format applied at FFSI, dragged into the World Series, I am going to be a happy boy.
I will fly there if it's anywhere.
The biggest problem that I've had thus far with the World Series is it's just too few rounds, man. Too few rounds, right? You make a mistake, you mess up, you're not feeling all that too well. Someone's got stomachache because they had too much of tom yum the night before, and you're gone. Your team is gone.
Your 1 year worth of hard work comes down to 6 rounds back. It is brutal. But of course, for those who are not familiar with the format, you can only have either one homer or chrono on your team, right? In terms of unique athlete skills, so you don't get like 4 homers with their homing missile. You get 4 chronos. They're just preventing all the gunshots. And this is Buriram x EVOS lineup, and they are bringing the Alok. This is the man that I actually wanted to see, right? I talked about Dimitri, but I actually wanted to see Alok as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Wasana dropping in with that Alok. You've got Get High, and you've got 2 of your best clutch players in a team fight, Moshi as well as Jonah. And both of these players pretty much can either get it done at the very start or the very end. You've got Jonah, clutch player, who's the rusher of the squad, and you've got Moshi, who's the clutcher, but he is the support player. So you better hope and pray that these are the 2 first players that you take down if your team Flash.
Yeah, and remember Wasana is, I believe, from Magic Esports, right? And they also finished pretty well on the day, but they finished 2nd in FFSI, and now he gets to join the big boys. In forms of the 2-time world champion, and also it is a team that I believe there was a graphical error. It's actually Tatsuya, not an A124. I almost got a heart attack. I was like, wow, they're running 2 A124s. So yeah, Tatsuya, Orion, Alok, and A124 for BRUX Evos.
So only one unique skill per team, and of course, when it comes to Chrono, or I believe Homer, only one of those can be chosen, just to make sure teams are not too overpowered in the battle, which I really like. It kind of keeps the pace a little bit more balanced.
Imagine having like 4 Chronos, right?
Oh my.
It used to be a thing, and was
Yeah.
not fun.
It wasn't. It most definitely wasn't, right? But this is definitely a scenario that I believe Team Flash can overcome. And EWOS Phoenix has shown many room for error early on in FFSI, where they did go in for plays and perhaps did not walk out the better team. And Team Flash might just be taking that into account as they step onto the battlefield. But we don't know what sort of prep the team or the two-time world champs have been going through in the past few weeks.
And at the same time, you're not really up against the full roster of that you face in FFSI, right? You're facing off against 3 EVOS Phoenix members plus Wasana from Magic Esports. So there definitely is going to be a shift in terms of dynamics and how this format squad functions in a team fight. And I think it's going to really put Team Flash to the test, right? How much prep have you done, and how much of that prep can actually be applied against this team that you're up against? I mean, Fate is a cruel mistress, right? You face off. This is the team that kept, hounding you for like a full tournament, and now in a single elimination format, you have to face off against them again.
I would usually agree with that assessment when a team has got a new player. But the problem here is the player is coming in and he's not really replacing the 2 main guys that I'm looking at.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Jonah, the initial engager, and Mochi, the final finisher. As long as those 2 stay together in this team of EWOS Phoenix, or now as they are known as Buriram United X EWOS, which is a mouthful for sure, but it's a mouthful that I think everybody is going to have to continuously say over and over again, because it's not the kind of team that simply just walks away from a battle. At least at this point, we get to see them really test it out there.
I mean, how much you want to bet Jonah is going to do what he did in FFSI, which is just run to 4 people.
Yeah, he's going to do that.
Oh, but he doesn't have a Chrono, so I don't think he will do that too often. But was he running the Orion? I'm not sure who had the Orion, if there's even an Orion on the team. But overall, without the Chrono, we probably won't see too many of those aggressive moves, because you don't have that time turn to protect yourself.
With the addition of Wasana, I wonder if Moshi's going to turn into a rusher as well this time.
I feel like there is a good chance, right?
Yeah.
Because now you have someone to kind of fill in that, I wouldn't say fill in the shoe, but you have someone to take up that role.
Yeah, and that really opens up the capability of Moshi out there on the battlefield, which, if you ask me, makes a deadly, terrifying team even more terrifying.
I mean, he has always been in the support player role. Even in Bangkok last year, he was, I mean, you call him a support player, but he plays like a rusher, which is the craziest part, because this guy has never really, he never really chose the life of being in the front line. You always see him with a woodpecker, with an AWM, but somehow he always ends up in the front line.
Not by choice, but by unfortunate mistakes sometimes from the rest of his team members. But, he always finds a way to clutch out those rounds. Of course, we are still awaiting this battle between the 2 teams. It is Buriram United X EWOS taking on Team Flash at the C Cup Clash Squad Series number 2. Series 1 kind of fizzled out a little bit too quick for my liking. It was a 6-0 followed by a 6-4.
Honestly, we have like 2 more great series, right? We have Farah against Morph Team. That is going to be absolutely exciting, with EVOS Divine playing in our last series today. So Indonesian EVOS fans are going to be really delighted also. I think last time we saw them was a couple months ago in Jakarta. Yeah. And ever since then, right, they didn't even qualify for FFSI, which was a bit unfortunate. I think they finished like, what, bottom 6 if I remember.
Yeah, I think there's just multiple redemption matches here for the teams that are involved, right? I mean, Farang obviously needs to redeem themselves.
We have AB Radicals also,
who need to redeem themselves. Didn't even make it to FFSI since Farang took their spot. And just like how EWOS Phoenix, or I have to say Buriram United X EWOS, they fizzled out at FFSI. That's exactly what happened to AB Radicals at the MCPS majors.
Yeah, well, to be... I would agree with that.
The finals.
That I think it's very unlucky, right? and that's also kind of a product of the format. We are looking at that point of time, it was still kind of like the older format, so AB Radicals didn't really get to ramp up as much as they wanted to. But you know, when you talk about Farang, I think a lot of people's recent memories of this team, which I think we can expand on it later on, is just that they had a horrendous FFSI run. We'll get into that when we get to that third series. But for now, at least we get to look at how the Kings do it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, let's get into it right now because it seems like we've got a lot of time. You know, the run by Farang, and I thought it was going to be another Malaysian team to pick up the slack and really represent both MCPS as well as Malaysia, but Expand kind of did the exact same thing Farang did in the finals.
Yeah, honestly, I don't use this term, you know, loosely. I feel like it's a very heavy phrase, but you kind of have this very embarrassing run, right?
Yeah.
At the regional stage where you are slated to perform not at the best, but better than some of the teams that are projected to, you know, to kind of not make it.
Yeah.
I mean, Farang's case definitely is something that I think it will haunt them for a long, long time.
AB Radicals would have been shaking their leg thinking, they just lost the opportunity. We would have backed more.
I honestly feel the same. I think you look at AB Radicals last year in Bangkok, that was our first seed on that world stage, and they didn't perform too bad. You know? They weren't the best by a mile, but they definitely weren't the worst also.
Absolutely right. And you know, this time, once again, it is just all arcs of redemption for multiple teams at the C Cup Clash squad. Of course, it doesn't go ahead to prove anything because it's a very different setup in comparison to a Battle Royale, but at least you get to reclaim a little bit of honor if you do.
If you don't know yet, there is a ranked mode for Clash Squad, so if you are a fan of that, you can definitely participate in it.
Absolutely. But as you can see, it's all-out chaos for sure. You better be hopping on in there with a proper team, and you better queue up together with that squad, because if you go in randoms, good luck to you.
So I learned something today from my friend, right? So I told my friend that usually when I want to relax, you know, and not play competitive titles, I play single player games. And the first thing he said to me was he named a competitive title. I guess when you're playing alone, every game is a single player game.
Fair enough, man. Fair enough. Moshi Jonah, Wasana, as well as Get High. They represent Buriram United x EVOS Esports.
And you have Team Flash, Yanbin, Artemis, Shin, and Beo. They've been together for so long, honestly, right? This is a team that have spanned, you know, multiple regional events. They've been to the world stage at least once in their career. And here they are, I mean, facing up against, I would say, arguably their biggest demons.
For some other team, I would say they've stuck together a little bit too long. Maybe it's time for a change, but it's not really the case because they are really great as far as their own national level is concerned. They are one of the top teams, but on the international stage, there's just a little bit of brushing up to do, which I truly believe they are already on the way to doing so.
It is one of those few teams where, like you said, right, usually you would want to see some changes, but I think in this case, them sticking together has really bear fruits, has really shown that result. As you know, as little as it is, we'll see. I mean, we're gonna jump into our first set in these two teams. I mean, I can't wait to see how this Wasana is gonna fit in with the rest of the Evo squad.
I'm curious to see if or not Wasana even plays a role, because you've got Moshi and Jonah who are potentially just gonna be running at Team Flash. But hopefully Team Flash can punish them a tad bit to allow Wasana to shine as well. As you can see at the very start of the game, it's all going to be the game of the medkits. You are going to have a couple of purchases as well. Buriram United x EVOS, they're not saving up on any bit of money. They're just going all out.
Sounds about right. Sounds about what they would do. You have this 3-1 split. Moshi's going to take point right at the front already. And you hear the sirens. Instantly, we might see that bit of contact. Wasana spots out the entirety of Team Flash. This is going to allow BRU EVOS to really have the drop onto Team Flash.
No grenades can be used in this first round, except Wasana if he brings it out. Bio does have one on him as well.
Wasana already used his. So Bio still keeps that utility with him. But Wasana, he is coming in from a long flank also.
Bio does not connect with anyone. That's a little bit of a waste of grenade. In a Clash squad, it can definitely have a lot of effects if you do manage to spot out your opponents first before you do go ahead and toss out that grenade. Get high now, cooking his up. Will he connect? Shin backs away, spots a backstabber, and Wasana quickly puts him down on the ground.
Yeah, that's pistols already in the bag for BRU FC was for sure. There's
What?
Orion. Perishes.
Oy.
I mean, very straightforward. BRU corral Team Flash and pushed them outside of a compound
Yeah.
and just clamped the jaws onto Team Flash.
If they had stayed in, Get High's grenade would have probably finished them off as well. So either way, Buriram United actually they had every single angle covered in that first round. Team Flash, they know exactly what to expect, but the question is, can they counter a team as crazy as Buriram United?
It's one of those few teams where it really, you know, when you play a game, this is master level difficulty, right? It tests every single knowledge and mechanics that you know and learn about the game itself. I mean, Team Flash, they're definitely on a slightly lighter buy. 4 sets of double revolvers, and once more you see the same spread from BRU. They have basically taken control of majority of this this area, and they have boxed Team Flash on that northern corner.
Let's see if the slow approach does serve Team Flash well. They do spot out one. Yanbin gets tagged up by Wasana. Wasana going for a 2-player shutdown all at the same time. Jonas nade from nowhere finds Yanbin. Wasana goes in for the finisher, and he does shut down Artemis. This is a quick takeover by Buriram United once again.
Yeah, I mean, the Tatsuya dash, absolutely deadly. Jonah moonwalks straight out of danger. Themselves 4 clean kills. With Get High getting knocked down, but not that it matters too much. BRU with 2 fast rounds to start it off. Didn't expect anything less, but this is where Team Flash are going to have slightly better guns. But they will have to force it a little bit. You see the AWM for BO, triple SMGs for the rest of the team.
This is not turning out the way I wanted it to. I wanted to see a little bit of extra flashy fights out of Team Flash. BO this time around. Oh, this is a terrible place to start off from because BO has got no defense whatsoever. Yanbin out in the open, has got the UMP in hand. And Ice Grenade is going to tag them up real quick. Yanbin backs away. Here comes the flush from Wasana. Wasana is the rusher for the side of Buriram United XE-Boss. That is insane. And he is just going to flush them out from the right-hand side. Yanbin gets away from that sticky situation, but Wasana does find BO.
Yeah, and you see that butterfly effect, right? BO, he was out in the open with Wasana getting, with Wasana pushing Yanbin away. BO got exposed, and BRU basically just comes in and cleans up the rest of Flash. That's it, 3 in a row.
And this is just very smart purchases from Wasana team here. Buriram United XE-Boss not wasting a lot of their money, keeping a lot of cash still on hand, investing in the UMPs, a slightly cheaper SMG that is going to get the job done, mainly because they were convinced their opponent's Team Flash were going to be walking in with the pistol. So that was a smart one.
Yeah. And I believe Wasana did have the double revolver when he was running down Yanbin. And mind you, that was a Tatsuya that he was chasing after, right? Not the easiest target to run after, but if you force him out of position, you really cripple the formation of Team Flash. BO is going to do the same thing with the AWM. He's going to take point. Might have to deal with Moshi on the other end. Wasana again making first contact with Team Flash. Artemis showing himself already. Charge Buster on one of the Team Flash members. And BRUXE was so far still not really taking too much damage. In fact, both Orions will pop their abilities, and Moshi playing ring around the rosy. Essentially, with 2 members of Team Flash, they just could not get him. On the other end, Wasana punishes Artemis.
And Moshi is still alive and kicking. He just disappeared from the screen in front of the 2 players from the side of Flash. Yanbin is going to be holding on for his dear life. Jonah and his jump screen does not even put him at a disadvantage at all. Yanbin misses the opportunity through the glue wall. Jonah shuts him down with the scope. Unnecessary aggression. And I cannot believe Moshi got away from that.
It reminds me of, was it Tom and Jerry? But you know, like when you put a mechanical toy mouse and the cat runs after it?
Yeah. That
kind of feels like it. It was a wild goose chase onto Moshi that Team Flash, they felt the need to get him out because damn if you do, damn if you don't.
He literally kited 2 players whilst Wasana was just shutting down the rest of them in the background.
Funnest part was that Team Flash tried to block him with the glue wall and ended up blocking themselves.
I know, right? Insane stuff out of Team Flash. but it's not as insane as Buriram United X EVOS. Wasana, Moshi, everybody moving up straight forward this time round. A little bit of a disadvantage for the Buriram squad. Team Flash first to the defensive spot. That grenade's going to fly wide. Artemis barricades himself in the meantime. That's not great, as Jonah does have the grenade. If one comes flying in, Artemis is going to be in a lot of trouble.
Wasana has already taken position as well. And look at this Homer drone. Put up by Shin. He's trying to find some information. It does tag onto Jonah, but it's one of those few members that even if you know where he is, there's no follow-up from Team Flash. And BRU X EVOS, they have taken control of the entire area. As always, good snipe from BO to kick things off. That's going to slow down BRU X EVOS just a little bit, but Wasana responds in kind. Jonah gets picked back up, and Artemis is now taking massive damage. Shin tries to help. It's a 2 versus 1 in this area, but it's taking them so long. Jonah finally dropped.
And a flank around from Yanbin. This is a good attack from him, and that gives Artemis the opportunity to find the knock onto Wasana. Yanbin circling around once again. From the door, finds a player. Get High goes down. Can he find Moshi as well? And it is an annoying pop coming through, but it does not survive long enough. Team Flash gets one round for themselves. I guess a consolation sometimes is okay.
Yanbin basically carrying that round, punishing BRU X EVOS. Moshi did try his Orion trick again. That time didn't work out. Still a long way to go for Team Flash. They need 3 more rounds to equalize this.
I think he couldn't find a way out of the Orion. He struggled. Just kept knocking into the wall. Couldn't find the window.
You love to see the Trogon being brought out as well. Multi-purpose in this mode. Not exactly the cheapest weapon, but it does get the job done. BRU 4 men strong.
Oh, wow.
This is going to be a very early flash. Jonah, he's going to use the Tatsuya, dashing to the corner as Wasana once more taking first contact against Team Flash.
BO from up top can be the game changer here. Does he find line of sight though? Artemis tagged up already. BO from up top. Moshi spotted out as well. One shot can do the trick, but he misses the first one. Second one does not miss. Headshot. Moshi gets taken out of the equation, and that position from BO was perfect.
And they need a bit of help though, as 3 members of Team Flash have already been dropped. Bayo, I mean, carrying the AWM into a CQC, not really the best choice. So BRU X EVOS finds their 5th in a blink of an eye. Match point already for them.
Looks like Moshi's still going to be the backup player, the support for the side of Buriram X.
Can you say that Jonah has 9 kills and Wasana has 8?
I know, what a great acquisition. I mean, Wasana's really showing exactly why he was acquired by the 2-time world champ.
The buys for Team Flash, not the best. 4 SMGs. Definitely kind of went for the Hail Mary go big or go broke. Now you don't have an AW to work with. It's a very fast clash. Look at Jonah popping out the nade already. Bayo taking heavy damage right from the start. It's going to take some time to recover. Artemis also getting chipped away. Wasana with the Trogon. He's starting to make life a bit hard for members of Team Flash.
Get high, charge buster, charges it up. Doesn't get attacked just yet, backs away. BO tops himself right back up as Buriram X EVOS backs away from all of those containers, and now the left-hand side flank is going to be absolutely useless. The whole side of EVOS flanking towards the right-hand side, and that is all just dragging the players on the side of Flash straight towards Moshi, and he snipes.
Yeah, and they're going to get pincered again. Jonah basically takes out BO. Artemis in a 1 versus 1. Jonah puts on the blue wall, still challenges with a sliver of health, ends up losing that one. Wasana also getting punished, of course, by Yanbin and Artemis. Shin does end up dropping. Wasana picks back up. Yanbin tries to catch up to the pace with the Tatsuya dash, but not getting there in time. Now Get High will take him out, and Artemis will face off against Moshi, the clutch god of BRU X EVOS. Not the easiest fight. Moshi has 30 more health thanks to his loadout, but doesn't matter. Artemis, the god of war, is going to win this one. The goddess of the hunt, in fact.
Perfect shutdown for Team Flash, but they gotta repeat that 4 more times in a row. Buriram X EVOS just needs 1 more round to close the deal on this match, which obviously is a little bit of a easier effort than what is required off of Team Flash.
Sometimes you just need someone to kickstart that win streak, right? Get the ball rolling. We saw that from RQ Kazu against Attack Oran just now. 4 in a row. You just need someone to kind of keep that momentum going. Maybe that win is going to propel Team Flash to get a bit more. Take it 1 round at a time. Shindo getting tagged out very early on alongside Yanbin. Not the best opening. Wasana spotted out by Shin, who has a shotgun in hand, but no avenues.
Shin M1887 in hand. Finds nothing. Needs to hop on out of the window. Jonah has been spotted out already. Bio, is he going to shoot the backpack? Nah, Jonah. Just a little too sneaky with the positioning.
Yeah, just the backpack unfortunately doesn't really count. Artemis, good rush. Actually takes down Get High. And now Bio gets the free fire. Unfortunately, the glue wall is going to block off access. Shin takes out Jonah on the side. An ambush that has been he has been cooking for a long time. And now BRUX Evos down to 2 members.
Team Flash baiting them in, finishing them off one after the other. But Moshi and Wasana to find the finisher. Moshi with the AWM. Wasana still alive and kicking. M1887, the pumps coming through from Shin. Wasana gets tagged up, put down onto the ground. Moshi, can he find the safe? 1v4, answers no. Team Flash, lots of signs of life.
Alright, I mean, the economy is slightly building up a little bit. See the snowball for Team Flash. They bring out the Charge Buster. 2 SMGs. And an AWM this time. Okay, double AWM in fact for Team Flash. Yeah, playing on the dam, so a lot of long-range angles, long-range fights that can be taken. BRU's end, they only have that one AWM. Not really much resources to work with compared to Team Flash.
Let's see how they work on a pretty much slower round in terms of resources. Wasana very aggressive, forced to use that glue wall as Shin tries to snipe him away from his perch. Gets in front either way, get high tagged up a slight bit. That's not gonna force them back just yet, but Bio on that right hand side flank. This could be deadly as Team Flash approaches BRU.
It's not gonna be easy for BRUX Evos in any way. UAV deploying.
Oh!
Artemis taking a huge chunk of damage. Does respond with his own utility, that ice grenade. It's not going to be enough to chip his health away as he heals back up in time. BRU though again circling around, and they are, look at the amount of space that Team Flash has. Not too much to work with.
Just a second too late with that ice grenade. And we do see that recovery from Team Flash as they continue pushing up forth, and BRU's fully rotated around already.
Yeah, eventually, essentially swapping places.
Yeah,
right?
exactly, right? Bio, opportunity, misses that one shot, but now all of the glue walls pulled out earlier on by Flash, now being used by BRU, not being forced to use their own at all. Shin with the grenade, not gonna go for the pop. Jonah just around this glue wall, a 1v2 awaits him, but he doesn't rush in for it. And Yanbin wants to pull that flank, and I think this is a smart move out of Flash.
This could be the flank that pushes Team Flash into that 4-5 score. You can see Yanbin, he's trying to put himself in the front, but that is no shot. It's going to alert the rest of BRUX Evos. Time left though. The blue one's going to go down. Yanbin needs some help. He's going to get it. The blue zone also closing in. Both teams getting suffocated essentially. And look at BRU. They're basically hogging this entire entrance. Moshi's going to use that Orion. Goes right in. What a 180! He's going to use that Orion ability again and replenishing his health and just forcing Team Flash into absolute pandemonium. Get High mows them down. It's Shin and Yanbin to hold the fort, and BRUX Evos looking for their first map win.
And God plays out a Moshi finally. Guy just hops on out of the Orion, tosses a grenade, forces Team Flash away from his spot. But now Artemis with a sliver of health left. He does have the medkit to patch himself right back up. Wasana, in the meantime, will go ahead to recover a tad bit as well. Artemis and Shin, both right in front of him. Just waiting for one of them to make a mistake. With the charge buster in hand, Wasana finds the first one. Can he find the second? Opportunity, and it will be the glue wall, but Wasana doesn't get to him before Jonah does. And finally, the end to round number 1 for the side of BRU.
Very straightforward from BRUX Evos. Fresh look for Wasana, right? I believe this is his debut with the team.
Yeah.
Not in Battle Royale, but in Clash Squad. Overall, you kind of see the dynamic. Like you said, AJ, early on, the core doesn't change, but Wasana fits in just well.
The core doesn't change, but you know, the existing setup just became so much more deadlier. Instead of just depending on Jonah as the rusher, they now have got a secondary rusher in the name of Wasana, who's equally as effective, which is insane if you think, because this team did not want to beef up their defenses, they stepped up their offense.
You know what they say, if I kill my enemy first, my enemy cannot kill me.
Unless he tossed the grenade out first.
Basically that, right? You look back at FFSI, Wasana was one of the, well, not was, is one of the few great CQC players from Magic Esports, where he essentially not only has high amount of damage output, but he also has a lot of that clutch potential for his team.
Absolutely, right? And of course, It seems like 6-3 is going to be the scoreline Team Flash will need to stick by for this one particular matchup, but we see lots of signs of life. We see the potential for Team Flash to overcome the team of Buriram X EVOS. But what they, of course, need to do is shut down two annoying rushes in the name of Jonah, the in-game, he is the team captain, as well as Wasana, the newest addition. Crazy stuff, because it's not easy to engage with them, clearly.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, we're going to head to Nextera next, and, you know, if anything, the dynamics definitely going to change a little bit, right? You fight in areas that are normally not your preferred zones. The Graph Lab, one of the few areas that just makes life absolutely miserable for, I think, a lot of these players, because they generally don't access that often anyways.
Yeah.
You also have, you know, what do you call conveyor belts, you have just portals as well, and glass panels, see-through glass panels.
I was surprised with the Drogon purchase, but it was the Drogon that did take down Mochi in one of those rounds where Team Flash, I believe, got their very first victory. From then on, it was Buriram X EVOS for the victory, but Team Flash kind of held them back a tad bit, winning out 2 back-to-back rounds. And that's the kind of life that I want to see from Team Flash, but it just came a little bit too late this time around. Hopefully, in game number 2, they start things off on the right foot. They start getting those rounds for themselves first, because you know Buriram is going to be stepping up the gas pedal. And this is not the fastest pace that this team can engage with just yet.
Oh yeah, and it's definitely, and also it's limited by the resources that they have, right?
Yeah.
You don't really have, 10,000 grenades that you can just keep lobbing into enemies, which is a good thing. But of course, Jonah as our match MVP, no surprise right there, running the Tatsuya, is really giving you that boost of movement speed, that extra maneuverability does make life a bit hard. And also, it's not too bad of a character.
Refresh is so quick.
Yeah, it's not too bad of an ability to deal with snipers, right? You can to a certain degree confuse them, but just don't keep white peeking it, because you will get punished.
Yeah, Tatsuya is perfect, right? Especially when you want to get into position very early, you get the double pop, and on top of that, you don't have a very long cooldown on this active skill. So it is a fantastic setup when it comes to stepping on into a matchup where you want to get to the front line first, and we all know Jonah as that mad rusher for Buriram United X EVOS, and he has been using this character to its perfection. And defensively as well, like you pointed out, if you're going up against a player, it's very decently effective to dash out of the way and find a little bit of cover.
And honestly, I now this gives me an idea, right? What we're seeing right now in Clash Squad, right? The setup, the character loadout.
Yeah.
Could be a premonition to what we get to see for the rest of competitive Free Fire, at least for the rest of the year, right? Maybe we will see Tatsuya on a competitive stage.
I don't know if he is super effective on a battle royale.
But just maybe, right? When you
maybe,
see it in action, you're like, there's a chance.
There's most definitely a chance, because it looks like a decent
It looks
run.
good in
Yeah,
Clash
it looks
Squad.
good. And later on in Battle Royale, I guess more than one player can bring Tatsuya in, so it might be a game changer as well. You never know.
Yeah, I say that, but it's a long shot. I mean, Chrono is still going to take up 2 of the spots, right? So at the end of the day, if
you got the four homers running out there as well.
Yeah.
Not many people are going to
4
be paid.
J beats,
Yeah.
So Clash Squad is also a mode where you just get to experiment or get to see some of the characters that you know are not going to show up in Battle Royale.
Yeah, Clash Squad, the one thing that obviously all of these teams are focusing on is the speed to get to the defensive spot, as well as the speed of the flankers, which we have seen come in extremely effective for not one but 2 teams so far. Earlier on, we did see the first matchup where, unfortunately RRQ couldn't really counter the flanks out of Attack All Around. It would be fantastic to see Attack All Around take on Buriram.
Oh, it would definitely be. I mean, if Buriram X EVOS wins this, they are going to be up against Attack All Around on Sunday, right?
Yeah.
So it would be a very interesting rematch as well, because, Attack All Around did steal the 3rd World Series from our boys. I say that, but they earned it for sure, fair and square.
Yeah.
So that would be a good rematch. I'm pretty sure that they've done it multiple times in their domestic MCP majors. But overall, it's also good to see how Buriram X EVOS are still they still maintain that aggression.
Absolutely, and of course Team Flash did show signs of life not once but twice but 3 times.
3 times, yeah.
But it was just a tad bit too slow.
It's those rounds where you don't really, it's not like RQ Kazu when they win with 3-4 members alive, right?
Yeah.
How Team Flash won is very bloody. It came down to the wire, Artemis going for a 1v2 clutch, and sometimes you would kind of you feel like you want to demand a bit more, right? It's not clean enough.
And I have to say, Moshi plays the role of a survivor really, really well. And packed with the Orion active, it just keeps him surviving on the battleground a little bit longer than what his opponents were expecting. And that's not for him to clutch out those battles at the very end. It was just to buy a little bit more time for the rest of his team members to flank around.
Yeah,
and he doesn't need that by any chance whatsoever. He can handle those fights. But allowing that extra bit of time just makes it a deadly engagement for Team Flash.
On top of that, he regenerates health, right? So you kind of can spare some of that cash for other stuff. Maybe a grenade, maybe a better gun, because you have a way to heal yourself back up. So we are going to head to next era for our second set. Again, first to 6 wins, and Buriram X Evos are essentially one set away from advancing onto the next stage to take on Buriram, well, to take on Attack all around.
Let's see exactly who walks away with this one. It is going to be a do-or-die mission now for Team Flash. If they do take an L, unfortunately, they will get knocked out of the competition. Obviously, that's not something that we want to see for them, but only one team can survive this grueling battle. It is an unforgiving setup, a single round, a single elimination bracket right here at the very start of the competition. You cannot mess up. You have to be ready. And if you were not ready, I guess round number 1 is enough to get you warmed up.
Oh, 100%. And to be very fair, I feel like for most of these teams, it's like their first time playing. Well, for all of them, it's actually their first time playing in Clash Squad. I don't think you would spend too much time playing Clash Squads when you are prepping for other tournaments. So, you know, all fun and games. We're going to head into the second set in a little bit. The lineups should be just the same for both teams. With BRUX Evos having the upper hand right now. They have that 1 set advantage. For Team Flash, it's all about their reverse sweep. Can they bring it back 2 in a row?
I think they might be able to, but Team Flash obviously wants to say, nah-uh. Yanbin, Artemis, Shin, Bio. This is round number 2 as we hop on into next era. Hopefully they do have a tad bit more of a chance. Dealing with Sasana is going to be a problem. But dealing with Jonah seems to be an absolute impossible situation at the moment that they need to find a solution for.
I mean, our VFX guy has been working overtime.
Oh yeah.
You don't have to do that, but god damn, it looks so good.
Oh yeah.
Can't get over it for sure. They're amping it up every single tournament. And mind you, this is just Clash Squad. It's not even, you know, major or a World Series, but still, the upgrade.
I think the VFX guy is the main reason why the organizers keep getting jobs after jobs, right? He knocks the ball right out of the park.
He does. You're setting the bar way too high.
Oh yeah.
It's a good thing.
Oh, look at this flank. Wasana instantly flanking around towards the right already. It's a 2-2 setup this time round for Buriram X Evos, and Flash does not know what they're walking into. They're keeping a tight grouping. They're all moving around at the very same time, swapping around spots with the other 2 players on the side of Buriram. And one good grenade is not going to flush them out just yet, but Wasana knows exactly where to expect them from.
Yeah, love the adjustment from BRUX Evos. They hear the trampling footsteps of Team Flash and they immediately regroup on the other side. So they're not risking any potential 2v4s. That's gonna, you look at the map, right? BRU essentially took control of the center again.
I'm just going to call them Buriram Evos.
Buriram Evos.
It's a tongue twister, my friend.
BRU Evos, okay? I'll stick with that. I'll stick with that.
I love the name Buriram. So Buriram Evos. You can come up with a little jingle with that. Buriram Evos. Buriram. Maybe not. I'll coin one better later.
Team Flash, they definitely are looking for these more openings, right? Initial contact taken against Shin. Oh, losing many health. Get High just takes him out in the open, and that was not really a fair fight for Get High in any manner. Bio and Artemis getting mowed down by the rest of BRU Evos, and Yanbin left to his own devices. That's going to be pistol. Wasana tries to go for a cheeky knife. Not going to get it, but Yanbin, yeah, he is down and out. Moshi comes in for the cleanup. Cheeky opening for BRUX Evos, but they win anyways.
I'm not sure what Shin was looking for there, running around. He knew the player was there. He saw the player first. Chooses to circle around without the weapon in hand. Clearly paid a high price for that. Bison this time purchased by Yanbin. This is a force buy from Team Flash, and they're expecting Yanbin to find something for himself while the other 3 just hold on to their revolvers. Let's see how this one goes.
Yeah, it's a decent utilities to work with also, right? So everything kind of rests on the shoulders of Yanbin. It has to pay off because this could
I would have
damage the
just
economy.
saved my money. This should have been an eco round for the side of Team Flash for sure. They did. Because I mean, Yanbin's a good player. But 1v4, the only guy with a Bison, I don't know what he can pull off here.
They did take the teleporter though. I'm not sure. One day BRU knows this. I feel like they have a good idea. I'm marking where Bio is at.
They're looking at the teleporters. They're expecting them out of there.
Okay, never mind.
There you go.
He gets dropped. He was the only guy out in the open, so, well, away from his team. Yanbin, that's the guy with the Bison.
Oh my.
Moshi is like the worst target to go up against. Just ducks into the corner, pops up the blue wall. Now Moshi, he's had enough of this. Jonah from behind with his own Bison takes out Yanbin, and that's it. Round 2 should be in the bag for BRU Evos.
Yep, they should have saved that money. Now Yanbin's going to start off the next round a little bit poor. Guy's not going to be able to buy both the armor as well as a good weapon. So the Flash just gave away this next round to BRU Evos.
Nothing is still as forced as quadruple AWM that what we saw from RQ. That one was a true force. To their credit, I believe they did win that round. Now 2 Bisons.
See what I mean? Now, okay, he
3 Bisons.
He forces this Bison out. Okay, he's got a little bit of armor on himself as well. Bio's gonna go for the AWM. No armor. Wow. Bio better not step up in front. He's gonna be punished instantly.
BRU just straight to the center. And Shin, yeah, he's gonna get caught out. Look at Wasana again. He is so deep into this building. If you are Team Flash, you are always on edge because you have no idea where Wasana is gonna be.
And you see the priority from the side of BRU. Constantly just focusing on their armor. Sana's gonna get an easy one with the Mac 10. Not a problem for him at all. In the meantime, the rest of the players just cleaning up house. Moshi gets Bio out of the equation. Yanbin, final player. Bison.
That was
Won't
no
be able to
contest
take
at
one
all.
down, but that's a quick end.
So Wasana had an SMG, but decided that he's just gonna use his pistol to get a knock.
Okay, Team Flash is very bad at using their money. I will not hire them as my accountant. I think the priority is just going to the wrong spots within the game.
It's like playing roulette, right? Like if you it's like flipping a coin, right?
Yeah.
If you call for hits enough, you're eventually gonna get hit.
I don't think it works in Free Fire though.
if you bet enough, eventually you're gonna win something.
You keep betting on hits, your opponents are gonna get the headshot on you. Bio. This time Bio doesn't even have a helmet, so the headshot's just a tad bit more effective. Yanbin does find Wasana. Good engagement as it starts off. That Bison's very effective, but Moshi finds Yanbin. Artemis taken down at the very same. Oh my lord.
Oh yeah,
I might as well just stop speaking at this point.
Yeah, this round is done for sure. Last guy's AWM. Yeah, not really the.
Alright. Okay, Orion versus Orion.
I mean, of all things to take him out, I believe it was a overhead grenade.
I am not liking this, man.
This is faster than Mat 1 for sure. So
Okay, now we all got money. Let's
finally,
go. Now we all got
they
cash.
need 4 rounds. You say they have money, but Bio, he has no armor.
No, he's got enough.
He's
He's
gonna
got
get
enough.
it. Can he get it?
Yeah, he
Ah,
can.
there
He
it
can.
is.
Okay. Buy a helmet. Dude,
No,
He says,
no. Yeah.
glue walls are better than helmets. Bios don't need helmets. Let's go. If he gets taken down by a headshot. If he gets taken down by a headshot, I tell you.
I'm telling you, it is also one of the worst areas to not buy a helmet because it's all see-through panels, right?
And it's grab labs, bro. Let's go. It's gonna be an opportunity now. Jonah,
Well,
my God!
All right.
Back to back, Yanbin goes down as well. Oh, this is just an absolute crusher set up by BRU.
You know, when I say that at least you don't have 10,000 grenades, they just spent their life's fortune on ice grenades and frag grenades. I guess it doesn't matter if it's Clash Squad or Battle Royale. That's
This is why
5 rounds already?
This is why Jonah was trash talking Team Flash so much, because they knew what would happen if they went up 4v4. And Wasana's having a field day out there.
He definitely is. It's unfair for Team Flash, honestly. I mean, the first team you face off against is the team that has been smack-talking you for a full month.
Jonah finished.
He's gonna continue doing this. If these two teams make it to the World Series, which I am confident they will, I'm pretty sure Jonah would keep saying, you know, last time we met, remember what happened?
Jonah and Wasana, both in the first match alone, had 3+ KDs for themselves. And it doesn't seem like it's going to change in game number 2. A 6-0 just beyond this one next round. Wasana hops on out. That's a very daring move. Artemis circles around. Bison through the glue wall. Not going to penetrate it just yet. And he steps out at the wrong time. Shin does find Wasana though. That's a good backup coming through from Team Flash.
Yeah, Get High also gets down. So Team Flash, they have a good chance to look for the first round after so long. It's Jonah and Moshido, the two pillars of BRU Evos. The easiest members to take down. Shin under pressure. The gravity is making life absolutely rough for him, but Jonah does get traded back, so Moshi will be left to his own.
Okay, they all jump over the wall, so Moshi's not going to find an angle just yet. Circle forces Moshi in. 1v3. Moshi needs to go crazy. He does have the Orion, so he won't be able to buy a little bit of time as he circles around these blue walls. And a quick CQC. AWM still finds the player, but it is just a little bit too quick. Yanbin does circle around, and he saves the day.
I tell you, AWM and Orion is kind of the new thing right now. You come out of Orion form, you just point blank someone, and it's almost always a guaranteed knock.
Oh, the Groza's out. Bio means business this
Look
time
at Moshi, look at what he has.
There's Moshi. Is that a double AWM?
I believe so. I believe so.
She's like, I've got so much of money, I don't know what to do with it. Let me just go get 2 snipers.
Yeah, but you can't dual wield them.
Imagine.
Please no.
AWM Akimbo, let's go.
AWM Akimbo will be such a nightmare for Battle Royale. It's not going to be fun, you know.
No scopes allowed, only hip fire.
I feel like if you want to enable AWM Akimbo, you need to bring back the old chrono where you can shoot out of it. Jonah and Wasana, well, that's it. That is going to be it for Team Flash unless Bio can pull out a clinic in this 1 versus 4. Jonah looking to rush him down as always. Team Flash put in their place in a blink of an eye. Good point blank shot.
Again, takes up all of that HP. Jonah this time around from up top will get pressured. And that's the end of game number 2. BRU x EVOS crushes Team Flash in a flash.
Not even a win worth celebrating. It's just another day in the office.
Yeah. I mean, we expected it.
Look at Jonah. He's like, there it is. There it is. That's a 2-0.
Guy can't use a mic. He uses hand signs now.
And Moshi is like, all right, I'm going for dinner. You know.
I don't know if that's peace or he's showing that they got 2 rounds.
I'm pretty sure that's what the math doesn't. The math doesn't check out. They got 5 rounds in total. Okay, so.
It is a walkover victory from your 2-time world champs. Team Flash had nothing on them.
Oh yeah.
I think it was a little bit of a miscommunication, especially with that second round where Yanbin accidentally bought, and you know his team was like, "Oi, eco!"
And he's like, "Huh? What? No." 6-1 in this second set. In BRU EVOS, they're going to move on, so they will face off against Attack All Around, one of the domestic rivals. I would say that because Attack All Around didn't even make it to regionals, right? But either way, that is going to happen on Sunday. For Team Flash, they are going to join RQ Kazu as the eliminated team. Second team, in fact, to get knocked out from our Clash Squad C Cup.
Unfortunate, of course, for Team Flash, but the competition is just going to get spicier as the teams who are very, very efficient on this game mode of Clash Squad will be able to take on each other in the next stage of this setup.
The only reason it feels so bad for Team Flash is because it is Team Flash against, you know, the BRU EVOS, right? If it's any other team, right, sure, the result would still be the same, but you wouldn't feel as bad. At least that team isn't a squad that Jonah is actively, you know, talking smack about for a full month.
you know what?
That's what makes it feels bad, like, really bad.
Craziest thing is, you don't have Nation going up against Nation. We've got 4 different regions hopping on into this competition. And for the very first stage, we've kind of split them up already, right? So no region takes on another team from the exact same region, which means there's a possibility we're going to have 4 Thai teams and on the next stage.
we might get a... Honestly, we might get a Thai finals. You know, like, why am I... This is actually... welcome to the 6th MCPS major for Thailand. Clash Squad mode.
It is insane. This region is arguably the best when it comes to Free Fire. 9 eliminations this time round for the MVP Jonah, as he always is for the squad. 2,545 on the damage. 33% headshot rate. I mean, you gotta respect what Jonah can do in the game.
I mean, like, I tell you, if the amount of cash prize that Thailand as a region has earned in Free Fire can fund other regions, for sure. EVOS alone can fund other regions.
Yeah,
right?
EVOS alone can
They
do
are
it. Right?
millionaires. Well, the organization.
They can run a World Series already at this point. The whole.
They probably could run a major World Series. Actually,
No, if they join up together as a
if they
region.
join together, yeah, they could.
6-3, 6-1 Team Flash makes a flashy exit. And this is the second 2-0 of the day.
Yeah.
Are we gonna see a string of 2-0s today, Husky?
There is a chance, right? But at least we are not going to see a Thai team for the rest of the evening, right? We are going to have MCPS, Farang and AB Radicals. We're going to have Indonesia, which is more team, and we are in more team and EVOS Divine.
Yeah.
So now with MCPS against Indonesia, we do go back a little bit in terms of history.
We most definitely do, right? And is it going to be an all-out Indonesia matchup at the next bracket? Or is it going to be MCPS versus MCPS? Or will we have an equal battle here with both regions sending in one representative each? Farang hasn't shown up much apart from the grand finals at the MCPS Majors. AV Radicals pretty much bombed out even at the MCPS Majors. So I don't know exactly what to expect after this.
You know what? I just want to see Farang take on AV Radicals. I know Indonesian fans are not going to be happy hearing this, but maybe in an alternate universe, right? I mean, I want Farang to take on AV Radicals because I kind of feel like behind the scenes, well, at least for Malaysian fans, they're not big fans of AV Radicals just because they support the local teams. And there's nothing against AV Radicals by any means. So we have this internal rivalry. It's unspoken. But whenever these two regions clash, it's always a sight to behold.
I mean, it makes sense, right? I mean, there's a lot of hate for AV Radicals, especially from the Malaysian side. Mainly because they're like, wait a minute, your region plays Free Fire? The Philippines, they don't have many Free Fire teams. But the teams that we do have out of the region are really, really good. And they managed to steal one spot away from Malaysia already in the past at the world stage. Farang's very bitter about that.
Oh yeah, because Farang was almost going to make it, right?
Yeah.
They were what, third place? Second or, well, third or fourth, but they were really close.
Exactly, right? But at FFSI, they did manage to rip it away, only to squander it at the group stage, which is very unfortunate.
Yeah, I tell you, they finished with just 100 points plus a little bit, right? It's
Let's just say, in a nutshell, it was a very embarrassing run for Farang at FFSI.
They were there for vacation, okay?
It looked like they were. It looked like they were. They were barely playing. In fact, all of the engagements were so confusing out of Farang. I just started having tons of questions for this team. I was wondering really what was. It seemed like they were walking in without a single plan.
Like, good news is that they have played against Morph Team before at FFSI, right? So this is definitely not a foreign environment for them.
Yes.
More of like how much have they brushed up on it.
Yeah, I think that was the biggest issue. Them not playing in Malaysia but playing in Bangkok seemed to have been the kryptonite for Farang. Now that they're back on home soil, maybe they've got their managers around them, kind of with the cane in hand.
Or maybe like the managers are holding the contract in hand, right?
You lose this, we rip it up! I don't think they'll do that.
I don't think
because
Sultan
where are they
is
going to
that
find
true,
replacement
right?
from?
Well, to be fair, we have a fair share of free agents, but
We do.
we do.
You don't want
All
to
things
start
considered, I
off.
mean, Farang, great look. I mean, this is a team that when they first formed, they actually just went straight to the world stage, right? So it's not by any means a poorly performing team. Just recent results haven't been the best. If anything, I want to see them put up a fight. I don't expect them to beat more team, but I want to see a decent fight.
Well, we're going to take a quick short break in a little bit. When we come back, it's the battle between Indonesia and MCPS.
Welcome back to the Free Fire Clash Squad SCA Cup. This is the first ever of its kind, and also in conjunction with the 6th anniversary of Free Fire. You're here with us. My name is Husky, and alongside me is the Mustachio AJ. We have 2 more sets coming up, but the next one is going to be interesting. Farang up against Morph Team.
And this is not really a rivalry that goes way back, but you know, in between the regions though, Indonesia as well as Malaysia, I think we do have a little bit of a grudge against each other when we come to the world of Free Fire. We want to see exactly which region fares better. I think from, you know, caster and analyst point of view, you know, Indonesia kind of wins that battle a little bit.
I think after FFSI, they definitely take the king, right? Prior to that, there's this debate whether...
A little bit of back and forth.
Yeah, you can say that maybe they're the closest region to us, we have the best chance of beating them, but after FFSI, I mean, Indonesia is leaps and bounds ahead of us.
Especially Morph Team, I think they've proven themselves more than enough already. And especially after what Farang kind of executed on FFSI, where they...
You're looking at the bottom last place team.
But it's weird. They don't belong there.
Exactly. You're looking at the last place team from FFSI against like what, the top 6, I believe?
Yeah.
From the same tournament.
Yeah.
Right. So it looks like on the surface there's this huge power imbalance.
Correct. Unless of course Farang has kind of patched up whatever that was going wrong with them during FFSI, and they're back to their usual form, because Farang's the kind of team that really knows how to strategize, and they're really good at the mechanical engagements. At FFSI, I was just mind blown, because it wasn't the usual Farang that we see out there, and this is just pure assessment. I'm no big fan of the team, but they can play a good game of Free Fire. But in recent times, we just haven't seen that version of themselves. Hopefully, we see a little bit of a comeback here from Farang. But without the comeback, it's going to be a 6-0, 6-0.
There's a huge chance, right? Farang is like a Katy Perry song, right? It's hot and cold. Sometimes they have a really good day, but when they go cold, they fall flat. And I know, ironically, this is also a team that excels in close quarter combat, and that was the exact thing that became their demise on the regional stage. Yeah. So it feels really weird when you kind of look back at the history of this team and what the mode that we're going to be playing on. We're just going to be Clash Squad, right? So if Aleph, Fire, Spade, Jembao, one of the few premier CQC players that we have in Malaysia, consistent performance as well, especially Spade and Jembao, they are no strangers to holding that title.
So surprisingly enough, nobody's forcing the Homer pick here, which I find a little curious. Even when there was no Chrono being picked, Homer wasn't brought into the mix at all, which I think could be a little bit of a game changer out there. Faiz walking in with the Alof will give him the extra bit of pacing to recover as well. Spade with the Orion, he's probably going to be the support player of the squad, and Jembao walking in with Tatsuya, I can see him being the rusher of the squad. I just wonder what position Alif's going to be playing in.
The Chrono, I kind of feel like he probably would be playing the info, right? Playing from long range, right? He even has the Arvon as his pet. On the side of more team, Piu, Koja, Mao, and Ambot. They bring the K on the side. K, Dimitri, A124, and Orion. So a vastly different loadout compared to what Farang is bringing in.
Absolutely, and of course A124, with the presence of this character as well as active skill, I assume Morph Team is going to be keeping a tighter grouping and not really looking for the flank. Even if we do see a couple of flanks coming on through, there's going to be a potential of a 1-to-3 split here, looking at the character build-up that Morph walks on into this matchup with. So you've got Piu, Koja, Ma'al, as well as Ambot. A little surprising, because I expected to see Susanna out there.
Yeah, and also I think this A124 pick is actually slightly deadlier than you would normally expect, because there's a Chrono on the other team. Yeah. Right. You want that defensive time turner. A124 presses one button, and suddenly that ability goes offline. Very, 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 very deadly, honestly.
Let's see what they can execute here with this sort of a setup, because we have seen Orion in play prior to this, but K as well as Dimitri, let's see exactly what they can execute this time around. Farang not even playing from the gaming house. They're going to be in their separate homes, which I think is going to be a tad bit of a problem as well. Let's look at Morph Team. Everybody's playing from the same spot. Yeah. I mean, this kind of goes to show the commitment from the teams as well, I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, when you are not with your teammates, physically it does pose a slight challenge, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Especially when you're not really at your top flight performance.
Yeah,
this is going to be a problem.
This is more team again, right? Susanna isn't playing for this set at least. But either way, for Morph Team, I don't think they are too worried about it. This is a team that has kind of played with this 5-man roster for a long time. And if anything, if expectations are as what it is, 6-0 isn't going to be too far-fetched of a result.
It's not too far-fetched at all. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Susanna just told the team, you know what, guys, it's just Farang. I'll sit this one out. Let's throw in our sub. Let him go and have a little bit of fun. Let him warm up his fingers before we get to a little bit more of a challenge in the competition. Of course, that is for Farang to take advantage of and see exactly what they can pull off in this next matchup. Once again, if this is going to be the version of Farang that we saw at FFSI, they might as well quit right now because they're not going to stand a chance against Morph Team. But if it is going to be the version that we saw at the MCPS Majors that qualified them for that FFSI, then we are in for a treat.
As much as I want to be that guy and say that this is not a complete 100% indicator of where Farang is, but it is a good start, right? It's like it's a good test to see.
Because it's their comeback match.
Yeah, it's like the fundamentals, right? Like how much have you brushed up on that? We have eliminated a lot of the factors in a battle royale. It's a controlled environment, so if you can at least show some sort of fight, maybe you can restore some hope. You
know, the biggest failure for Farang was every time they hopped on into FFSI, they kept splitting up for some weird reason.
This is going to force them to stick together.
Yeah, exactly. This is a blessing in disguise. It's not even a disguise anymore. Farang's going to be forced to stick together, and that might just be exactly what it takes for Farang to have a good team fight. Because prior to that, at FFSI, every single round, you see them splitting all up, and they get caught out in the worst of possible situations in a 1v3, 1v4, and they are the one out of the 1v4, right? So that wasn't, of course, suiting them all that too well. But this time, a equal round battle between the two. Farang has got the mechanical capability. Let's see if they can find that execution.
As fair as it can get, honestly. And also, I would say, maybe it's because there's no more Kalahari, you know? That was their signature map.
But you can't cry a river and say just because your signature map's not there anymore, you're not even going to try, right? Because
do you know how sad I was when my favorite burger spot closed down? And I didn't get to have my last meal?
I get it, man. I get it. I absolutely get it. And especially when, you know, you're out of town for a while, you come back and the stall's not there anymore, and you're like, what happened?
Yeah, I had a really good repo because every time I walk through the doors,
they know what you want.
They know what I want.
Yeah.
They just start making it. so like, I would be there. So people are not ordering normally. I would just walk up and pay straight away.
That used to be my char kway teow stall, bro. And I can't find no good char kway teow around KL anymore. Do you know where I can find some good char?
My house. Right? No,
really?
Yeah, opposite my house, there's a really good char kway teow spot.
And I guess
7
who's
ringgit.
By?
All right, be my guest. I'll treat you to a good place.
7 ringgit. I kind of miss the Butterworth Penang prices. KL prices still, bro.
But he's very generous with the pork lard.
Okay.
It's non-halal food, but it's really nice.
I was thinking,
okay.
I was thinking exactly that. We got Malaysia team going up against Indonesia. Probably I don't want to be talking about pork lard.
I have to get that out of the way, just in case. Just in case if anyone is wondering.
Dude, you can't have a good char kway teow without pork lard.
Exactly.
It's okay. Let's hop on into the matchup. It's going to be a battle between Malaysia as well as Indonesia. MCPS going up against the Indonesian region. Let's see who walks away and find out if or not Farang has finally woken up.
They better wake up. They have had 2 months to take a long hibernation. This is going to be very interesting. The fact that you don't really have to worry about any external factors. It's entirely on how you manage the economy, how you manage your resources, and how you just play together as a team, honestly, right? If you, like, the better team wins, literally. And that camera movement is very worrying.
Morph team immediately towards the containers, splitting up into 2 segments. Spade and Aleph dropping back as well. Ambot trying to find a little bit of information, does manage to spot out a player on that left-hand side. Repositions is going to be all out secondary round this time round. Pew backs away, quickly grabs, I believe, a grenade from that air drop. He's going to be charging it up. Aleph backs away in the nick of time, no damage.
Yeah, they move very close to one another. The Fires hears all of this commotion. Of course, they're going to stay silent just for a little bit. Now peeks out for a couple of pot shots. Morph team focusing on rotating instead. So they will take some minor chip damage. But it feels like a fight is going to break up very soon. Morph team able to gain some distance from Farang.
Ambot spotted out. Jembal waiting for that opportune moment. Nobody steps on out. Very careful plays coming through from both teams thus far. No flank around just yet from the side of the players on the side of Morph team. They do have the opportunity of doing so as Morph sends one out. Pew, good tag. And he will get that information. Sees one on the right-hand side as well. With the sight, he circles around. Pew's going to spot out those players. Pulls out the secondary. Finds the back of Spade. In the meantime, Kojak goes down. One player down. And it will be the sight out of Pew that knocks Spice down onto the ground as well. He wasn't watching his back. And one final player stands. And Morph team gets eliminated instead as Jambal finds a triple out of nowhere. Instead, okay, ace, in fact.
Yeah, I mean, Jambal, what a fiery start for this man. Again, right, if you have forgotten about Farang because of FFSI, it's a good time to remember who they are.
Yeah.
CQCs, that's what Jambal is really proficient at. You look back at the days that Do Easy, he was the guy. He was the guy that really put Do Easy on the radar 2 years ago, before Farang was even a thing. And he was part of Farang when they went to Singapore for the World Series also. Fai's going to be playing from long range. Actually starting the round prone down as well. He really doesn't want to reveal his location.
What weapon is he playing with though? From afar, he's got he's got the Parafal. So mid to long range battles gonna be super decent. Jambal, great with the movements, avoids all of those spots, just allowing Alif to back him up as well. Ambot did not expect the shot from the left-hand side, and this Bison's going to be getting an upper hand on the players of Morph team. We're all working with the secondary, but Spade does manage to shut down Koja. Jambal rushes in for the shutdown. Pew out in the open as well, has been forced to use the blue wall at the same time.
That's already 3 members down from Morph team. Pew's going to show himself, and that will lead into his demise. Has the life sucked out of him. Farang 2-0.
This is proof that Farang has woken up. At this point, Susanna's like, oops, maybe I should have joined.
Clean movements from Farang to kind of get the drop onto Morph team, right? I believe you get that side angle. Very good crossfire that they were able to kind of lay out. And Spade getting the initial knock. That one was very important.
Force buys out of Morph team here, and Farang on the other hand is fully suited up with their helmets as well as West. The defense on the side of Morph is a little bit lower, so they have to be careful with these engagements, and I don't believe they brought a lot of those utilities as well. One grenade is going to be wasted. Fires with the Powerful from afar will be able to tag them up, forcing them to use their medkits so early.
Massive damage onto Pew. Morph team already forced into a fetal position. Just defensive through and throughout. Jambal to the catch contact, and of course with Spade by his side, both the Bison and the Charge Buster doing incredible amounts of pain towards Morph team. A wipeout in under a minute.
And this is the version of Farang that we're getting that qualified for FFSI.
Oh yeah.
I swear to God, FFSI was just a disappointing run from this team, mainly because they just weren't playing their usual selves, right?
Yeah, it really doesn't feel like them.
Yeah, it didn't feel like them at all. But this version of Farang, I mean, just look at how clean those engagements are.
These are the fights at FFSI that Morph team would have single-handedly won.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think Farang was just, you know, in Lana land at that point of time. You know, in their heads, not really in the game. But it's going to be an interesting push this time around. Ma'al splitting away from the rest of the team members, wanting to flank around with the AWM. And I don't think is going to be in a great position if he finds 3 players. Nope, a whole squad of Farang straight up into the middle.
Yeah, Morph team might try to corral Farang straight into Ma'al's line of sight. It could be doable. Faiz himself also has an AWM to work with, right? You can see Alim is checking the corners, Ma'al getting a good shot on the Jambal. That is exactly what you want to look for.
Yeah.
Trying to get rid of the jewel wall. Jambal brought back up, goes down again. Courtesy of Pew, gonna wipe him off the face of this map. Alif gets dropped by Koja, and Morph team finding some sort of recovery.
Yeah, winning flank coming through from Ma'al. Morph team finally is able to play this game a little bit, thanks to the fact that they've got a little bit of money, right? They buy those vests, they buy the helmets, a little bit more confidence on their side, and they go in for the push. But Faiz can be the game changer here. They just need to put a little bit of distance between themselves as well as Team Morph.
He's checking the outside of the factory. They did see both Spade and Faiz, who were trying to stack up together in the building. Ma'al going to the Orion form as he gets rushed, calling help from the rest of his team. All the rules being popped up by it. Trapped in a horrible spot, but actually, him and Spade getting 2 in a row. And now he's Spade all alone, getting pressured by the rest of Morph team. Can't do enough. The Morph team finding their first round.
Well, there was an almost turnaround coming through from Farang there. Thank goodness Pew and Koja was still alive to hold the squad down. Farang 3-1. They started off on a great foot. They took advantage of those eco rounds out of Morph team. But now Morph is stacked enough to purchase themselves a quick round off of Farang.
And Ma'ao was kind of the reason that Morph team got the coup de grace onto Farang.
Jempa? Okay. I thought he was going to save there, although there was no need to do so whatsoever.
The fight between Faiz and Ma'ao. We haven't talked about Faiz much, right? Even on FFSI, but he's one of those few snipers that you can rely on.
Except at FFSI.
Yeah, anything except FFSI.
Ice.
There was no good things from FFSI.
No, there was nothing, man. There was really nothing. It was really disappointing because Farang was one of those teams
Alright,
that
never
could
mind.
have really gotten in front, but Ma'al once again proves his worth with the AWM, left inside flank, meets Fires, puts a bullet straight through his head. And that's a 4v3, and Ma'al's still going to be the problem here for Farang to deal with.
Money is going to be an issue for Farang if they end up losing this round. Can he do some damage to Morph team though? You kind of want to stall it out. Play those close corners. Spade is going to be doing the same. He does hear the footsteps of Pew, reviews himself, and right now Ma'ao's attention drawn to the rest of Farang.
Hey!
Clear shot onto Jembao. Brings him down to less than a half as Pew gets gunned down by Spade. They need to get the finishes though, or else it wouldn't matter too much. Koja comes in for the support, gets traded back, and Jembao ends up being the last man left alive. And he's not going to go down as well. Koja gets the job done. Morph team catching up.
The advantage for Farang earlier on, obviously no longer an advantage at this point of time. It's turned into a situation where there's equal battles on both sides. Farang does have enough cash to suit up, get all of the guns that they want, still get enough armor to battle out against Morph team. But they have to be really careful with this, right? They can't oversplurge.
Morph team is so rich, and look at the reserves that they have. Farang just cashing in the entire bank account for this round. I think it's one of those few rounds where the force buy is warranted. You don't want that equalizer. In fights against Ma'ao, that's going to be the crucial fight. Ma'ao this time getting tagged. Also getting chased down as well. Jembao desperately trying to flush out the sniper, but he actually gets shot instead.
This is a big round for Farang. If they can win it, they're going to force Morph team into a position where they have to eco the next round, because I think Morph has overspent in this round already. Jembao does go down. Pew takes him out of the equation instantly. It's a double stack here from Farang. Nobody found on the side of Morph. Positioning supremacy out of the Indonesian.
Yeah, missed opportunity for Faiz. Also, Pew's back was turned, but he couldn't get the knock, and now Spade basically getting pincered. The rest of Morph team, they're going to try to run down Faiz and Aleph also. Spade needs to hold his ground on his own. Not an easy task as he gets split from the rest of his team, and now there's going to be at least 3 members of Morph team trying to run him down. He's not going to stand a chance.
I thought that blue wall was going to be able to keep them away from the bridge, but a very smart maneuvering around that blue wall in a tight corner by Morph team. You need a lot of mechanical skills to be able to pull that off.
Yeah, Faiz is also not landing his shot, so it's just too many shots missed from Farang, from Faiz. The whole hands. Morph team are equalizing it. We got a set on our hands.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Advantage kind of equalized now. Once again, it's not going to be a round, even though they do go ahead and lose. That's going to punish Farang, because as we head on into round number 7, they've got more than enough money to take a more than equal round in terms of utilities against Morph team. Let's see how they work this one out. Ma'al is the prime player that has to be eliminated first. And of course, Pew, in those close quarters, they just have to find a way to avoid him.
Farang again spending everything that they have. Faiz doesn't have a helmet, so those headshots become so much deadlier. Ma'al again playing on the outskirts, and he has 3 of his other teammates to protect him, right? So you can't really rush him down, even with Tatsuya. So he just gets the spot on the Jembao early on. Pew already taking point in front alongside Armbot. Farang going for the peek out, but couldn't get any kills. The timing is just off for Farang.
It's not really great for Morph as well. Those engagements, those shots are not connecting at all. He's going to have those blue wall melters all around him, and no more defenses for Pew. Does he go down? No. In the meantime, Koja finds Jembal instead. Koja backs away. 2 players from the side of Farang now attacking him at the very same time. Koja down. Backstab by Faiz. This is all turning great for the team of Farang, but Faiz cannot deliver just yet.
Oh, using the Tatsuya to dash away, but still ends up getting down.
Oh, look at this.
And now Spade, the shotgun in hand, has a lot of work that he needs to do, and he's just going to get chased down. No Orion abilities for him, but Jembao actually able to withstand and pick himself back up just in time to keep this round going. only for a short moment. Morph team overtakes Farang 4 rounds in a row.
4 rounds in a row for Morph team. This is not off to a great start at all for the MCPS squad. Farang.
Oh, it was out to a great start, but just not a good ending.
This is, when I say start, I mean the whole match, man. Because, you know, you would expect them to take a win and build up the confidence a tad bit here. Those 3 rounds, in fact, is going to play against them because just when you thought you had it in the bag, now you're starting to doubt yourself. Morph team, they just need 2 more to end this. Ma'al together with Koja this time round. Both of them with the snipes. Faiz is going to flank around from the left-hand side. This seems to be a better setup on the side of Farang.
I mean, from round 3 or 4 onwards, right, when everyone has enough money, that's where you fight your enemies at their full power. Ma'al again taking early damage. He's trying to heal back up. Olive receiving the same treatment. It's going to be a 2 versus 1 on this corner. Glue wants to isolate that angle, so more team, they're not really rushing to take a fight.
See if or not. Hey,
What?
Faiz, you cannot miss that!
Uh-oh. Oh, he's gonna get a run
Misses
now.
that as well, and Pew takes advantage. Headshot straight up. Faiz pays for missing that initial shot. Goja now, circling around. 2 players caught on the other side of this barricade, and the glue wall's not going to keep them back away. Ambot finds Spade, and they hop on over to fight Aleph as well.
Yeah, Morph team, they are feeling really good about this round. Once more, it's Jembao against the world.
5 in a row.
Doesn't get anything. 5 in a row, a reverse. Potential 6 rounds for that reverse sweep to become a reality. I mean, more team, they are. By the way, look at the money.
I think Morph team is just on an auto buy mode right now.
I feel like if you have enough cash,
Yeah.
the overflow should convert into 1 round's worth of money. So you just Morph team has essentially 1, right? They have way too much cash. 8,500 for one of them. I believe it's Ambot or Pew.
A 1.4 KD for Pew at the moment, and the guy is just absolutely stacked in terms of firepower. It's a good setup once again coming through from Morph. 1 guy on the flank. The rest of Team Farang all sticking together. This is a bad idea because Morph team has got a lot of grenades that they can make use of.
This is to a certain extent, kind of a sniper gap, right?
Oi!
Oh, Jemba, what are you doing out in the open like that? Thank God he jumped. That could have been a hit shot.
Koja with the initial punisher. Jembo's going to patch himself up behind the glue wall and back in the pink of health. Good glue wall by Faiz, but that's just to barricade himself in. Ma'al taking the aim. No grenade sent towards Faiz just yet. He backs away.
Farang really needs Faiz, but he's going to get basically cleared out from every single possible angle. So he is taken offline for a while.
Spade and
Up
Faiz.
against Ma'al. Spade has already gone down. Ma'al actually tags up Spade of all people from that range. Spade gets picked back up, but Faiz, he really needs to block in some of the knock. Finally gets 1 as Faiz comes online, but Spade and Ali both get knocked down. It's a 2 versus 2 affair. Pew getting the finisher. Alif gets knocked down. Jemba on the floor.
My God.
It's Faiz against the world.
And Ambot's on fire this time round, taking over the kill feed with 9 eliminations in this matchup. It's a 1v3. Ma'al needs to be picked up! Making it a 1v1 Ambot. Can he get the ace? I think he can.
There is a big chance. 200 health though. It has to be a headshot from Faiz to even have a chance to get that knock. Or 2 body shots, in fact. Don't want to play CQC. Ambot has the shotgun in his hands. And he has more health. With the circle closing in, this is not looking good for Faiz at all. So he's going to also swap to his shotgun. Tatsuya dash, get some distance, vantage point, loses that one now.
Oh my God!
Not even a dent onto Ambot. So more team. 6 rounds in a row for the reverse sweep in this first set.
Unbelievable performance out of the Indonesians. And Farang, they have to be kicking themselves at this point of time. They thought they were off to a fantastic start all the way down to the end. But things took a turn for the worse right after the 3rd victory, with Morph team waking up and sweeping them, reversing out the scoreline 6-3.
That is the biggest morale killer for sure. If you have a lead and your enemy comes back swinging in that fashion, it's back to the drawing board. Prep for next era. Look, forget about what happened in Bermuda. It does not matter at this point.
We talked about how this was a game where Farang can redeem themselves. The first couple of rounds seemed like that was going to be the case, but by the end of it, It just wasn't, man. And Morph team just gonna continue punishing the Malaysian pride here by shutting down Farang in the most embarrassing manner. Now, in the next game, Farang has to win or else it's the door for them.
Yeah, we only have we have 4 representatives. So every region has 4 representatives. So we have Farang with Baby Radicals, with Expand playing tomorrow. I believe we have Freedom Rumble, or one of the variations of that clan also.
Freedom Cheese.
Freedom Cheese, right? Yeah, it's been a long time coming. It's good to
We haven't seen them in a while.
We haven't seen it for a long time. That was kind of like one of the few OG squad that pioneered the run-in-your-face meta.
I'm actually surprised to see Freedom Cheese here. I would have expected someone like Tactical Index perhaps to be invited. I guess they were busy.
To be very fair, that we all knew what that slot could have went to. What?
I swear to God, I think it was such a waste for Sem9 to let go of the squad. Because they were just getting to their winning ways.
Yeah.
They were just, I mean, I think 2 tournaments is what Sem9 had the squad for.
We both agree that they were 1 major away
from being champions of Malaysia.
Yeah. Either that or at least making it to the world stage, right? They
would have, man.
They just needed 1 tournament. I wonder where the guys are. Maybe we'll see them down the road. For sure for the next major.
We definitely will see the players, but the brand is just, calling it quits on Free Fire for some weird reason, because I think if they had just... I understand why. It's kind of off-season, and you still need to pay those salaries and all. But it's a good team to hold on to. It's a team with a lot of promise, and they've proven it on paper that they found those improvements. So, my heart goes out to the players as well as Hajiyat. But let's talk a little bit about Ambot, who overtook Pew in the final round.
Yeah, this guy definitely came alive when the team needed him most. Started with Ma'al, letting those crucial, he basically gap fires in the sniper wall. He was uncontested even.
Yep. Fires couldn't really find the speed of those shots.
Oh yeah, you can see kind of like the disparity in accuracy and everything. But of course, Fire's struggling in this first set, and in the CQCs, I would say the decision making from More Team is also very decisive, right?
Yeah.
They were like, well, this guy is missing a bit too much shot. Let's just kill him off, put him out of his misery.
And one of the biggest weak points on the side of Farang was the lack of initiative to invest in their glue walls. I think they were kind of banking on just getting a better gun, but they were not focusing on their defenses at all. 3 out of 4 players ran out of glue walls a little bit too quickly. I mean, you saw Faiz was kind of holding the back lines. He kept popping out those glue walls even when it was not needed. There were no shots being fired against him. And dude, you don't get free glue walls here. You really need to buy them.
It's like, Jembao, go kill. Spade, go kill. Faiz, please.
It was a missed opportunity.
It was. And I think, when you use these glue walls too sparingly, right?
Yeah.
You are too generous with these resources. It works against you. Not only do you waste it, but you also give away your location.
Yeah.
And we saw like one of the rounds, I believe, was round 2 or 3 at Clock Tower, where they started the round and Faiz was like, I'm just gonna instantly prone down to hide myself. And it doesn't matter because Ma'al just sniped his head off.
I mean, it was a great play from Faiz in one of those rounds where he did manage to hide away, spot those players who were coming around for the flank. But missing a shot out of your AWM, not punishing, and then getting turned on instantly by the Bison player on the side of Morph Team, I wouldn't call that embarrassing, but that was a huge missed opportunity for at least Farang to pull away 1 extra round from Morph Team. And now Morph Team is all pumped up. They know they've got this in the bag.
Yeah, the final, potentially the final set of the series before Morph Team just moves on forward and waits for Sunday. Still be very fair. I mean, even if you get knocked out right now, there's still $1,000, right? Consolation prize, nothing too much to brag about, but you know what they say, beggars can't be choosers. It's better than nothing.
Absolutely right. And I think Morph Team has got a strong chance of closing things out, but once again, Farang proved to us from the very start that they can have a good one to take this victory away from Morph Team. But I think where they kind of fell off a little bit was the investments in their utilities. They kind of overspent in round number 3, which they shouldn't have, because round number 4, they got instantly punished with that.
Yeah.
And I thought Morph was making the exact same mistake. The moment they had enough money, they were buying out double primary for the attack.
You can see that when you are really snowballing the rounds and you don't lose any members, like a clean sweep. You really start building up the back, right? And it becomes a big problem for your enemies because they just cannot outpower you. You literally drown them in money, in excess cash. Maybe Dextera for the second set. And Farah, you gotta brush off that set number 1. It is a very rough way to get the first swept. But it's not by any means a done deal just yet.
2 players on the side of Morph Team with a 2.5 plus KD. That is not good if you're Farah.
Any KD above 1.5 is absurd.
And none of the players on the side of Farang have got a KD above 1.5.
Alright.
In fact, 2 of them are on a negative, which means they are in a tad bit
They are
of trouble.
feeding.
Yeah, they're definitely feeding. Spade, good position though. Ma'al can be caught out here. He just needs a little bit of information. Double revolver in hand, and it's not gonna have any effect whatsoever.
Some early chip damage being traded back. Okay, Ambot winning that one. Pew also getting his own, and wow. That's it.
You hate it as a caster when you just start getting into the groove and it's over.
That's it. That's as fast as that's as much as we can get.
Deck a square this time round. You've got those little portals to play around with, and hopefully it does help Farang get a bit of a flank around Morph Team, because earlier Morph Team had a terrible start. They made a comeback, but this time they are off to a fantastic start. And they're going to starve out Team Farang from the very get-go. And you see the force buy out of Faiz as well.
Yeah.
Bringing the AC-80, he better put down some good shots.
Again, right, if you're winning rounds without losing members, you are building up economy. And it gets...
Instant flank.
Why not, right? You have the weaponry.
Yeah. And you've got Pew and Ambot very smartly circling around, using the teleporter. And Faiz is going to get caught with his pants down, but Pew, just a bit of a distraction. Farang thinks they've got him in a corner, but that's just going to keep them a little bit entertained whilst the flank is executed.
Yeah, Faiz needs to really make use of that gun. I mean, it's a go big or go home. If Farang gets wiped out right now, you basically throw the next round down the drain. Using so much resources for nothing. Amba getting Spade already. The double revolver. Just mowing right to his health bar. Spade getting finished up. Pew does get traded back by Jembao, as he also has a double revolver, but he instantly heals himself back up. Koja getting challenged around the corner. Just bring around the Rosie. Ambot gets rid of Jembao. I mean, Ambot is alive right now.
Koja was at a disadvantage. Alif was outplaying him, but he just missteps that one time, instantly punished. And now it's a 3v1, potentially a 4v1 if they find Ambot as well. Fai is all alone with the AC-80. This was the force fight that you don't need, bro! And he does get taken down. Cheeky plays from Morph Team gets punished.
Yeah, very, very cheeky. Wanting to go for the knife onto Faiz. It's going to be Ma'au against the world. Well, I say that. He's just going to bring his teammates back up. Big deal. You can try again.
Another knife, maybe?
It's going to get knocked out again. Ma'au throws that round away. Okay. Alright, I see what you're doing, Morph Team.
Full ace coming through from Faiz this time round. And that's mainly because Morph was trolling them, right? If they had just gone in there and took the shots, Farang would have been down 2-0.
Yeah, that's good news for Farang. Now they get to invest in another AC-80 for themselves.
Farang desperately needs this next round as well. Yeah. Because that's really going to affect the mental state of Morph Team. They trolled once, they lost that, and now they've given the momentum away to Farang. I think that's going to be very effective. But of course, question is, can Farang get it done?
And also, it's a way to break the economy of Morph Team, right? You just crush their bank. Very early double ice grenade thrown out on the second floor. Morph Team really wants to take control of that area. Rightfully so, especially when you don't have the rifles to work with. You want to eat up as much space as you can. But these corridor fights will be very deadly just because Farang has the range advantage.
Spade with the AC-80. Can't find anyone just yet. Blue walls all pulled up. Pew's gonna survive for a tad bit more. Can he stand? He does. Pew gets taken down though. Alif with the backstab finds Koja in the meantime, leaving Ambot all alone and to nothing. Farang does execute the Punisher. Morph Team gotta be really regretting that throw.
100%. They lost no one in the process, so the money continues to build for Farang. But this is where things get a little bit serious. Morph Team will have cash to start investing in those SMGs, to start investing in the rifles. Maybe in the next round they will have enough for the rifles, but the guns, they are going to get better and better for Morph Team.
Let's see if or not Team Farang can continue to punish. They need this one, obviously. Losing another match will send them right back home. Pew with a flank. Spade's going to run away, so that flank's going to be absolutely useless unless Pew continues to push on up forth. Spade will meet him halfway, potentially. Ambot in a good position to take that headshot against Spade. Ma'al pokes out a tad bit. Aleph will go for the airdrop, finds a quick glue wall, and he expands it immediately.
Yeah, pretty preemptive, honestly. Don't really think he needed to do that.
Yeah, he saw a grenade in that airdrop. He was like, I want it. So, and he does manage to reclaim back one glue wall from that airdrop. So I guess it's all fine in terms of that preemptive waste of a glue wall. 6 shots from Faiz thus far, and he wants a few more for himself. It's all up
we
to
saw
Faiz
an early tag, I believe, on AWM on the arm ball, so that takes his health away. Ma'al also.
One more!
Healthy, the glue wall drops. Faiz gets a good snipe.
Faiz, Spade backing him up as well. Faiz will be able to claim the kill for himself. Spade now on for the push. Ma'al and Ambot going to be spotted out. Ambot will be forced to find a little bit of a room for recovery. Koja's going to be backstabbed by Aleph as he's kept a little bit busy. No more space for Ambot to run away now. Ma'al gets taken down and out of the equation. Hey! Ma'al tops himself back up. Ambot survives. What's going on?
It's a meat grinder. Those SMGs, they do hurt in close range, so it's not over by any means, this AWM. Uh-oh. Bit of a problem. Swings the corner. Faiz gets the knock on the Ambot. Ma'al trying to hold the fort on his own, getting pincered from multiple angles. Good recovery from Farang towards the end.
Ma'al could have gotten it, but once again, Faiz is single-handedly carrying Farang on his back. At this point, if this was real life, he would have a broken back.
Oh, I mean, considering that he was, I guess, warming up in the first set.
Yeah.
Definitely pulling his weight. Look at that. Out of 12 kills, Faiz has 8 of them.
He's got a double snipe setup this time around, so instead of reloading, or instead of the lag between shots out of the AWM, he's just going to swap those guns and continue pummeling whoever he sees out there.
He's balling.
Jebel, Spade, Aleph all sticking together. It's a 1-3 split this time around for Farang. And look at Morph. Everybody up on the top floor. Fai's gonna meet him halfway through. They all want to play those long-range fights, but they need to deal with Faiz first.
There are 4 AWMs. The absolute lunacy from the Morph team.
Like, if we've got an AWM, we don't need no armor.
Honestly, good patience from Farang though. They're not pushing the envelope just yet. There's no need for them to do so. In fact, these chip damage actually damage Morph team just as much as taking them down. Koja, that helmet is not gonna be intact for any longer. Jembao just peeks out from under. It's the knock. Faiz also does the same to Ambot. Koja finished off very quickly as Farang looking to systematically pick them apart. Jembao and Faiz, they also have their own AWM, so Morph team, they are falling into pieces.
That's about it, I guess, for Team Morph. In this one, Farang should be able to wrap this up. 1v4, no way in hell Ma'al stands up and not get shot right back down. Maybe Jembal finishes off Ambot as well. With Spade down on the ground, Ma'al still manages to sneak one away. Oi, oi, oi!
Hey! Can't miss that shot, Faiz.
Oh!
Gets it by the top of his skull. Wow, 4 rounds for Farang, 4 in a row. You will see that same thing that Morph team did to them, right? Just a reverse sweep.
Let's see if or not Morph can stand for this one. I don't know how I like that 4 AWM setups, but you know, it's to each their own. This Morph team thought they could force that with the long-range engagements. Farang finished it off by closing the gap, whipping out those SMGs earlier on. But this time, it's going to be Morph team with a easy advantage if they can find the higher floor of their compound. It's a flank around from Team Farang. They have got the better idea this time around, but all 3 players from the side of Morph thinking of the exact same. Ma'al's gonna abandon the side as well, and Farang's gonna be left empty-handed, and Faiz is gonna get caught with his pants down potentially, but a good glue wall saves him for a bit.
Faiz has to run away. Good support from Farang. Pew out in the open, backs exposed. Morph team backing him up very, very effectively. But Faiz is not out of the woods just yet. Slowly chipped away in terms of the health bar. Spade, good spray down onto Pew. Stopping Morph team in their tracks. Ambot getting crushed from behind. Jembao fighting to the charge buster as Farang starts to pile on the damage onto Morph team. That's 3 down. And Koja with a double revolver, outgun, outdamage, overwhelmed. Farang with the 5th row in a round.
And that is why you do not troll a team when it comes to Clash Squad. you can't throw your momentum away. If only they had continued to squeeze Farang in that round number 2, they could have kept them at a deficit. They could have kept them poor at least until round number 4. But no, Morph just had to do it.
As Vin Diesel once said, he took the foot off the tiger's neck. It was in Fast 8, in case you were wondering. I don't know why I remember that.
You gotta be a different kind of monster to have your foot on a tiger's neck in the first place.
Yeah. I mean,
If you think a foot is gonna keep a tiger down,
you gotta be a monster to think that family gets you through everything, okay? That is the true monster.
family probably gets you into trouble in the first place.
Exactly, that's exactly what happened, but doesn't apply to him. Farang looking to close this out and bring us to a third set. It will put us back to Bermuda, but look at that Morph team. They are sent on the run.
Circling around, good movements by Ambot. He's gonna find a better defensive spot for himself. Pew gets tagged up, heals himself up instantly.
What a snipe from Fires, but he does get down by the nade. Most likely a reset.
Spady! Doesn't back away, gets tortured by that SFG. It's now Pew on for the flashy bits. Gets 2, can he get 3 as well? Turns around, and it's gonna be Pew for the play.
Yeah, the second round for Morph team. Finally, 4-0 some more. Losing no one, so to save some of those cash. But Farang, they have a lot to spare. They have plenty to spare, in fact. Just one more round, one final push, and we get a map 3. It's only if Farang can do it, though.
I think they'll be able to pull this off. That's a double charge buster setup
So we
alongside
have
the M1014.
5 AWMs for Morph team. Well, yeah, basically that.
I don't know if I'm a big fan of the 4-man AWM setup. It's going to be a rush, a crazy rush once again coming through from the side of Farang. If Morph gets the first player, maybe. Pew, beautiful spray. Alif goes down, spots another player, jumps over the glue wall as well. Pew just needs to get out of the flurry of glue walls off his own and finds the double.
Yeah, Pew is going berserk in this round. They're going for a 2-man rush. They have support from behind with the AWM and an ice grenade. They really caught Farang off guard. Koja gets the pump onto Spade. Fires. He's not going to be alive for long. As Pew finds his triple. And Morph team looking to do it again.
It's a team ace out of Morph. And I think they are probably teasing Farang. It's insane to think that
We give you 5 rounds and then we take it away.
Dude, I tell you, if they did that in confidence, you really gotta fear the confidence of Morph.
And that would be soul crushing for Farang.
It would be
Again,
embarrassing and soul crushing, which is not great at all.
Embarrassment, we're used to that. But, it's not easy being a fan.
It's not. It's not. Goja, Ma'al, everybody up on top, but the sniper's the last one to get up on top into a better position. Jembal, AC-80, connections not gonna be found just yet. Faiz does get tagged up. Ma'al doing his work.
Yeah, both snipers actually trading a shot at the start of the round, so you can see that Jembao, not Jembao, I think Faiz only has one less medkit. I'm looking for an angle. That nade is going to clear out the roof. Not that it matters too much though. They had an ice grenade in that area. UAV is going to get sent out. They want to scout out where the members of Farang are going to be at. I feel like Farang might not expect Ambo to be on top of this supply crate.
I don't think they're expecting that at all. Ma'al, opportunity. Jembal just needs to step out of his defenses. One quick moment is all Ma'al needs. He's trying to keep an eye on 2 positions at the same time. Faiz and Jembal in a lot of trouble. Both of them can engage long range though. It's all about who takes that first shot. Jembal does show up. Ma'al doesn't spot him just yet.
I'm trying to tease Morph team a little bit, kind of draw out that early fire, but now he definitely sees some of the Morph team members. Space also playing underneath. You have this death trap set up by Farang. What was that shot by Ma'al?
Oh my.
Jembao gets dropped.
Way too quick. Spade. The circle's going to force Farang in a little bit deeper. Positioning supremacy by Morph team. Finding the upper levels here. As well as the advantage. They don't really need to travel around too much. Circle's not going to tease them. Spade spots out Ma'al, but not a range where he can engage with cleanly.
It's a tough spot for Farang to be in. Alif is taking some chip damage from the back. I mean, Farang, they want to find some sort of avenues, but Morph team has already boxed them in the building. A Hail Mary attempt from Fires. He's going to get shredded by Pew. Onboard finding the win against Spade. Now it's the last man left standing. Morph team finding their 4th round.
What?
1 away from an equalizer.
No, this is insane out of Morph. I can't believe they're executing this. A double reverse sweep, and this time a actual legitimate reverse sweep where your opponent is just 1 away from taking it and you slap them back down onto the ground. You tell them that, you know, have you ever heard of grounding before when it comes to electricity? We are electrifying, you are not.
Instead of... I need to brush up my physics. I wasn't prepared for that. But that was a good one. Bad news for Farang. Their finances have taken a big hit.
Oh yeah.
Look at the weapons that they had. Their best is an AWM in the hands of Fire. That is pretty much it. Graph Lab. Again, quadruple AWMs from Morph team.
Jembal doesn't show himself just yet. Koja's gonna be very annoying in a position like this. Fai still hasn't found a corner. In fact, he actually did find a corner, but he can't find a peek around it just yet. Pew. It's all about the timing. Nobody's on the left-hand side. Someone is on the left-hand side flank. So Faiz is in a very sticky situation here, actually.
Both teams have someone on the left side. Faiz can drop that glue wall again. He has 1 more left. Grenade getting thrown out. Morph team going to shower Farang with grenades. Ma'ao getting sniped onto Spade, and now chaos ensues. Jembao sprayed off
like
the
this.
skies.
Not
Pew
like
even
this.
getting shot onto Faiz.
Not like this.
And that's the equalizer. Morph team have clawed their way back. 1 round away from doing the unthinkable.
They made it look so easy. I'm starting to think Morph team did this on purpose.
Sudden death, everyone starts with max crest. Buy everything that you want.
You can buy the whole world. You can buy a trophy at this point with that money. Ah, okay, maybe not a trophy.
Maybe not a trophy, but
Maybe a fake one.
Intellect center of all places.
Let's see who's got the smarter play.
Yeah, Morph team again, 3-1 spread. Wow, actually they're sticking together. Ma'al instantly on sniper duty. Ambot also taking point. And the front line with that AWM.
Faiz, crucial play from him. Is he going to spot out this player? Pew can spray him down, but Faiz, 1-shot kill maybe if he finds that headshot. Grenade from Pew. Spade, don't walk there!
Had to use the Orion ability. Big resources expended, and Pew, he's going to try and take advantage of that by rushing Spade down. So Spade backs off. Koja taking chip damage. Faiz getting flanked.
GG.
Buddy, behind you! Faiz, you can't go down like this. Oh, Pew gets the knock. Spade was able to take him down with a point-blank shot, but Farang are falling apart. I mean, Faiz is not paying attention. Might have costed him the whole thing. Spade and Faiz both knocked out. Pew still on the ground. Koja bleeding out. Farang wants to redeem this. Ma'ao and Ambot against Alif and Jembao. Ma'ao gets dropped, and Farang by skin of their teeth.
Reverse sweep.
It's gonna deny
Won't be denied.
the deny a post. Did it reverse sweep and bring us to a match 3, but man, they really had to work for that.
It almost became another embarrassing run for Team Farang, courtesy of Morph team, and it just looked like they tried to force that crazy, intense reverse sweep just for a little bit of extra hype out of the casters.
They were really close in doing that. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, because Farang again fires asleep at the wheel, and if it's not for the trade onto Pew before he went down, I think that round would have been a done deal.
I think Faiz is going to get the MVP this time around. The guy really stepped up for the team. 5-6, first game of 11 rounds that we've witnessed thus far in this Clash squad of C Cup.
The closest one we've had so far against, I mean, you wouldn't have, you could not have thought this up.
Nah,
at any point in time that it's going to be Farang who pulls out this score against Morph team.
You know, we were wondering what sort of version of Farang we get. And I'm glad we got a fiery one, at least for Game 2. Because Game 1, they started off a tad bit hot. Then we found out it was just a little lukewarm because Morph team really woke up in that matchup. And Morph actually did the exact same thing this time around, but Farang was just way too forward, way too much in front to catch up with.
Yeah, and even then, Morph team brought it to a sudden death, right?
Yeah.
And had to, 5-5 in terms of scoreline, and even got the initial knock. So Farang really hanging on by a prayer towards the very end. We go back to Bermuda. That's where Farang got reverse swept. So if anything, I think more team, you don't really feel too bad about losing this round. And it's but for Farang, you have to really start thinking, right? How did we let that slip away? We were 5-1, and they had to come down to 5-5.
Hugh does walk away with the 11 kills, but he would be wishing that he could have made that 13 at the very least. Find that clutch out of nowhere, but he got taken down a little prematurely. Mahal and Ambot were left in the mix, and Mahal just didn't have the kind of gun to take on Farang at that point in time.
And there it is, our match MVP, Faiz. He was a bit drowsy in game 1, a bit groggy, not really landing the shots that he desired, but
yeah,
round 2 he came online.
He most definitely did, with a much better KD average this time around, a 1.83. I'm not gonna argue at all. I would, of course, love to see more of the Farang players step up their KDs. But as long as you've got a solid carry on your squad, nothing much to worry about. But from a sudden death in match number 2, we now go to a sudden death series, potentially, because the losing team says goodbye to us.
Yeah, absolutely. At least we're being treated to a full series.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
The unlikeliest of matchups. We're going to go back to Bermuda for these two teams. So Farang gotta start readjusting for that map because we will be playing the same areas, and that was the map that they led with 3 points and got reverse swept by Morph Team.
Yeah, they got absolutely crushed in the final 6 rounds, where Morph Team just didn't give them any bit of space whatsoever, right?
Wait.
And just when you thought, okay, maybe this is the time where Morph's just gonna embarrass Farang once again, Farang takes it away from them. But one has to wonder if or not that was just Morph Team being a little bit too cheeky.
I mean, they did throw one round away, right?
Yeah.
I mean, all for the memes and entertainments, all for the side kill. Didn't find it and ended up having to play sudden death.
Yeah.
So, I mean, for Morph Team, I think they probably got a good laugh from that.
I think they had a fantastic time on that matchup. And that was the kind of warm-up they really will be wanting for themselves before the final showdown.
Oh, here it is.
Loser goes home. Let's see exactly who that's going to be.
Loser goes home with $1,000. That is pretty much it. A winner waits for Sunday, but Farang could see them still in good spirits.
Is that his prayer mat on the chair? I think it is. Bring God along with him. He needs all the help he can get.
Yeah, he does. Recently, I've been searching as well. I've been looking for
God?
No, not God. I've been looking for those flower petals that you bathe with, right? Like the.
Oh, you want a Mandi Bunga?
Yes,
Why?
I want a Mandi Bunga. Yes.
What kind of bad luck has been following you around?
I don't know, man. It has been an unlucky month. It's been June.
Dude, it's a month of declaring your taxes. It's an unlucky month for a lot of people.
The past 2-3 weeks have been horrendous.
Yeah. Gaming world is great to earn money, not when you gotta pay your taxes.
Oh, don't worry. I haven't even reached my taxes yet. It's just unlucky stuff in life. Life happens. Okay.
Life happens. Life happens all the time.
Yeah. I'm being pressured to Mandi Bunga.
I guess.
I know, cause like I'm Buddhist, right? So we have our own variation of that. And then I ended up asking a friend who's Christian, and he's like, I don't know Mandi Bunga, but I can bring you holy water. I'm like, sure.
Dude,
God does not discriminate.
drown yourself in holy water, my friend.
I need some of that blessing for sure.
I think you need the holy water and some Mandi Bunga. Good. You gotta go for both. You can't have too many of these.
You can't. You need a bit of that blessing. I mean, Farang can make it, I can. Alright? It's map 3 back on Bermuda. If anything, this is a free fall. Okay, I think expectations throw out the window. I was expecting Morph Team to kind of walk over Farang, but evidently that's not the case.
I like what Farang did this round. 3 players going in for that eco round, not spending a single cent. And if they win this round out, Morph is going to be in a lot of trouble. Because this next round is going to be a guaranteed Farang round. If, of course, they can win this first one out.
You see the Pew actually making early contact, but Farang, they will hide themselves in a building as Morph Team will secure the perimeter. more interested in thinking like what is the follow-up for Morph Team right now.
Pyramid is always a better take in a compound like this because you're going to find those airdrops on the outside, which gives you the extra utilities that you don't really need to buy. Pew has got a grenade for himself to work around with now. Needs to find a good toss though.
That being said, it only lasts for so long, right? After the next 40 seconds, circle will close in, and that's where Morph Team will really have to kind of decide on which entrance that they want to assault. See, they are kind of trying to get a feel of where Farang are at. One thing is for sure, both teams have definitely slowed down a little bit. Farang showing a lot of their respect towards Morph Team.
High time they did. Pew shows up, but he gets punished instead by Faiz. The bait and switch working out in the way of Farang. Jembal with the backstab finds the melee. Ambot goes down. Everything comes squashing down for Team Morph. Ma'al, the final survivor, he will not be the savior.
Jembal showing Morph Team how it's truly done with the katana. Remember this? This is what lost you the round.
And it seems like the investment was very, very sound for the side of Farang. Now they are stacked in terms of money. Morph has got nothing to work with. They buy the double revolvers for themselves. High bit of damage, but they got to hope and pray that gets to overcome the setup here. I believe that just the AWM alone from Faiz is going to be enough to get the damage done. 3 assault rifles on the side of Farang.
If everything goes according to plan, Farang shouldn't lose anyone. Oh, there it is.
There you go.
Lovely snipe from afar. The Riptide Rhythm from Faiz. Break any potential glue walls. Players get picked back up, but Morph Team having to expand some early resources. While that was happening, Spade was able to sneak to the side as well, so this is extremely good news for Farang.
Wasted Riptide Rhythm because they just didn't have any angles to follow up on that. Play does get picked right back up. Ambot gets half of his health chipped away, and Jembal gets super aggressive on the front lines as well. Alif trying to flank around and find a position, finds absolutely nothing.
Yeah, he's making sure with the pre-fire. They have an inkling that someone's going to be on the roof. Inkling's right, Koja getting down first. Spade takes care of him. Ma'al getting absolutely pressured.
Finds the first.
The knock onto Jembal.
Can he find another?
Forced to go into deal with the Orion, and Ma'al. What a good hold. Just not coordinated enough from Farang.
Pew now trying to take Spade out of the equation, but Faiz shows up. Ma'al and Ambot though still alive and kicking. It's a 2v2. Ma'al has stolen the gun away from his enemy, but pays a big price. He does not suspect Spade flanking round from the left. Ambot's going to be left all alone. 1v2 now.
Wasn't looking at the right angle, unfortunately, and Ambot only has a double revolver against the rifles of Farang. This should be a done deal. Ambot can just take out another person, just isolate these fights. Maybe there's going to be a chance. Damage the economy of Farang a little bit. We'll take the initial snipe from Faiz. That's going to be 150. Faiz follows up with the knockout. It's 2 for Farang.
Now, I don't know how this round's going to fare for Morph now. They don't really have a lot of money. 2006 is going to be enough to buy you a decent gun, but not enough armor. If you get that armor as well, you're not going to be able to purchase the utilities. Glue wall seems to be the priority for the side of Morph Team, and as you can see, not all of the players going for those SMGs or assault rifles, because that's all they can afford.
Two armors. One on Ambot, one on Koja. Ma'al again investing in the AWM, so no means of protection at all. Jembal and Alif are going to run straight into Morph Team. See Pew, very aggressive position.
Ooh.
Trying to flush him out with the ice grenade. Jembal basically shoved out of his own cover, so Farang needing help. Ma'al taking advantage of that.
Circle around Ambot. Alif and Spade both sticking together. The ice grenade is going to tag them up a tad bit. Jembal finds Pew as well. Ambot circles around Alif. Sliver of health, but it's the bait and switch once again. Spade gets tagged up as well. Ambot's a monster at this point.
Yeah, and now Spade and Alif didn't really do too much damage on the Ambot, right? So that bait and switch, it means nothing.
Double revolver taken on 2 of those assault rifles, having no issues with whatsoever. Spade and Alif down on the ground. No recovery from the side of Farang just yet. Jembal trying to save his buddy. Alif can get picked up here. Koja with a god nade onto Jembal, and this is the finisher, courtesy of Morph Team.
And Faiz is in a really rough spot. Does get a knock to Ambot, but Koja Just swings the corner, finds the trade. What a recovery from Morty.
Just with the double revolvers alone. And that was a perfect eco round for the side of Morph. They won that out without overspending. Now they've got enough money to really beef themselves up. Farang, this is the point where you start fearing Morph team again.
And they also do such a good start also. It's like a reoccurring nightmare for Farang. What's going to be the game plan though? Morph team having the AWM or Ma'ao instantly splitting away from his team to find a vantage point. Fire is going to try and greet Morph team with his own AWM. Those blue walls are making it really tough for him to be effective. Look at where Ma'ao is. Very good side angle that Farang isn't aware of.
Morph team shoving 3 players into the center of the circle. Just having one flanker in the name of Ma'al and the AWM circles around. Fire tagged up. Can he find the finisher? No secondary to play around with. And it will be the Orion that saves the day. Ma'al! One more shot needed.
Huh?
Doesn't take the flick. Fires with the exact same gun. Ma'al needs to back away. Down on the ground as Fires forces his way through.
Surviving with just 5 HP through the Orion drain also. Could not have asked for a better start, but I mean, Ma'al does get dropped. Fires does get dropped also. Alif getting traded back. Both teams on even footing right now. Armbot, Koja against Spade and Jembao. Jembao getting rushed down. Koja basically awakened with a double revolver, and just with a double revolver alone, he has won the previous round for his team. He's looking to win this one for them as well.
1v2 Spade now. Assault rifle beats both players. Orion's gonna keep him alive. Takes away their HP at the same time. Double revolver. Can he get the savior? No! For Spade, and yes, for the double revolver.
And just like that, Morph team has already equalized the set, the rounds. I mean, for Farang, this is definitely uncharted territory in terms of just how they take these gunfights, but familiar feeling, right? The same thing that happened in that first set, same thing that happened in set number 2. Look at the buys for Farang, they really don't have much this time. An SMG and AWM, 2 shotguns.
And I think the eco round from Morph in, I believe, round number 2 was just the perfect finisher, right? Because it was the double revolver that just got the damage, took away the guns from the side of Farang as well. Nothing that Farang could do in that round, and no recovery the previous one as well. Pew's gonna have a bait out there by the game, but a glue wall will save him. Riptide Rhythm meets him halfway through, but he's already gone in for a quick one, and he's got a Groza. My oh my, Morph team, they are stacked now. Pew's gonna be able to provide a little bit of damage.
Oh yeah. Space swings out around the corner. Let's get tagged up a little bit. Orion ability not popped just yet. Pew getting sprayed out onto Fires. Sniper eliminated off from the get-go.
Oh!
Spade getting caught up by Ma'ao, who just point blank shoots him with the AWM. Alif gets dropped also.
My god.
Jembao, last man standing, trying to keep this one alive, but Morph team are looking to overtake Farang. And I think they shall receive what they are coming for.
Whoa.
That is Morph team in the lead. 3-2 so far.
They take it away from Farang, and now Morph team dictates the pace. 1 round in front, super stacked, they are rich. But in round number 6, they're gonna have a pretty fire fight between the two. But of course, with Morph team having a little bit extra, they're gonna have a double primary setup with their guns. And Farang still has to deal with a single secondary to swap around to, unless they want to depend on the double revolvers now.
Yeah, not looking good at all. The economy has completely shattered in tatters for Farang. Morph team instantly walk and take control. That shot takes out 80% of Jembao's health, even before they see each other.
Ma'al with the left-hand side flank. It's gonna come up dry for the time being. Nobody else from the side of Farang looking to curve around just yet. Ambot finds one. Very brave crossover towards the warehouse, and he survives.
Ah, Pew finds himself right beside Spade. Alerted Space Orion. She alerted him to the existence of Pew.
Oh.
Good attempt with the nade. What is Pew gonna do though? He can attempt, choose to just hold on to the roof, but they are not making progress in clearing Farang out of the compound.
Ma'al's flank has been useless thus far, but if he can continue this trajectory, he should be able to find one player from the side of Farang. Ambot Doesn't find any players just yet. Pew can't seem to find any information. Faiz does beat Koja halfway through. Koja snipes, does not connect. Faiz, on the other hand, will be able to tag one up and then will be forced to pull out his defenses and back away.
Mao getting a snipe onto Spade also. Fires as he was shooting up. Umbot gets rid of Jembao. Uh-oh. Things are slightly...
Oh my god!
Or incrementally falling apart for Farang. Fires. Last survivor standing. Not anymore. More team. 2 rounds away from advancing.
Team Ace again from Morph Team, and they're making this look way too easy against Farang. Where was the team of Farang that woke up in that game number 2? Morph Team's giving them a run for their money. And this time Morph can try to play a little cheeky with them, but I definitely wouldn't suggest it.
Yeah. Gotta learn from your lesson, you know. It's not worth the memes if you're losing thousands of dollars.
Once again, a double primary setup. 4 players with AWM as their primary and an SMG as the secondary. You can't lose out either fight this way. The only way is for Faiz to get this initial onto Ma'al. They've got a good angle against each other. Ma'al with a better one though. He's already positioned initially. Just needs to wait for Faiz to make a mistake now.
Yeah, they're looking good. Honestly, I mean, look at slow-paced approach. Farang, back's exposed. Fires, he's not watching that angle. Koja is going to fire off that warning shot. That first shot to alert Farang of his position. Frag grenade not doing too much. The ice grenade though from more team. Trying to chip away at the health bars of Farang. Alif. Massive tag. Koja getting dropped with that frag grenade, so Space will be the first one to go. As Ambot gets rid of Jembao, Alif extremely in the red. Was able to get Ambot, but Fires, he's going to lose majority of his health as well. Jembao picks himself back up. So far, it's only 1 dead for Farang, but look at all the members. They have so less health.
Oh yeah, and Koja still goes down though. Ma'al gets a double for himself, leaving Faiz all alone. Can Ma'al find a triple? With Ma'al. Jembao taken out, and he does a triple for the run for Morph Team to find the match point of the series.
Just like that, it's match point already. Another potential reverse sweep, right? Farang started 2-0, and now it's 2-5.
I don't know if or not Farang can reverse the reverse sweepers at this point of time. Indonesia can sing praises for Ma'al and squad at this point of time. Ma'al this time the MVP for sure, unless of course Koja steps it up in the final round.
What perfect area for long-range fights also. Look at Ma'al. He's probably gonna have the same idea as Fires also. So maybe look for Jembao though. The backpack sticking out a little bit.
Oh, as Jembao steps out, Ma'al just not in the position just yet. Manages to reposition. Fai's gonna be outside, and he doesn't spot Ma'al in the meantime.
Really patient play from Ma'al so far. I mean, it has been definitely bearing some fruits.
Fai spotted.
Meanwhile, Pio actually lost out one of the members of Farang. Koja helping his friend out. With the Spade gone, that's the first member of Farang eliminated already, as the rest of Farang now will converge. They're trying to just stem the bleeding and salvage the series for themselves, but it is just not feasible as a solution.
Ambot spots out both the players. Not getting aggressive with the shots though. Faiz down on the ground. Ma'al still super effective. Can they pick him right back up? That's going to be the biggest question. If Faiz is not picked up, Farah is going to be out of the competition at this point. Ambot really low on this HP. Alif gets one, but the whole squad gets put down. Morph Team progresses as Farang is eliminated from the competition.
A valiant attempt from Farang, but man, both Bermuda maps were reverse sweep from Morph Team.
Ah, yeah.
3-0 to a 3-6. 2-0 to a 2-6. Even game 2, they had to sweat for it. Courtesy of Morph Team just messing around a little bit, but overall, I mean, Morph Team just looked sublime on Bermuda.
And I think this is a big lesson for Morph Team as well, because they made this mistake very early in the competition, which is trying to play cheeky. I mean, when you know you're in the lead, just go for it, finish it off as quickly as possible. Let's all go home early. And they wanted to have those flashy plays. And like you said, right, in one of those rounds, it was Farang that kind of turned the tables on them, showed them exactly how to use that katana.
Yeah, that was the first round of set number 3. Not that it matters too much. Morph Team, well, they get to advance to the next stage. They'll be playing on Sunday, playing again on Sunday, so tomorrow will be a rest day for Morph Team. Well, we had just witnessed our first MCPS team elimination.
Easy bonus for the players of Morph, but Farang just once again eating scraps off of the competition, just more than happy with the consolation prize.
I think it's also kind of like dropping the ball one too many times, right? There was certain scenarios where you really felt like Farang members, they were not aware enough of what's happening in their surroundings. And
I think one of that round they had a sniper and 3 assault rifles, and they got bagged by double revolvers from the side.
that was round 2, right? Because that was a force. Oh, that was round 3, sorry. Because it was a force by Morph team. They just ran down Farang. Something that we wanted to see between Attack All Around and RQ Kazu, right? You have double revolvers, you just overwhelm them with numbers. Those CQC actually isn't too shabby, and you know, you saw how Morph team, do it. But our match MVP Ma'al on that Orion, who needs to shoot hits when you down them anyways?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think Ma'al was a key player, and every single round of this Clash squad, I always look for who's that flanker, because the flanker is going to be your game changer. If the flanker is late to the party, you're going to have the team annihilated. Flanker can't do much in a 1v3, 1v4, but Ma'al continuously being patient, making sure, number one, he deals with Faiz, who was the flanker from the other side, and at the very same time, dropping players who were down in the mid side of the map as well. A big play, big MVP for the side of Morph, and Indonesia makes it through to the next stage. And this is the time where we can see whether or not EVOS stays divine or AV Radicals will turn it up a notch and keep MCPS alive in day 1.
Not going to be an easy one though. If was Divine, also another experienced team.
Yeah.
Last time you saw AV Radicals was a MCPS Major Season 5, and that was quite a long while ago.
Yeah.
I guess it's the same for EVOS Divine.
I mean, EVOS Divine, the organization EVOS Divine has been around for a while, but the roster that used to achieve whatever that EVOS Divine can boast is no longer the current roster. So they are on a hard reset. AV Radicals, on the other hand, this team kind of started off on the slow and now are one of the prime teams out of MCPS. It is leading a little bit more to the Filipinos.
I mean, the only spearhead of the only tip of the spear from the Filipino region, right? We haven't found a second team that is as good as AV Radicals.
Not just the tip, there was handle and the tip.
They are the full. They are the full weapons. They are the full spear of the Filipino region. And even that, I think there's still a lot of forces that are unproven from AV Radicals.
Yeah.
And again, last time we saw them, it wasn't the best performance. They were running with the old competitive format. So I feel like there's a lot to be desired from AV Radicals. I think for this one, I'm just happy to see AV Radicals again.
Yeah, I mean, AV Radicals on a usual basis is very aggressive. They know how to farm those kills. They know how to get your squad eliminated. And they know how to shoot up towards the top of the leaderboard anytime. I think the grand finals at MCPS Majors, no idea what went wrong, but something clearly went wrong because they were just not on their game mode on that day. They just couldn't find the center circle.
Even towards the end of the group stage, right, they also kind of started falling off.
Yeah, I agree, yeah.
Kind of the loss of momentum, and they never really recovered from that.
And it was Sem9 that did that to them.
It was.
It was all because of a community tournament outside of MCPS where AV Radicals started shooting at the loot boxes of Sem9 once they had gotten them eliminated. And Sem9 came back and took revenge within MCPS itself.
The craziest thing was that the first 2 weeks of MCPS, AV Radicals was still bodying people.
Yes.
And then week 3 happened.
And they just kept getting hot dropped after hot drop after hot drop, all from one team. Sem9 was just hunting for their heads. And guess what? Sem9 found their heads all the time. Sem9 broke the confidence of AV Radicals. And Sem9 could have just been the fundamental reason why AV Radicals just did not make it for FFSI.
That actually is a very good
and now
argument,
Sem9 is
right?
gone.
And Sem9 is gone. Well, AV Radicals is still here. We're going to be able to see them later going up against EVOS Divine in our last set of the day. We're going to go for a short break. We'll be back for more Clash Squad action.
C Cup Clash Squad brought to you by Garena Free Fire. My name is AJ. I am the Mustachio down here with my good friend Husky. We're all chill watching a couple of Clash Squad battles out there, but it's not so chill for the teams that are getting knocked out because this competition is spicy.
It is spicy. One last set coming up, AB Radicals against Evil's Divine. Two teams that made the last appearance at the major because they did not qualify for FFSI. So it's been quite a while since we laid eyes on them, and I believe that AB Radicals might have made some roster changes. We'll get into that in a bit, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I saw a new member on the break screen just now.
Yeah, his return unless he changed his IGN. And
There's a huge chance, right? Remember, Chessman was used to not be used to not be Chessman.
Yeah, I mean, pro tip. Don't change your IGN too much because then it makes it very difficult for people to follow your career growth.
Now imagine changing your real life name. You wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I'm not going to be Mustachio AJ. One time Pistachio AJ the next time. I want people to Google me, man. I want them to randomly Google me one time because of something and then they see my whole history out there.
So it'd be like Mustachio, goatee, beard, clean shaven. There's a variety of like styles.
But keep the pro tip if you want to become a pro player. And speaking of if you want to become a pro player, it's very lucrative to become a pro player for Free Fire. We've got non-stop competitions, and clearly you've got some ups and downs in terms of the representation from a lot of these regions. I mean, so I mean, you're sweetening the pot a little bit. You know?
So, it's not as easy as it sounds, but
no, it is easy. It's Free Fire. Free Fire is for all.
It is for all, but the point is to get there. You know, it's not the easiest of roads.
He's lying. Try it out. Trust me. CS is in ranked anyway, so you can hop on in there and see if you can become the #1 player. And I'm pretty sure you're going to be able to offer yourself an opportunity to get picked up by an organization.
Wait, hold on. Is this the man? Is Razia the kid I saw from 3 years ago?
He's 14 years old now.
So that is him.
It is him.
All right.
He's the wonder child. He's the wonder kid.
I remember when I saw him, he was crushing LGDS in a show match.
And the only reason why they could not roster this
of legal age.
child, yeah, because he's a child.
It's not because he is not good enough. It's because he is too young.
Yeah, and if AB Radicals gets beaten today, they got beaten by a child.
I feel like I wouldn't even be surprised because that kid.
Oh, he's crazy.
That kid knows how to throw a punch.
Oh, he's good.
He's good.
I mean, he has grown up since in his mother's womb itself. He was playing mobile games.
Free Fire wasn't released when he was.
That's why I said mobile games.
Was mobile games a thing back then?
14 years ago, he was playing Snake.
Sure.
He was playing Snake, just warming up those thumbs, you know.
I was trying to think of like how old was I 14 years ago? I was 12 years old. We were.
What was I playing 14 years ago?
It was not Snakes, but it was this. You know, like what was the popular genre back then? The match 3 of a kind, then the 3 of a kind of game. This match 3 same color, same shape.
You and we were playing different games, my friend.
But I thought people of that era played the same kind of game.
Like
Bejeweled,
there were so few games available back then. Right?
Bejeweled, Zuma, something basically matching stuff.
Let's take a look at what Return brings in. A124, so he's going to be a little aggressive up in the front lines. Orion, Ritu's probably going to be the backup player. And I am actually a little confused because I thought Ritu's left the team.
Yeah, I mean, for AB Radicals, how do I put that?
I'm confused because I thought Ritu's left the team. And I thought we got a new player in whose name was Ares. But maybe Ares is returned?
Is Ares returned? Yeah, I'm really bad at remembering faces. That's the thing. Do we have a photo of Ares?
I am pretty sure
Ares is
the Filipino audience is tuning in. And you're hearing the words come out of my mouth. So please hit me up. You know where to find me on Facebook and tell me what in the world is going on.
We have very few. You know, they come a few in between, honestly. I mean, oh man, look at how much he has grown up. The headphones are bigger than his head.
Look at the headphones are bigger than his head. The guy's barely, you know, I can barely see him. All right.
So this reminds me of one thing. You know how like we did say like, oh, Evil's Divine.
Bro, he's young enough to be my son.
He is just 2 years older. Actually, no. He's the same age as my sister. What is my sister doing with her life?
Not potentially earning 50,000 USD, that's for sure.
So-
That's why I said play Free Fire.
We said, like, you know, for EVO's Divine,
Dude, Rasia is the proof that
I will-
anybody can do it.
absolutely, I would never forget that phase. That phase that destroyed some of the pro players that we had like a few years ago. I know it's a show match, but you know, as a kid, you don't really have the distinction between when to be serious or not. You
Yeah.
just take it seriously, right? So
Yeah.
you grab the bull by the horn. Maybe for the second half of the year, because he just hit legal hate to compete. Oh, watch out! EVO's Divine is coming for you. They are coming for the. He might be the youngest player we see in a World Series. There's a really good chance that he makes it to the World Series.
Yeah, there is a huge probability of that happening. That's a huge probability of that happening. What's the legal age for the World Series anyway? 18?
Normally the ones that I know of are 16, so I'm not sure if you can make it in 14, but if...
No, you're definitely not going to make it that 14, for sure.
16.
It's either 16 or 18.
Yeah, should be 16. I think most titles are 16.
It's unfortunate for Divine. Rasia's a fantastic player though. Glad that we can see him on the
He has
stage
2
once
more
again.
years. So focus on your studies first.
If he does wrap the players of AB Radicals up in his clutches in this matchup, I think the hype for Rasia and his breakthrough run in the world of gaming is still going to continue for a long, long time. I'm hoping and praying I'm not putting on too much of pressure on the boys' shoulders, because clearly those are very small shoulders.
Hey, some people can lift, okay?
No, don't. It's not a low blow for you, Husky. Okay?
No,
You're
not
a
me,
strong
not
one.
me. You're clearly not me. I've been working on it. Okay, my girlfriend says that she's seeing some of that shape, you know, in my muscles, because I've been doing a lot of bouldering lately.
I swear to God, I thought you were going to say belly.
No,
The shape in the belly is not good.
that is not good. She hates it. My mom finally calls me fat after 26 years.
You are nowhere close to fat, okay? If you were fat, I am.
You know, I've been thin my whole life, so a bit is fat.
Okay, fair enough. For the players from AB Radicals, I think they're laughing because we're going up against a child.
Oh, wait, watch out.
Did you see the kid? We're going up against
Honestly,
elementary school.
anyone who doesn't know who Rasia is, you are in for a surprise.
Oh my lord, this guy, I am so excited to see Rasia up there on the table.
My man's making demands, you know.
I think he's making demands for slightly smaller headphones. Because headphones look a little bit too large for his big brothers there anyway.
That is true. Like, you're gonna get it sorted out.
I think he's on earphones now. Oh my god, he did!
I mean, they all have like earphones, and then they'll use
Did
the
they?
soundproof.
Oh,
the,
okay.
soundproof.
I think, why though?
So
Is there? I think shoutcasters are in the same place now. Maybe.
could be, maybe. It is a standard. So I've had the privilege to put on like a soundproof headphone, like for in a tournament setting, and they actually have white noise.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it applies to all tournaments, but the one that I got to try out had white noise playing. So you would have your earphones in, and then you would have the noise cancelling headphones over your head that is basically blasting white noise into your ears. So essentially, you don't hear anything aside from the games and your teammates.
What kind of white noise? Someone singing in the background?
I know, just white noise.
How white?
Very white.
Okay, I'm just playing. He was divine. He's still on a pause. The kid's struggling with the headphones. Come on, it's falling off his face. Those are literally headphones.
They are, yeah, headphones.
Not earphones. Headphones.
There it is.
Like a helmet at this point for the child.
This is like a construction worker. We're gonna be ready to jump into our very first set of our last series. So much to look forward to. I mean, we've seen some of the members on the side of EVO's Divine. We've seen them plenty of time. You know, AVAX being one of it, but Rasia, the spotlight is gonna be on him.
I swear to God, the VFX guy from the producing team needs a raise.
He needs a raise.
Don't let this guy go. He's the one bringing in all the jobs. Look at that.
If
Beauty.
anywhere down the road we feel like the graphics isn't on up to par, we know what happened.
Yeah, guy found another job. Someone stole him.
Star stole it.
So
Hopefully, you know. Hopefully.
you gotta see our handsome faces once again. Unfortunately, there's a little bit of a delay starting off the final match of the day. Everybody's excited about Rasia, but they just wanted to give Rasia a little bit more time.
Yeah, I heard it's past bedtime, so they're negotiating with his parents to let him stay out a bit longer. so you could wrap this up.
Imagine Russia takes this all the way, wins it out, part of 50,000 USD. Can you imagine what kind of an achievement that would be for a 14-year-old?
Oh, I mean, I'm from an Asian family. If I walk home one day at that age with that money, doing something that my parents deem a waste of time, you bet that they will stop parenting me afterwards, right? Because I'm bringing in the money.
I don't know, man. I think
bank.
they would want to be your manager.
Probably. I mean, that's basically like the first 18 years of Chinese New Year. They always manage my ang pao money.
That's not fun.
They manage it very well. I don't get to see them. I don't get to see that money.
That's not fun. That's not fun. Hopefully, I doubt Russia's going to be able to manage his own money. He's 14 years old. Probably get a little bit of extra pocket money.
He's probably going to get a bit more candy. Kids are easy to please.
Most definitely. I wonder what kind of bonus he's getting from EWOS Divine.
Probably
but of course,
extra lollipop.
So say that it's time for the game. Let's see exactly what Russia can do out there as he's keeping all of his talents a secret. Pun intended, because that's exactly what his name means in Barca.
That guy has been terrorizing like local pub games. Okay, so if any...
He's got a scope on his secondary. That's how you know you need to fear him.
Watch out! Watch out! This kid is coming for you. He's Chucky. Okay.
Take headshot from across the map.
He's Chucky in Free Fire.
Javra on the right-hand side flank. AB Radicals all keeping a tight move into one small compound. Russia on the left-hand side flank. I think I like the EWOS Divine setup a little bit more here.
Oh, already taking the first shot. This guy, he is not waiting. He is not waiting at all. Also, he has the Dreki as the pet, right? So you get that extra. What was that shot? What a
shot
flick.
out of nowhere. Finds return. Russia with a double. This wonder child. Now you understand exactly why we hyped him up so much. Aim God 10 shuts down Tanamo and takes another one as well. Russia with a double to open things up.
What a flick. Absolutely destroyed the skull of Raimiel with that shot.
Jokes aside, if you actually throw on the scope, you actually get better aim. So
yeah,
he can still hip fire. I mean, saw that flick. That swipe was just deadly, man.
That was insane. That was actually insane.
Russia sticking with a secondary. Come on.
I tell you, man.
Buy a gun. Buy a gun, Russia. Russia's gonna literally strong arm his way through with a secondary.
He actually is.
It? And this is absolutely fine for him to do because obviously AB Radical is going to be on that eco mode. But Raimiel brings in an LMG out of nowhere.
The 3 LMGs. You say what? Eco, but they have 3 LMGs.
Okay, I think they should have ecoed this one. Tanamo's going to have a tough time against Russia on the left.
Look at Russia. He is trying to sandbag this. He has your classic sidearm against an LMG. And look at where he is.
He sees Tanamo and his head. Quick position, Tanamo.
He has the Tatsuya.
We'll have the one up on him, and Tatsuya backs away to the corner.
He's getting a bit of an info for his team as well. Again, doesn't really have a weapon that is on par with what AB Radicals have. Maybe he can pry it off the cold dead hands of one of their members if they ever get a knock. So it does put a slightly more responsibility on the rest of EWOS Divine to get those initial hits.
You would think, and then Russia gets the first blood again.
If that happens, I would be very impressed.
Okay, to be fair, the only reason why Russia got a easy wraparound was because AB Radicals had a very sloppy start, smashing all 4 players into the mid side of the map. Nobody playing the flank around at all. And you can't have that.
Huh?
Javra finds the shot against Raimiel. It's once again the secondary punisher.
Oh, what? There.
Return goes down. Javra's on fire. Russia finds Ritus. Shooter can't shoot the child. And it's going to be the Orion for the pop. But Russia waits for the timely engagement and Apex ends it.
I don't know if it's even legal to say this on broadcast, but this is probably the only chance you can legally shoot a kid in-game, okay? In-game.
You can't legally shoot anyone, Husky.
Yeah, but in-game, okay?
Fair enough. For 2-0, AB Radicals, they are tortured. They had a good laugh at the very start, and now they're starting to sweat for sure.
They got wrecked by 2 classic sidearms when they had 3 LMGs.
That was a waste of a force round for AB Radicals. And now they still are... Do they not know eco? I think AB Radicals is the kind of team that just does not save any money at all. They're my kind of people.
They're gamblers. Oh, watch out, Raimiel. Good shot onto Javra. That's at least going to blow that helmet off if he had any.
definitely had that helmet on, but looks like Ramiel's trying to take this
Oh.
off. Javra!
Woo!
What a return fire headshot onto Ramiel. And that's a waste once again. Orion's going to help him out for the time being. And Rasia gets turned on by Ritus with the exact same gun.
Good response from AV Radical. Jafra also gets taken down, so it's going to be a 2 versus 3 affair unless Jafra can pick himself back up. Aim God against Hanamo. Gonna push him into the open. Aim God actually not getting the finisher and return. Look at the ambush. Very well done from AV Radicals, and it's down to Abax to try and kind of keep this alive. Good shot onto Ritu. Return looking for Abax. Couldn't find him just yet. Abax might be looking to go for a revive, so this could be the reset they've been looking for.
Wow.
Tanamo gets snuffed out instead, and Abax will confirm that kill.
Abax needs to pick up someone, but Return's going to make sure that does not happen. Keeps this as a 1v2. Abax up against Ritus as well as Return. Ritus patches himself right back up. They know exactly where to find Abax, but this is going to be a tough one. AWM in the hands of Abax. If he gets a quick shot onto the first one, potential finisher coming through, and the ice grenade will force them to reposition, and this is the advantage to Abax with the distance.
But he won't be able to get an isolated 1v1 because there's not much space to work with. Abax just get overwhelmed. Good move from AV Radicals, recovering from that early fight. At least you don't let Evil's Divine kind of snowball it too much.
Ritu steals away the AWM. Return walks in with his primary. AV Radicals, that was a good round for them, even though they were down on resources. Evil's Divine, on the other hand, being forced on an eco round this time, but they will force a couple of SMGs. Javra with the AWM from afar. This is a crucial round for Evil's Divine to win, unless they want to allow AV Radicals to take over.
Oh yeah, you see where Evil Divine, they are going to be late to the clock tower, unfortunately. Remain in a position to get those snipes. Rasia, Bison in hand. What almost destroys Return with that initial spray. This man is out of this world with that spray control. Absolutely incredible. And just like that, Evil Divine have taken majority control of this area despite being late to the clock tower.
Can Abax get this Mac 10 from up above? Not really the best of distance to work around with. Tanamo shows up, and the sprays are wild with that Mac 10. You gotta find a CQC. Abax, not the best of positions with that gun.
Yeah, it's a horrible weapon. You want to fight from mid-range onward. Tanamo getting tagged. Oh boy.
I don't think that was from Abax at all.
Oh, 100% not. Ice Grenade being thrown out. Abax pressure a little bit. 3 members of AV Radicals corral in that one corner. Flank though, Jafra looking for an AWM shot. Actually, bit of a connection only onto the glue wall. Rasia dropping low.
Oh, Javra, backstab.
It's going to be a big opportunity. And Ritu is going to knock down Rasia again. That's where AV Radicals go for the push. Going to flush Evil's Divine out of this compound. The glue walls. Not much is left. Rasia picks himself back up. Evil's Divine evacuates from this area.
Javra gets away. Ritu turns around. M1887 will find the head of Aim God. Fantastic on the play. Rasia all alone as the final player. Gets one with the Bison. It's a 1v3. Rasia, the Wonder Kid, gets the second one as well. 1v2 now. Rasia!
Woo!
Almost. But AV Radicals finds the finisher through Ramiel. That was way too close.
Oh, way too close. Rasia almost went out of control with that Bison.
He got 3 players, man. That Wonder Kid is playing this on a whole other level.
Now he's on the AWM.
I'm wondering what he can do with it.
Honestly, the past like 2-3 rounds Rasia lost is because he always went on the Orion. So it's a bit of a pain when the Orion just starts becoming invulnerable. But what that initial shot! Oh god, Javra! That's 2 shots in a row, I believe, from Ray Miao, and he's gone. Good
Rasia's
opening.
Back up. Out in the open, Abax and Aim God. Right hand side flank. AV Radicals don't know exactly how to circle around this one just yet. And that airdrop's going to be way too open for them to quickly run in for the pickup. And AV Radicals might just be able to take advantage of this. Grenade being cooked up already. Aim God knows exactly where to toss it. And Return gets tagged up, but that's just not enough.
Abax is also very low. Ritu finally gets down. Abax actually wins that fight, equalizing the playing field a little bit. Tanamo, second to get dropped. Rayman returns. Last 2 left alive. Rasia actually gets down by Ray Miao with the AWM. Lovely headshot. And Rasia is going to bleed out very quickly.
That must be the Raphael.
No, 100%. It's going to be 2 versus 2, but where's Ray Meow? That is the important question that they need to answer.
Ramiel a little bit too far away from all of these engagements. Needs to catch up and return quick enough. He takes the higher ground. Circle forces EVOS Divine in. Ramiel with the advantage. AWM in hand. Tosses out an ice grenade first. Forcing ABAX out. First shot will miss. Second one does not. Ramiel gets it. There's going to be an aim god going up against 2 players. And Ramiel with the height advantage will be able to drop his HP down. Aim god in a lot of trouble as return goes in for the finisher.
Hey!
But turned on.
The Bison. Uh-oh. Bit of a minor problem for Ramiel right now. Switch up for that. Point blank! What was that drop?
A drop quick scope from Ramiel. My God, these Filipinos, they know how to play a quick game of Free Fire.
I mean, Ramiel reminding us that the very first person in Free Fire, at least locally, that we crowned as a wonder child was not Razia, it was Ramiel.
Oh yeah.
VPH Velocity days, PGX Radicals, and now AV Radicals. This is the OG Wonder Kid. It could be between, I mean, it could be a rivalry between him and Razia after this, who knows?
Razia flying on over to a better position towards the left. Dynamo will meet him halfway potentially. There's a glue wall there. So that's Dynamo to expect. A couple of engagements, circles around. 1 grenade to play around with. Dynamo tosses it in. It's only an ice grenade that forces Razia on for a defense. Dynamo misses the opportunity. Razia with the advantage now.
And that glue wall is going to keep him very, very safe. So Dynamo essentially plants himself in that area as his Russia disappears from his line of sight. Hashtag actually sees Ramiel also. At least 2 AWMs on the side of AV Radicals, but so far what we've seen is Razia, he's always playing away from his team, trying to find those opportune moments, and AV Radicals have been able to punish that accordingly. You can see Razia getting tagged up once again, so that is his last medkit. And the Dynamo with a fantastic snipe to take him out.
It's going to get picked up. The rest of the players on the side of AV Radicals a little bit too far away, but as I say, that Dynamo pushes on in alongside return. A quick grenade to open up the space first. Dynamo really low on HP, and that gives the opening to Jabra. Ritu shuts down Razia. In the meantime, it's a 3v3. ABAC circles around. Aim God with the Bison, but Ritu turns on him with the M87. It's going to be Jabra for the save as ABAC goes down as well. Bison in hand. 1v4. This has to be the Filipino round.
Yeah, I mean, AV Radicals doing it so clean. 4-0. Absolute clean round for AV Radicals. The bank is starting to build for these men. EVOS Divine, you gotta start kind of thinking about how to take on AV Radicals, because these long-range fights are being dominated by both Dynamo and Ramiel. And Razia has not been able to kind of do the same, even though he was the one that always splits away from the team.
And EVOS Divine now, who are on the back foot in terms of resources. They're not really doing well financially. 2 players do have the double primary setup though. The effect of sending Razia out on that flank is quickly becoming a little stale, as AV Radicals have found the perfect counter for that. A double snipe setup, chasing down Razia every single time he peeks out. Ritu's AWM. It's called Ritu's for a reason, but Aim God finds Dynamo on the cross. Return trying to get to him. Will be able to get to him. Ritu's right back up on his feet.
And actually, while he was running for his teammate, got tagged by a Razia on the ways. So he has to also use that medkit to heal himself back up a little bit. ABAX will be side by side. And he's in parallel with Razia. And this is just the battle of the AWM. Both AimGod and Razia getting lit up. It's AV Radicals taking this slow, but in a very controlled manner. It does prompt EVOS Divine to look for these opportunities, though. A bit impatient.
They are. The circle's getting tighter as well. Razia's not stepping out of his defenses. Ritu's wanting an opportunity, but if he does peek out a little bit too often, he puts himself in a lot of trouble. Double grenades, and it'll be the glue wall melter. Razia needs to run, and he speeds away. Fantastic use of the active skill. Ramiel now peeks out. Razia with the opportunity. Does not connect with the shot.
And only a body shot, so Ramiel can make it out of there. But look at this rush from AV Radicals. Trying to really suffocate EVOS Divine. Russia actually gets a snipe onto Ritu's. Ritu's get picked back up. Jafra not having the same fate. Ramiel pushing in. Razia getting the knock by Ritu's. Instantly traces him back, and ABAX gets run down. AimGod will be welcomed into the AV Radicals meat grinder. 1 against 4, and it's just not doable. AV Radicals 1 round away from claiming the first set.
The assessment stands true that AB Radicals is definitely the more feared team out here. Looking at the more recent performance of both the teams, we thought Rasya could be the game changer. He was at the first round. But ever since the first round, Rasya is pretty much nerfed. He has not found a single kill.
Oh yeah, he has been completely neutered. Maybe Radical just they're bullying the kid. That's not good.
I think they're doing the right thing here because you have to bully Rasya or else he will kind of
make him cry.
It's either you make the child cry or the child makes you cry. It's one of the two. You gotta pick a side.
Yeah, but if you make the child cry, you're a bad person. If the child makes you cry, you are just weak. I would pick making the child cry any day.
That is so true. That is so true.
Yeah, the
How
double
unfair
standards.
it is to adults.
It is.
Ice grenade. Rasya stuck in a tight corner. Cannot do anything. Can't step out just yet unless he wants to lose a few precious HP. Ramiel will find that opportunity to reposition. Yes, nobody stops him.
I think one of the main problems is also that as much as Rasya is looking for opportunities, he also puts himself in positions that is hard to recover from. Tanamo getting run at by Jafra. That's an easy knock with Bison. Ramiel looking for a potential trade, could not find the angle, so Jafra will get the secure onto Tanamo. AB Radicals finally having a round where they gotta play from behind. And will try to kind of push into Evil's Divine, but there are multiple members to go through. The shotgun, not really the best weapon, still getting pressure, so he'll receive a bit of help. Okay! Actually, downing both Jafra and A-Bash, V2s will be traded back, but Ramiel is doing a fantastic job, just not good enough. Rasya coming online when they needed him the most.
And just as when we talk about how he's not finding those frags ever since the first round, Rasya does show up a tad bit, but is that good enough? Because AB Radicals on match point for this first game. And this is round 9 out of 11, so Evil's Divine. They have no choice. They have to win 3 back-to-back if they want to pull this match into their side.
Yeah, we haven't seen a true reverse sweep that uses up all 11 rounds yet. Close, but hasn't happened. AB Radical just needs one more to close out set number 1. Baby Yao, dangerous shot. Could not find the angle as Rasya starts to actively challenge Ramiel in these AWM fights.
5-3, match point, conversion into a victory potentially for AB Radicals here. If you can find a shot out of Dynamo on that right flank, he has to deal with Rasya. This is where we can see whether or not the child falls or stands. Ramiel up top, and the vantage point is going to give him the bird's eye view over the positions of all of the players on the side of Evil's Divine. Rasya has been spotted out by Dynamo. Dynamo just waiting for an opportunity, waiting for a mistake made by Rasya.
Oh, absolutely. Ramiel in a dangerous spot also. The blue zone is going to force him closer and closer. Might be out into the open also. Jafra is watching that angle attentively. This could come down to a matter of the timing of if Ramiel pops up. And to show himself, Jafra takes advantage of it. Easy shot.
And that's the problem if you don't have a angle or a spot onto anybody. You step one out empty-handed, you're gonna get punished. Javra, easy shot, converted. Dynamo gets clipped as well. Grenade, and Dynamo will get taken down. Rasya, what a shot on that grenade.
Yeah, lovely stuff from Rasya now, right in the face of return actually. Getting the shot in, Rasya just gonna use the dash of Tatsuya in with the shotgun. As Javra cleans it up. Evil's Divine.
Rasya wakes up again.
Taking it one round at a time.
And it looks like at this point in time, the only key for Evil's Divine for a victory here is Rasya. If Rasya doesn't perform, Evil's Divine goes down. And for the brand that's not great at all, they better have Rasya kind of coach a couple of adults here.
And maybe he is the secret weapon of Evil's Divine.
But anyone that doesn't understand, because Rasya actually means secret, so
it's not spelled that way, but phonetically, yes.
It's a fantastic pun. Good job. Rasya. Oh, look at the speed of this child.
Look at him.
Hank on the right hand side. He's already there in the mid segment of the map.
It's the power of youth. I could not possibly run that fast. By the way, he's the guy with the AWM as well, so he is taking prisoners. Okay. Tanamo almost losing his head right there.
Opportunity squandered. Rasya just a tad bit off with that headshot. Although it wouldn't have really brought much. I'm pretty sure the players could have picked him right back up.
And Return even used his ability also with the A124, but as he was attempting to go for the rush, he was spotted out. The timing just not in his favor, but 2 glue walls. He decides to go for it. For the UAV first. Still wanting to take contact with Evo's Divine.
Melter.
Uh-oh. They're trying to force him away.
Ramiel backs away. A-backs now. Opportunity from up top. Can spot a couple of players. Tanamo not stepping out of his defenses yet. AV Radicals just so good at this, and they know how crucial this round is. It's either they convert that match point or they allow the equalizer for the sudden death in round 11. Clearly not what they want.
Could be a possibility because AV Radicals, they're not able to find the shots that they have been getting. I say that Ray Meow gets a nice snipe onto Javra, and he's leading out thanks to Raphael. Javra needs help, but he's gonna get it in time though. It seems like they've stemmed the bleeding. Aimgod getting returned down. Javra stands back up. AV Radical goes in for the rush. Absolutely pivotal that they win these fights. But Tanamo and Ritu both get dropped as Evo's Divine looks for sudden death, and I think they might have found it. Ray Meow does not stand. And that it is. Evo's Divine putting it back. We're down to our final round.
And just like that, we are in a absolute clutch situation between the two. How could it have gotten to this point? It's all Evo's Divine. Aimgod stepping it up. Rasia waking up after round number 1. And AV Radicals now about to be put to sleep. We're playing it off at Shipyard. Those AWMs really going to come in handy. But look at the M1887 setup on the side of AV Radicals as well. They want those CQCs for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Look at that, Ray Meow. He's going to instantly try and look for a vantage point. Evo's Divine, if they take advantage of this slow approach, cripple AV Radicals in the beginning, could be deadly. You see the initial shot from Ray Meow.
Yeah.
Imgod taking damage also. And they have no good ways of flushing Ray Meow out from that area, so it's a very, very good position that they're taking for themselves. Same as Tanamo. Wow, was that shot from Javra?
Javra out of nowhere. Tanamo did spot him, but that headshot was just too spicy. Now he's on the ground. Tanamo, who's going to double back to pick him up? He's a little bit too far away. Circle's going to tag Tanamo up a tad bit more. Ritu's nowhere in position to save his friend. Aimgod looking for him. Woodpecker in hand. Going to send a quick grenade towards his opponent's first. And as anticipated, Tanamo's going to be bleeding out up top.
It seems like no one can help him, unfortunately. So AV Radical starting on the wrong foot already. Evo's Divine, they are very, very willing to play this fight. Getting all these shots, A-backs exposed just temporarily. Ray Meow, he's forced out from this vantage point. Return also getting lit up by the ice grenade.
Turn with the AWM, probably not the best of guns at this point of time. Ice grenade tagging him up. Gonna force that medkit to be used eventually as Return tries to circle around. Here comes Rasia with the rush as well. Return needs to back up Ritu's. He doesn't do that. He wants to spot the left-hand side. Good glue wall. A-backs protected out of that shot. Aimgod on the other hand. This is crunch time. Circle's just way too tiny, and the circle's starting to move away from all of them, repositioning. And Aimgod's going to find one out of nowhere. And Ramiel down on HP. Glue wall about to go down. Ramiel needs to drop his health right back up.
Yeah, horrible spot for them to be in. Rasia even catching Return as they all were trying to race for the circle. Apex gets dropped thanks to the Orion, and I mean Rasia runs into his demise. But Ritu is going to heal back up with the Orion ability, but it's just not enough. Evo's Divine with the first set. What a reverse sweep.
I am in disbelief. AV Radicals turned on by Evo's Divine. Rasia truly woke up, but it was just not the child's show. The whole of Evo's Divine really stepped it up towards those final rounds.
Yeah, he's feeling a bit sleepy. You can see him rubbing his eyes a little bit. Not used to staying up this late.
Way past his bedtime.
It is way past his bedtime. It's way past my bedtime also, but see the delight in Evo's Divine when they got the reverse sweep. Wasn't easy by any means. I mean, AV Radicals, they had a very, very strong momentum.
Yeah.
But Evo's Divine came online at the very last second and literally just stopped AV Radicals dead in their tracks.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, 6-5 is not a fast one at all. It took a little bit of effort. It took a bit of soul-crushing rounds initially for Evo's Divine, as they just couldn't find no ingress against the players of AV Radicals, who just overwhelmed them with the aggression. And Rasia kind of fell off after that first round of showing up. But towards the end, where we did see the resources kind of get stacked onto the side of EVOS Divine, where it eventually will in a game of Clash Squad when those rounds kind of get dragged out a little bit. And they had no problems whatsoever purchasing the perfect weapons as well as utilities. The comeback was inevitable.
Oh yeah, it was Divine, right? Again, 2 strong rounds to kick it off, and then AV Radicals, they just came back swinging. The CQCs, the long-range snipes on Ray Meows and V2s were impeccable, just dragging AV Radicals all the way until that 5th point. But you look at how EVOS Divine started to slow down the pace a little bit, start to make AV Radicals impatient. You get these punishes, it really started costing them the beginning of the end, honestly. And just a very good understanding on how to manipulate the circle. Is always taking the lead, always having initiative. And I think Rasia also understood that he's always playing from his team. He's putting himself in a very dangerous position, and EVOS Divine adjusted to help him when he's in danger.
Oh yeah, that's most definitely the case, right? And Rasia, through all of those flanks, initially just couldn't really find a connection. Jabra picks up the MVP. A little disappointed to not see Rasia here. I mean, the debut on the comeback, instantly MVP. Nothing more could have been better for the child in terms of a confidence boost, but I'm pretty sure he's getting there either way.
Oh yeah, he's getting a lot of praises for sure. I mean, everyone on EVOS Divine in high spirits right now, but job is not done just yet. Still have to win 1 more set. We're gonna head to Nextera next. If anything, is a map that demands even more attention to detail when it comes to these close quarter combat.
Engord, earlier on, we did see him pull away with a 1.6 KD, only to be overwhelmed by Jabra in that final round as he found those clutches. And if this continues to happen, 1 more game and then it's all over. But AV Radicals showed us a lot of promise. AV Radicals showed us that they surely can take it all the way to the end, but the finisher, that one final step, seems to be a tad bit too difficult.
It's always how you finish, right? Like you can start strong, but if you don't finish the job, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's like making a meal, right? Baking a cake, you're kneading the dough fine, you're putting in the right volume of ingredients, but
burn it.
And then you burn it. Or you spill it at the end, right?
Oh, that's worse, man.
I've seen way too many clips of people trying to like make fried rice or flip eggs, and then the pan comes off the handle. Yeah, it's a disaster.
Yeah, that's something that hopefully does not happen to AV Radicals, where their headphones fall off or the phone falls out of their hands. Either way, because it was a very winnable matchup for them.
It was.
And I think they were on match point for 3 or 4 of those rounds.
They were match point for 3 rounds, yeah.
Squandered. And it's not like they really threw it away. It's just the mechanics of the game. By the time EVOS Divine could really stock up on all of those guns, as well as find those utilities to be used on their side, it was no longer an easy walkover for AV Radicals.
Yeah, very good adjustment from EVOS Divine, right? They kind of patched up on those early opportunities that AV Radicals were taking advantage of. And just because of that, they're keeping Rasia alive for longer.
Yes.
They are not playing with a constant deficit of a 3 versus 4. And you know, in these situations, it really does come down to how you like the split-second decisions that you make. And I think EVOS Divine just had a better understanding on how to take on AV Radicals. In fact, they were challenging AV Radicals, right? It was just AWMs all the way up to the final round.
And I think also Rasia kind of started slowing down once he realized that, okay, maybe getting aggressive is just not the best of ideas. You know, Youngblood wants to have all of this sorted out as quickly as possible. He's not used to old people pacing.
Yeah, you run into a wall a few times, then you start to realize that, okay, I have to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, so maybe in some of those previous community tournaments it would have worked out, but not against AV Radicals, who are equally as aggressive, equally as good with the mechanical skills out there. So he met his match for sure.
Oh yes.
And he had to just change a little bit of his game style, a little bit of the pacing, and that instantly worked out.
It's definitely different, right? When you are, I think, like at a very young age, right? And you're very talented, you get scouted, then you show up to a proper pro tournament and you really get a taste of how it's like.
Yeah.
I don't think there are a lot of people who can handle all of this at that age. You know, it's definitely an overwhelming experience.
Unless you're as oblivious as me or you, as I used to be. As a child, I just didn't know what was happening around me, man. I just went there, and I was always the blur one.
What
Things just fly over my head.
No, I was active in like curricular activities. That's pretty much it. Everything I was involved in, everything that I was involved in were
I was active only when school was over.
was like public speaking, you know, like choir, poetry, essay writing, those kind of stuff. I used to write, I used to participate in this Chinese novel competition, right? Like if you are good enough and you get selected, you actually get, I think like prize money,
Okay.
and I think they publish a novel or something of that.
That was
sort.
your free fire.
That was my free fire. The thing is, you have to go through your teacher, right? Your Mandarin teacher. Mine didn't get through because she said, because I wrote a sci-fi, right? I wrote futuristic dystopian sci-fi with aliens and
She didn't get it.
Well, she got it. She found it very disgusting. She found it very disturbing. She said that the things I wrote were too descriptive and gory that I need a psychiatrist.
Oh my!
It was a really good. I enjoyed it. Okay, I spent countless of nights.
You should publish the book finally.
Yeah, I wrote a masterpiece, but I lost it because my hard drive corrupted. So
Oh man!
yeah, I could never write something like that ever again.
I know, right? The things that we write as we were kids.
Yeah. But I remember the title. It's called 23.
I remember writing a piece once called Why. It was a 6-pager long.
Why?
Yes, why?
Right.
And from the start to end, everything was a question, and every single question just linked to the previous question. So the
So it's
answer
like an
to
endless
every
paradox.
it's endless. The answer to every question was another question, and it just went all the way down to the very end. It never got answered, basically.
That could rival Shakespeare.
It's 6 pages long, man.
That could be
I was
like a-
really proud of that. My teacher saw that, and my teacher was like,
What
"Where
happened?
have you come from?" I still have. No, I didn't. I don't have the book. I actually gave the book to my ex's little sister, who had the passion for writing as well.
You could publish it as a magazine.
Now I regret it because it's my ex's. I could have just kept it that book.
I hope she finds the answer to those questions. There's a lot more. AB Radicals will need to find the answer on how to stop Evil's Divine right now.
Oh, you gotta stop Rasia for sure. I think he was so annoying with that right-hand side flank, especially after he learned the pacing of the matchup. After he learned the pacing of all of these old people and started holding back a tad bit, he just became ever so much more dangerous. But speaking of dangerous, this is exactly where you have to fear him once again. The earlier rounds of the pistols, it was his Rasia showing up and showing up strong. Ramiel! And he will use the portals just to meet up with the players of Evil's Divine instantly. Rasia getting a couple of tags. But instantly, this is the distraction desperately needed by AB Radicals. Look at the flank around.
So much info that he gave to his team with that good time turner to protect themselves. Russia could have done serious damage with that flank. But Russia was also able to get away with the Tatsuya. AB Radical was able to slow it down just a little bit.
Tatsuya's refresh is just insane, man.
It is.
They use it again and again. And they use the bottles to make a quick exit as well. Smart plays. And if Rasia goes in for the chase, that's going to be absolutely deadly, but he's a little smarter than that.
And again, slowing down the pace just a little bit. You can see that Radical is basically boxed in by Evil's Divine, surrounded from all angles. Richu is going to show himself, instantly loses his hit. Over to A-backs, AB Radical trying to go for a rush return, getting gunned down from behind. Ray Meow, the sole survivor of the team. Evil's Divine looking to close out his pistol. Ramiel making it a bit hard for him, but Evil's Divine just slices him into ribbons this. Again, first round for Evils.
Team Ace, Abax gets a double. Rasia gets nothing. Wonder Child needs to step it up in order to maintain his Wonder Child status for sure.
Finally not kind of, you know, sandbagging people with just the secondary. He's going to get the LMG for himself.
Interesting. This is a round where they didn't really need to force anything, in fact. Rasia could have gotten a better gun for himself, but he prioritizes the utilities. Gets a couple of glue walls. You know you're going to need that, especially with the LMG on the outside perimeter. AB Radicals going for a 1-3 split as well. Rasia versus Tanamo. Tanamo on the secondary. He's not going to stand a chance against Rasia if he shows up.
Actually, Ramiel was spotted, so Javra taking some pot shots at him. Ramiel staying hidden, basically. This is one of the slowest sets that we had because both teams are showing so much respect to one another, but Abax slowly inching forward using this conveyor belt, well, or the lift, whatever you call it. He's going to put himself right beside Ray Meow. This could be a very dangerous rush. Ray Meow sensing that he's in danger, he's gonna start backing off instantly. Actually turning back to challenge Abax with the tiny turner, but Abax, yeah, he's the Orion, so Ray Meow will not be able to do much damage. Ritu ends up showing up, second challenger that Abax can easily shut down. Jafra from afar hits Ritu in the head.
Abax, that was just a masterful play with the Orion. Manages to disengage with one, engages with the other, backed up by Jabra. Jabra with a double now. Ramiel, Thanamo backing away. Thanamo goes down. Rasia, LMG straight to the head. Ramiel all alone. And Aim God says, thank you for coming. This round is ours. 2-0. AB Radical starved for money.
Lovely movement by Rasia, just using both the Tatsuya charges to reposition and basically just throw a Thanamo off. Now the real fight begins. AB Radicals being able to afford better guns. Saw what happened in that first set. AB Radicals able to get 5 rounds in a row because of that. Ramiel back on the AWM. Jafra also has one for himself. And again, the round starts instantly. Both teams trade an AWM shot, and both of those shots get a hit.
That's insane, man. The speed of shot out of both of those players. Thankfully, it is something that they can recover from. Thanamo on the left flank will find nobody just yet. But he gets close enough to buy a little bit of extra information for the rest of his team members. EVOS Divine, on the other hand, just need to find a way to wrap around. They do exactly that, a 2-2 split. But look at AB Radicals swarming the area. 2 players on the side of EVOS.
Yeah, trying to look for Imgod. Actually good flush from return, allowing Ramiel to get the hit. Rasia Thanamo back, return going in for the rush. Thanamo, actually Imgod gets brought back up. Surviving with a sliver of health. Unfortunate if you are AB Radicals and return, he finds himself in the open and now pressured. And Jarvrash just shoots him in the back. This is a disaster for AB Radicals. Aimgod, he's just gonna get the job done. Ray Meow all alone on the roof. Nothing much left to his name. They're gonna try and rush him now. Rasia does get dropped, but Evil Divine finds that third.
Javra with a triple, and he's not gonna complain at all. That was such a decent round for him. Flicks around, finds 2. And the CQC ends up giving EVOS Divine yet another. Are we going to see AB Radicals kicked out of the competition so early? And MCPS really clunking out early here. This is just insane.
Yeah, there's a huge possibility, right? EVOS Divine. Look at Jafra. He is 5 out. I mean, no one on EVOS has gone down just yet. Clean KD. That initial shot. Dirty one. Absolutely disgusting from Jafra.
Quick shot, Ramiel backs away. Javra disappears. Nade to Thanamo, does not connect. But Aim God knows exactly what to expect. Thanamo on the right flank with the AWM. Just waiting for an opportune moment. Nobody's showing up just yet. The movements and the positioning from the side of EVOS Divine, pretty divine at this point of time.
And yeah, they've taken control of majority of the important areas already. Oh, there's an ice grenade return. Getting his hope chip a little bit. Abax just trying to take advantage of that, right? I feel like they have a good idea of where the members of AB Radicals are at. He sees the glue also. There's definitely one of them identified. And Ramiel doesn't really have the best position to support his team with the AWM as well.
Let's see who makes the first move as the circle continues to pressure them. EVOS Divine gonna get tickled. AB Radicals all need to squeeze into one small tiny compound. They need to break away, but the circle's just not on their side. And if you look on the side of EVOS, on the other hand, the circle puts them in a position where they've got that high ground advantage. So AB Radicals in a lot of trouble here, especially up against Javra.
A tough one for the Thanamo. Again, getting tagged. He just showed up in the open and lost more than half his health. Return also getting the same treatment. It's not good news at all. Rasia is going to get rushed. Ramiel wants to open up this map a little bit. Return actually fell to his death and broke his ankles as Rashad gets away with the Tatsuya dash. Return ends up losing his life. Thanamo getting the 180. Ramiel also falls. And Ritu is going to tank the blue. And gets deleted by Abax. That's 4 for EVOS Divine.
4-0 already. AB Radicals getting steamrolled at this point. Off to Intellect Center we go. So far, the IQ plays out of AB Radicals have been failing. They have been falling back to their mechanical skills, but EVOS Divine outplaying them round after round.
They've definitely been winning these initial trades, initial AWM trades. Even if you don't get a knock, if you're breaking an armor, if you're breaking the helmet, if you're forcing your enemies to use their resources to regen early on. That is already a big win. Of course, Intellectland is one of the few maps that you can't just take a pot shot at the start of the round. The terrain doesn't allow that to happen, so AB Radicals gets to control the center itself.
Asia just playing with the AWM this time around.
And they're so afraid that Evil's Divine had pushed up.
Rastia sees it. Dynamo
Oh
tag.
my goodness.
What a shot by the Wonder Kid.
That quick scope, you have to be so precise. AB Radicals, you can see that they were very scared. They instantly put up a blue wall
What a play.
and an ice grenade to clear out close because they thought Evil's Divine are dead, and that now is going to allow Evil's Divine to just spring and assault. And look at that dash! They've already made a move straight into AB Radicals' face, return getting dropped. Tanamo also falls thanks to the grenade, and Ramiao also falling victim. This is just an absolute demolition by Evil's Divine right in the face of AB Radicals. It's 5 in a row, AJ.
Javra once again with the triple. Nobody can stop this guy. It's going to be match point, baby. As we head on in towards the museum, it is just an absolute wrecking that AB Radicals is receiving on behalf, or courtesy of Evil's Divine, I have to say.
Yeah, clap by Evil's Divine, in fact. The only death was on Rastia.
Now AB Radicals knows what it feels like to be a mosquito.
Now we know who killed Rastia. It was Ramiao. The battle of the Wonder Kids.
Ramiel now all alone. Ice grenade goes wide. That's not going to be helpful, but a good one from Tanamo this time.
Oh.
Javra!
I mean, Javra is so good at finding opportunities, and him already found a nade onto Ritus.
That's bad. Evil's Divine looking for just one more. This is not just a match point, it's a series point as a matter of fact.
Oh my goodness.
Ramiel down, Ritus picked right back up. Javra once again. Javra's just absolutely stacked. Aim God finds the ice grenade, takes one down. Ramiel return goes down as well. Will Javra get the finisher? It is Aim God instead. And Evil's Divine absolutely demolishes AB Radicals to make it a all-out Indonesian battle at the next stage.
I mean, set 2 was not even close. Evil's Divine just ran right through AB Radicals, did not look back at all. And again, it could be a matter of confidence, momentum, morale, right? They got the reverse sweep after set 1, and they come into set 2 just guns blazing, absolutely just blitzkrieg through AB Radicals.
Congratulations due for sure. They get the bonus in terms of prize pool, but question is how much further can they go? They will have to meet the Indonesian brothers Morph team at the next stage, but that only happens on Sunday. We still have to get through Saturday and finish off the second half of this first level battle between the remaining 8 teams.
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow we have, even more, right? Again, each region has 4 representatives. We've lost 2 MCPS teams today. We've lost 1 Vietnam team, Team Flash, and we also, I think, waved goodbye to, what's the first team again? Attack all around against RQ. So
Indonesia.
1 Indonesian team.
Yeah.
I'm taking the front end of that for sure.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you said it right. There's a chance that we see a all-tie affair towards the later stages of the tournament, and I honestly would not be surprised. But for now, there's still a lot that we can expect tomorrow, where MCPS representatives Freedom Cheese and Expand will take on center stage.
Thankfully, Buriram United takes on attack all around, so 1 Thai team's definitely getting taken out at that point of time.
Yeah, 1 Indonesian team is definitely going out tomorrow, on Sunday also. But look at this.
6-5, round 11, and then flat out 6-0.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough way to go, right? I mean, you came so close in the first one, and then the second set happened. You really felt like you had no chance at all. It really makes you feel that the first set did not matter.
Yeah. And of course, Javra picks up the MVP. 10 eliminations through 3,992 damage, a 30% headshot rate. He wasn't kidding. He wasn't playing in this matchup. And he walks away with, I believe, a 3.1 KD. Come on, Javra.
He was so incredibly sharp, and he kind of did what Rastia did also, right? You kind of split up from the team, you find opportunities, but he was so quick on the trigger. I mean, AB Radicals, I feel like they just got scrambled a little bit. They didn't really know what to do, lost that composure towards the later stages of the second set, and Javra was just picking them apart. This is the updated bracket. We have eliminated 4 teams today. RRQ Kazu, Team Flash, Farang, EV Radicals. We wave goodbye to them. Attack All Around, Buriram, X Evos, more team and Evos Divine. They move on to Sunday. But tomorrow, we're going to have 8 more teams play against each other, and we will get rid of 4 of them.
Yeah, Sunday's going to be fun. All out. Thailand versus Thailand. Indonesia versus Indonesia. Question is, are we going to also find a Vietnam versus Vietnam? As a Freedom Cheese as well as Enigma Galaxy takes on GOW and WAG.
I mean, we get to see E-Arena, we get to see Bigatron Delta also, who qualify from the domestic qualifiers. Taking on Expand, that is going to be a very good litmus test to see where Expand stands right now against one of the teams that didn't even make it to FFSI.
I think against Bigatron Delta, it might not be that big of a fight because Expand has shown us they can engage really well. But that being said, at the grand finals was a little bit of the opposite of that.
And then you look at the region as a whole, right? There's a huge chance that, you know, on the surface, Expand should come out on top.
Yeah,
but I would say it's not going to be a cakewalk. Bigatron Delta.
Yeah.
These are the scariest teams because you don't know too much about them, right?
Yeah.
And this is not kind of like the Battle Royale mode.
Yeah.
You are thrown into an arena and you are fighting to the death. You just start swinging.
I think I love that point because Battle Royale versus Clash Squad, 2 very different modes.
Oh, yes.
Even when it comes down to the characters that I use in terms of your active and your passive skills, the way you engage, the way you even find your loot out there on the battlefield, you don't pick up something on random except of course you get to that airdrop. Apart from that, it is all got to be exactly what you can earn and purchase for yourself. And we have seen a couple of mistakes with the purchases today.
Yeah, we have a little bit, and we've seen some interesting takes, right? 4 AWMs, 4 LMGs, 4 double revolvers. I'm pretty sure this is just the beginning of something fantastic. But that's it for day number 1. Tomorrow, we will have more action for the very first Free Fire Clash Squad SCA squad. So do remember to come back in. I'm Husky. Here's the Mustachio AJ. Clocking off for tonight. Good night.
Yeah!